Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and everyone in between, when we started this season, 16 entered. Only 8 remain, and there's one big prize on the horizon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament. My name is Kingsley. I am your host and commentator for the evening. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni, but we would be remiss if we didn't mention a third guy in the booth who was supposed to be here. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it. It's Bruce Lee Rob. We want to send a heartfelt shout out to you. We wish you could be here, but we're happy that you're safe, and
Stay safe,
we're
man.
thinking of all the people in Maui and all the Hawaiian wildfires. So we're thinking of you, and we should have absolutely a great show here, Omni.
That's very true. Stay safe. Everybody in
Yeah.
Hawaii, stay safe. Thank you, Kingsley, for bringing this in.
Yeah, absolutely. We're bringing it in. And speaking of bringing it in, what are these competitors trying to bring in with the prizes at stake?
Well, thanks, Kingsley. We're providing our competitors with an opportunity to win cash prizes here tonight. Fight of the night and KO bonuses will be awarded. Third, second, first place will be rewarded. $10 for bonuses, 10 for third place, 25 for second, and 50 for first place. And most importantly, we are making history here tonight. Tonight, we're going to be crowning the first ever ESFL Undisputed Championship. Show them that damn belt. And here we are, first ever champion.
Ooh, that belt looks amazing. That what
And that's
is
real.
what Yeah, it's absolutely real. People are gonna actually carry that along and just walk with it through the streets. But that belt looks amazing. It has the ESFL, the Undisputed logo, all of it. All 7 weeks amount to this, and it's gonna be amazing, along with our knockout bonuses and our fight of the night bonuses as well. It's gonna be absolutely amazing. And speaking of amazing, look at this bracket that we have here. A matchup of killers in every single corner. And speaking of which, the number 1 seed Pryoxis going against KYoungButta.
Man, that fight it's an interesting one. KYoungButta losing his last fight, barely making it in, and really let emotions get to him at the end of that. Now he's going against the number 1 seed. The question is, can you keep your composure? And honestly, Prize coming in with a lot of momentum, so that's going to be one to watch.
A lot of momentum, 12 rounds, in fact, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. But going to the lower side of that left side, Addict 85 going against Losooo, that is a crazy matchup there.
Absolutely, man. You talk about Losooo coming into this, losing by decision against FightNightsFinest, who, by the way, that's my dark horse right there. That man's
Mm.
fantastic. And then Addict 85, he was in a draw with Job, a draw. And Job, I mean, at the end of that fight, really had to put on the pressure, and he couldn't against Addict 85. Addict 85 also has a victory over the likes of Pryoxis. So this is going to be a good one, too.
Absolutely a good one. And that left side is just a bunch of people that can instantly take the title and bring it on home. But again, there's another side of the bracket. We have the right side going with the number 2 seed in Roy's season going against UncleTalent there.
Yeah, it's certainly gonna be Roy season up. Roy's a number 2 seed, has most KOs of the season. Most. And that's why he is in this right now. 3 of them. And now he's going against UncleTalent. So this is gonna be very emotional. You can potentially see your uncle get beat up here. So the
Oh
good
man,
one you were for that one.
you always like look at the family reunion. You just know that like some uncle's gonna fight another uncle, and it's gonna be absolutely a brawl. But
Yeah, I
speaking
don't
of
want
brawls,
to beat up.
the last matchup, as we were saying, Fight Night's Finest, someone who's known about the fight game and the boxing, going against EyeGameUWatch in a very high contested matchup.
Dark Horse, man. This is Undisputed's finest. That's his name. And don't forget it. This guy here is going against EyeGameUWatch, a professional TikToker. This is one that I think could be contended for the fight of the night bonus tonight.
Yeah, a lot of bonuses are at stake, along with the title, along with the prize money. But every one of these guys are going to have to go through a gauntlet. Because, mind you, from the quarterfinals and the semifinals, it is a best of one. And it's going to be 12 rounds instead of our usual 10 rounds. And then when you get to the grand finale, there's going to be a third place match, which is also going to be a best of one. But in the finale, best of three. Not only have you have to beat your opponent once, you have to beat them twice to get that illustrious belt. And when you think about the whole concept of this tournament here, Omni, what are you thinking about mostly? What's going to be in the mindset of these competitors here?
Composure. Composure and deliberate action, right? Like deep breaths, Wim Hof yourself into this, right? Get that energy flowing through you. And most importantly, man, think moves ahead. Just like what? Chess. That's the point of this entire tournament, man. Who can think ahead and who can really come out on top?
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing to see the composure, the tenacity, the marathon of it all. And it's all sponsored by CFESA. We will talk about them later after the quarterfinals. But unfortunately, our first match is not ready to go, but our second match is, and this one is going to be a big one because not only that we're starting with the brawl side and the right side of the bracket, we're starting with the number 2 seed in Royszn going against UncleTalent. And when you think of this matchup, it's in the welterweight division, and we see a Canelo versus a Sugar Ray Robinson. What are you expecting from these competitors to start things off?
Well, I mean, what's a really cool thing is that you got some time to go and talk with these guys. And one thing that you came up and you had talked to Uncle Talon, you asked him, being a number 7 underdog here, how does it make you feel? And he said he's ready, came extremely prepared for this fight. And he's not looking past Roy's, but he thinks that he's definitely going to be that guy, But then you also got to take a look at Roy's, right? And he also says, if it comes to me, I'm going to make it number 4, then we're just gonna have to see and wait and mess up, right? If I'm behind by 4 rounds, then I'm gonna have to come back and I'm gonna knock him out. And he's ready to make this fight go to war, but he's not giving up. That's why he's got 3 knockouts. This is gonna be a good one. I don't know
Yeah.
if I really made sense with what I
No,
said.
that absolutely made
Right.
sense because
Okay, cool.
with
Awesome.
Roy's season right here, Omni, like he's looking to make number 4. So with the 12 rounds, you're going to have more time to get those knockdowns, to have the stamina management be more of the strategy of all these fighters. So when you see a Sugar Ray Robinson, sure, you're going to have a tons of stamina, but you also need to have the knockout power and the right combinations. When I did my fight preview, the little bit of a preview I did before this whole event, it seemed like both of these guys are ready for a fight. Both guys have knockout power, and it's only going to be a testament to what we see in this ring. So hopefully we get to see something amazing as our first fight is ready to go in the tournament.
Oh yeah, man. We got Sugar Ray Robinson taking on Saul Canelo Alvarez. And that's honestly one of my favorite fighters to play in this game. Love the body work that you can really put on. But take a look at this. Uncle Talent showing no fear, getting a little bit punches on the block here, but he's still pushing forward and being very aggressive. I'm very curious as to why he's doing this and not utilizing those that strategy of punching on the back foot. He wants the pressure. He wants to pressure Royszn here.
Yeah, but the main thing is that is he going to be predictable with his pressure? Just like you guys can predict in the Twitch chat to see who you think is going to win this matchup right here. But that's the predictability that you don't really need. You want to be as unpredictable as possible to get your strikes out. Because Canelo Alvarez, what can you say about him? The power, the body shots are so damaging when you go into the later rounds. But Uncle Talon using Sugar Ray Robinson, an all-around fighter, using more of the center of the ring, trying to bring his opponent towards the ropes. That's going to be something that we need to look out for, right, Omni?
Oh, absolutely. I think the big thing right now, it seems as though Roy's having a little bit of trouble in trying to circle back into the center. But you are right there. I mean, there's something to be looked out for with getting caught, leading towards certain sides like that, like getting caught with counter shots. I'm very interested as to why Uncle Talon is fighting in this way, but look at that. Another counter shot lands with that jab. That left hand seems to be money there as Canelo misses. That's really good. And he backsteps very well timed there. And I like what I'm seeing so far. He's fighting to maintain the center of the ring.
Yeah, and this could be a part of his new strategy, right? These guys had 2 weeks to prepare to go in the lab to see what the patches are going to be, see what the judges are actually going to be looking for in this whole contest. So as we end towards the end of the first round, the other thing, Uncle Talent doing such a nice job, but with 12 rounds, all you need to do is win 7. So maybe you can take a round off to get your opponent to like use all of his stamina, because you see 97%. Very good for Sugar Ray Robinson, but Uncle Talent is going to need to do a little bit more if he wants to keep up the consistent pressure.
I think so. I do. But Roy's right now, I think he's doing good to manage the stamina. He's not really overthrowing a lot. Uncle Talon is now, you see him inside of loose footwork mode, and he's just trying to be light on his feet here. And I like what I'm seeing here. This is what a Sugar Ray Robinson's going to do. Land a counter jab just like that, and he's maintaining the center of the ring. Good stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, like, you have to think about the range. He could play at this range game every day of the week. Get the counter jabs, just work his way in, and then when he sees opening, just pop that little uppercut, pop that little hook to get his opponent just in disarray. But you see, Royszn, he's moving a
Mhm.
little bit forward now, not playing mostly outside. He's going back out, but going straight in. He's not taking like the full steps back that he did in the first round. So we'll have to see. Good 1-2 right there with the hook. He's moving forward, so maybe he's feeling a little bit comfortable after a download complete.
Nice. And again, he's swinging when he thinks that UncleTalent is going to be there. He has been successful with landing the left body hook while UncleTalent was circling toward it, but
Ooh.
like, he keeps getting caught with that, right? What you just reacted to there. He keeps getting caught as he's coming in with a straight and a jab. And long turn, again, he gets caught, and he just started to unload there, did Royszn, attempting to do some damage to UncleTalent once he got him close, but he got caught originally with that counter. And I like that left body hook, and then he followed up with a left high, and both of them landed successfully, and he continues to push forward. It's definitely a different pace from the first round, Kingsley.
Under 30 seconds left in the second round right here. We see a little bit of a change of pace from Royszn, going for like the lunges forward and trying to go for a bite, trying to go like a little branching path off of it. But there's something that you need to look out for as well. We saw him move in. He's getting hit with the jabs. The jabs are just working. How annoying is that jab when you're trying to move forward and try to close the distance against your opponent?
That's a yeah, hell of a game changer too. That's definitely annoying. Every time I take a step forward, I get punched in the face. I don't really like that. That's why I gotta keep my hands up and try to take, I'm gonna take maybe like one step forward and see if you're gonna throw that jab, right? And then you throw that jab. All right, well maybe I might lean in and then try to throw a counter straight to meet that timing. It's understanding your footwork is to get away from that. But now they're just slugging shots right in the center of the third. What a very high pace to start off the beginning of this tournament and the beginning of the third round. That right there is reckless, what UncleTalent's doing.
It's reckless, but this is where Royszn does his best damage, right? Going against Canelo Alvarez, do you really want to trade against him if he's getting those hooks up? Because he will put more damage against you than your actual fighter can do. So with Sugar Ray Robinson, you're doing fine with the distance. I want to see him fall back a little bit more and just stay in that consistency of getting those counters, because that's his range. That is perfect of what he's doing. Royszn needs to close the distance and just make it into more of a brawl.
Yeah, that's what he wants, and obviously you don't want that. But in the beginning of this round, UncleTalent came through and he spent his stamina. And that is really when you're most vulnerable, right? I mean, right now, he's comfortable with allowing himself to try to walk into Royszn. I like what Royszn is doing. He's forcing UncleTalent to walk into him if UncleTalent wants to maintain the center. And at that point, if you're going to just stand there, I'm going to try to do some lunging shots, right? I'm going to try to do long range, hit you in the body, back out, get out of your range. But I'm also going to be willing to say, okay, I'm going to circle the perimeter of the ring here because you're standing still and you're loading up that right hand.
Yeah, and you can see UncleTalent do such a nice job with the distance, able to get the nice 1-2 with the hooks going towards the body. I want to see him go a little bit more to the body, but in 30 seconds, we're going to get the CompuBox prediction scores to see how far these guys are going with their punches, see if they're scoring in the judge's eyes, excuse me. But with 15 seconds, already center of the ring, trying to go for a pro right here. Vince's counters with the hooks, jabs, UncleTalent putting all his stamina in the basket and landing with some powerful shots.
Gotta love it, man. That's awesome. That's exactly what we want to see. But the thing is now, and what we can get a quick glimpse at, is that stamina right there is at 88% and the damage is at 80 on UncleTalent. We unfortunately cannot see Roysz's, but look at the CompuBox. It's very close. This first 3 rounds, you got 2 for Sugar Ray Robinson and 1 for Canelo Alvarez. So, I mean, it's anybody's fight at this point. It's anybody's boxing match.
Yeah, and it's anybody's fight, and there's also 2 championship rounds along with that. So not only that you need to worry about the CompuBox prediction scores, but how can you keep that energy up and your stamina up through the later rounds? Because right now, UncleTalent, he's not fighting like a 7 seed. He's acting like he is the front runner of this whole tournament. And he's working well with those counter jabs, working so well, and he's playing more of the outside, not really putting on the full pressure, and getting some nice lunges into the hooks. And now a bit of a brawl trying to answer back with the uppercut whips from Royszn. Royszn trying to answer back, but under 150. So far, so good from UncleTalent.
Yeah, he got caught there with the counter left hand, but he lands his own left hand to him. And now the thing is something that was brought up here UncleTalent, right? You ended up getting time to talk to him and asked him, with this being 12 rounds, you know, and there possibly one more of the fights on the card, what are you doing to prepare? And he's saying that he's been preparing this whole time inside of the gym, so to speak, the boxing realm, playing on ranked on 12 rounds, playing on quick fights with his friends. So, you know, he's ready for this. He's ready to go the full 12, and we're only in 1/4 of that right now, right? 1/3, I'd say. And he's going forward, and he just landed a ton of crazy shots, man.
Dangerous shots. Dangerous, like what you said. Like, he trained, he prepared in the ranked online, which, you know, it's a danger zone for stuff. Like, you really need to go through the gauntlets because you're going to face a lot of people that might want to do some cheats, that might want to play it like a sim boxing, trying to go with a varying amount of styles. But the fact that he's able to get these combinations so flush against Royszn right now trying to gain the distance, but whipping on a lot of the shots and going into the 5th round. He still has time, but he needs to be very careful about his stamina.
He does need to be careful. They both do. They both need to be careful about the stamina. But, I mean, going into round 5 and you still have over 80%, that's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah, very good sign indeed. And again, UncleTalent, the number 7 seed, is using Sugar Ray Robinson on the left side. The number 2 seed with 3 knockouts, Royszn on the right side, using Canelo Alvarez in the light blue trunks, taking more of the center of the ring right here. Just the jabs every single time with the jabs, with the 1-2, getting the hooks off every single time. UncleTalent is just doing such a nice job opening up these rounds.
Yeah, I like that he's coming out aggressive and he's not allowing himself to be bullied. Those were 2 great hooks in succession.
Ooh, oh!
And he just landed another one. Now he's bullying him.
All the hooks. Timber! UncleTalent gets the first knockdown of the ESFL Grand Finale tournament. And so far, 5 seconds in, and the count is up. But man, Royszn, he's on upset alert here, Omni.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That right there, UncleTalent, he definitely is landing.
Oh, again! He hits it again!
Again.
Oh, the body!
Got him. He's pushing forward here. Now this is when you got to get on the bike, so to speak. Talk about Fight Nights commentary. Get on the bike, get on that pedestal and pedal, man. You really do not, you can't sustain these power straights and these tons of combinations, and UncleTalent is not letting up and pressuring very well against.
Oh my God! Did you see the movement right there? He whipped on every single one of those punches. Royszn is trying to find answers, but his knockout king, his throne, might be in danger, because when you come for the king, you best not miss. And UncleTalent is doing the damage right now with all these hooks. Unbelievable scenes that we're seeing in round 5. Could he possibly get another one? The movement calling Muhammad Ali in the ring as we go closer and closer to the end of the round. Can he survive? He will. But Omni, what a round for UncleTalent.
It definitely was. Definitely, he capitalized. He capitalized on the openings that were available to him that Royszn had there, and he had capitalized on the eagerness of Royszn to start to brawl, and he won. He won that exchange, and now Royszn definitely has to start thinking of a different game plan here. I think he needs to start going to that body more effectively. I see so many shots going up top, but you need to sap this man's body. And you can do that with straights. And when he walks in, hit him with that uppercut in the body, circle around, hit him with those hooks to the body. You have to find your openings. And striking to the head right now is leaving him open like this to counter shots, where while commentating, he's done 3 in a row. And another power of straight lands from UncleTalent. He's showing why he's your favorite uncle. I mean, this guy is definitely coming around, and he's showing you that talent right there.
Yeah, he's absolutely showing you that talent, and with 140 left in the halfway point of this first matchup of the tournament, you're seeing UncleTalent just putting the work with a nice straight counter to the face of Royszn. Royszn trying to work his way in. He's doing those lunges, but not really gaining distance. What I love from what we're seeing from UncleTalent is when he sees his opponent hurt, he's able to pounce on his opponent and get the right strikes. Going to the body when he needs to, going to the head when he needs to, countering when he sees an opening. Everything has been precision on his side, and with under 1 minute, it seems like he's been in his playhouse and he's ready to roll around.
Yeah, he needs to, I would say if I'm Royszn right now, I'm putting my hands up and I'm putting my body chest to chest. and I want to find the openings to the body. And that's all I'm going to look for. I'm not going to try to hit anything else. I just want to keep slamming you in the body and slow you down. Because what's happening is every time that Royszn gets close, as you can see, like that was great. Every time he gets close, then you get UncleTalent, he's backing up or he's blocking and he's moving out of range. So that's when I just don't stop moving forward. And I wait until you stop to try to hit me, and then I fire, and we trade in that way. That will be what's helpful for him.
Yeah, and you see, we're going to the 7th round, and so far the stamina has been holding up very well. But interesting enough, Royszn was able to get that last round. One judge has it 57-56, so very close despite the 10-8 round that UncleTalent has. So no matter what you did before, it's about what you do in the present and in the future. He needs to keep it up if he wants to have a chance, because it's still anybody's fight. And right now, you see him fighting like it is, going for these hooks again, getting close, getting the dodges, left, right, 1, 2, 3, 4 punches, combinating, and it's working so well for Talent.
It is working well for Talent. It is, but I wouldn't be remiss to comment on that CompuBox prediction there. There's a reason that he's up, and it's clear and evident. I'd say that knockdown is really what's gotten it. But when you talk about shots landed versus shots thrown right now, I would say UncleTalent may be a little bit ahead, but not by much. You know, I think that really what would be beneficial that's amazing. He's really catching him with these combinations. And he landed an uppercut right in the pocket there. We need to see more body shots coming from Royszn. He's got to slow down this pace, man. He really does. That was crazy. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. We just went into the Matrix for a second. But what I saw is that it seems like Royszn is being more reactionary to these trades a little bit. Like you see UncleTalent start with a jab, and then he's trying to answer back, and then he's getting hit like so many times. He's able to get some counters for Roysz's credit, but every time when you go into that distance range, the hooks coming in clean, the dodges, it's just like those minute details that UncleTalent's doing is just frustrating his opponent, getting his counters, getting the right hooks in, and he still has plenty more stamina to lead with, and that's going to be very scary if you're Royszn right here, Omni.
Definitely. I mean, when you're just leaving your hands down and getting punched 3 times in the face before you can put him back up, that's going to be terrifying. I'd run away from that man. That man's too fast. That man's way too fast. So what you got to do, you got to slow that man down. And we're over halfway through this fight right now. There's already been a knockdown. You're seeing the stamina starting to lower down on the side that we are able to see during the stream, which is UncleTalent. We don't know what's going on with Roysz's side. I really haven't seen a lot of body shots come from UncleTalent, so you could imagine that Roysz's stamina is good. Maybe he's conserving it and waiting for the later rounds to fire.
Yeah, but you have to think, he has been whiffing on a lot of shots, and then when they're close to the pocket, you see the little movements coming from UncleTalent, so he could be landing, he could be not getting hit to the body as much, but he could still be losing stamina after those whiff punches, but we'll have to see. 8th round of this 12-round first round matchup. There's a lot of rounds happening here, ladies and gentlemen, but as you see here, buckling your seatbelt, Royszn is trying to find his way back in. Uppercuts, maybe down a round or 2, but trying to push on the pressure, while UncleTalent doing his business, working the jabs a little bit, trying to find his way back in, not trying to allow the trades, but when the trades come, he's working so well. So we'll have to see what happens in these next couple of seconds here.
Nice jab there. Oh, but he gets caught himself with the jab straight. This is he's really having trouble, it looks like, Royszn, with understanding the distance of UncleTalent there, and that was I like the attempts he's making, that lunging diagonal movement there, but again the body shots, and there we go. That was a great combination for Royszn. He needs more of that.
Yeah, he definitely needs more of that, and we'll see if he can get more. But with straights like that, it's going to be hard to enter into the phone booth with his opponent. But so far, UncleTalent taking more of the outside, working the jabs a little bit, backing up, and making his opponent with a vicious combination. Picture frame it, put in the loop. That guy was absolutely just an artist with his painting of shots right there, and with seconds going down, he's going after again and again, and Royszn at his wits end in that boxing ring, because how many shots can you possibly take of them just getting so there perfectly?
Whoa, there we go. But hold up now. Royszn starting to land those body shots, but granted, well, as you were just saying before, definitely UncleTalent's coming through. And he is starting to throw a lot of 1-2s, and he's landing those, and it's very flashy and it's very nice. It's always cool to see a full extension land. But now we're seeing Royszn is starting to get a beat on him, and we're seeing that he is going to that body with that left hand often. He just did it now and probably landed about 9 to 12 times there. That, if unchecked and unblocked, is going to be a problem. Even though we're getting into the 9th out of 12 rounds, we will now see if Royszn continues to do that, or if UncleTalent can continue to show off and be late on his feet and crack Royszn over and over again and make him pay for his mistakes.
All you need is just a sliver of success. All you need is just one person to make a mistake. And you see, the body uppercuts are working. He did it multiple times. He didn't go to the other side. But if he's leaning back, if he sees he can't get to the head, it's working so well. So Royszn, he's seeing the areas. He's getting a little bit of momentum himself. And UncleTalent just moving around, using the footwork. Right. Oh, but gets hit with a left hook right there from Canelo. That will put some damage. And that block gauge on the lower left side is low. The body is hurt. Royszn, can he get his form? He's trying to go for a knockdown, but he can't capitalize. He's not pouncing as much as he needs. And now Royszn says this is a whole new ball game.
Yeah, and now UncleTalent is just starting to fire shots there because he understands and recognizes he's getting hit. And that's exactly what I called out before. You really need to be careful. When your opponent starts to land a singular punch again and again on you, it means there's an opening. And that right there is what UncleTalent was ignoring. He thought he was going to find an opening there, and that made him pay. And now not only is his stamina much lower than what it was before, now he's got to be worried of that, and he's dropping his hands, and that's opening up the top. And that's moves ahead. This is a good thing for Royszn. He's got to continue to keep this up.
This is like an NCAA tournament. We had upset alerts, and then you see the favorite come back, and now it's anybody's game, and now we're going to the second half in the 5 minutes to see who was going to take it. You see the hooks, you see the straights coming out, we see the power shots from UncleTalent, but you see Royszn just staying at his opponent's face, trying to close the distance as much as possible, and with 5 seconds left, you see him just working with the hooks, maybe go to the body. Once again, the body has been hurt of UncleTalent, and we'll have to check to see in the mid rounds how hurt is that body. It doesn't show like it's hurt, but that health got lower and lower, nearly under 60% there, Omni.
Yeah, man, that's rough. But look at this, he's still up. He's up now. That last round, it does make sense that Royszn is there, right? But we got 3 rounds left, 10, 11, and 12. So now it's really up to both of these guys to adjust to how the other person's fighting. And that's really it. I think Royszn is starting to adjust now, and now we're starting to see UncleTalent, and I think he's going to try to coast here. And I don't blame him. Start pumping out that jab, and be careful of those body shots. And this right here may not be the most exciting thing to watch, ladies and gentlemen, but this is boxing. You know your opponent has an advantage. Step back.
You play with fire, sometimes you get a little bit burned. If you try to park the bus a little bit, maybe that you have like 3 more rounds to play with. Maybe because it's still a 2-round gap, but say if Canelo gets the benefit of the strikes, then you're down to like 1 round up. You don't want to go tied into the second round, especially with Canelo working on the body. So I feel like he still needs to keep up the pressure and go for these strikes. But the movement right here, this is Roysz's round. So if he does this more times, I feel like that might be a little scary for his tournament life.
What do we do in a draw? What do we do if this is a draw?
I'm sure Boiler and everybody in the back will let us know what we're going to be doing with y'all, but this is what is going to be happening with 1 minute. We're focusing on the present right now. The block gauge kind of a little bit halfway low, and you can see the chase. This is, I feel like, been the problem for Royszn. He's able to get that knockout power, but just the capitalization to go forward, to run to his opponent's body is not really working well. Even though we saw a nice straight from UncleTalent, he's still not going to win this round if he keeps up the same attitude.
Yeah, I like what UncleTalent is doing regardless. I think that what we need to start seeing a little bit more of Royszn, rather than chase, start to cut off instead, because as you can see, it's almost linear that you're walking right into things. And I do think that the CompuBot would give him this round. He is throwing a little bit more, but you know what, man? I've seen people fight this way the entire 10 rounds, and they win just because they're more accurate. You don't know what these judges are looking for. So there's a positive here that UncleTalent feels confident in what he's seen on the CompuBot, knows he's up potentially by 2 rounds, and he wants to take it a little easy and doesn't want to get hurt in the body again.
Well, to that fact, he might not be up 2 rounds now. He just gave a round away in that 10th round, possibly. There's 2 other judges that might have it differently. So you very much need to be on your P's and Q's when it comes to, oh, what a power shot missing into the body. That is not what you want to see if you're UncleTalent. And I got word from the chat that if it's a draw, it would be a rematch, but we will go to a different matchup first. So if it's a draw, we might see some, but Royszn says, hey, I still have a chance to beat the Knockout King. That head health was hurting a little bit. You saw the little icon being hurt for UncleTalent. UncleTalent needs to stay on his P's and Q's because right now it's getting very, very nightmarish for him.
It is. This is fascinating here, right? You got body that's getting hurt. That was great. Look at that, doubling up there on the left body hook. And again, he's unrelenting. And I think Roysz's stamina is definitely there. He really didn't get hurt.
Oh, the vicious uppercut landing! Canelo, Royszn, he wants it. 1 minute. Oh, knockdown! It's a timber! Royszn gets the knockdown. For the first time in this contest, it's 1-1. It will be a 5 count. That is dangerous. That's a 10-8 round. That's why I say you never take a round away. And now things get very, very interesting. With 25 seconds left, the block gauge is still low. He's trying to push the pace as much as possible. The number 2 seed is fighting back in these latest rounds, but a nice left hook, right hook coming from UncleTalent. Talent trying to work his way back in. But man, oh man on me, it happened. The knockdown happened. Royszn is still in this fight.
Well, that right there, that's epic. That is, now you've evened out the other rounds. You're getting into the 12th and final round here. This is anybody's game still, but I would imagine Royszn might be up here now. And I think UncleTalent is gonna need to make something happen and win this round decisively if he wants to get the dubs. Royszn may be able to get this just via decision. Good stuff. Nice shot.
This is what the tournament is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle your seatbelts. You're going to see a fantastic round right here. Both guys teetering on getting knocked down one more time. You see Royszn trying to find his way back, possibly leading after that whole 11th round. UncleTalent trying to find his way back, trying to commit the upset of the century of the tournament. But we'll have to see. Under 2 minutes here, Omni.
Yeah, is your uncle gonna avoid getting his ass beat? That's the question. Is Royszn coming through and is gonna be able to break through this distance and get another miraculous combination going? That uppercut was so flush when he had landed it, but what it came out of was he avoided getting popped with the straight and he broke through the offense and he countered. So that's exactly what I think Royszn is going to try to look for again.
Oh, vicious combination.
UncleTalent wants to do is do those combinations. He wants to keep doing that. Nice straight.
Yeah, under 1 minute remaining in the first round matchup between the number 2 seed and number 7 seed. You see the counters coming in. UncleTalent, what can he do to solidify this round? Will he possibly try to go for a knockout? Royszn, we know damn sure he's gonna go for a knockout. Trying to go for a power shot, whips, trying to get it, left hook, missing. Tries to go to the center of the ring, trying to gain a little bit of distance. 15 seconds left. 1-2, coming from Talent. Talent fighting with a brawl fight. The last moment was so crazy that we froze in time. That's tough to see, but what we saw there.
Your favorite uncle wins.
Your favorite uncle wins. So, okay, so what I saw, we saw the score. So one judge had it even, 113 to 113, and then 2 judges had 114 to 112. So it was super close. All 3 judges gave UncleTalent that last and final round. You could cut the tension with a knife. So what we saw there, I think UncleTalent got rocked there when we came back from a little bit of technical difficulties, but man, what a tough way to lose if you're Royszn. So close, but UncleTalent able to scrap by and move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, UncleTalent did a good job there, man. I know toward the end, I called it out, and we started to see that we were getting on from his opponent. I would say this better. We started to see that Royszn was getting a rhythm going. He was starting to hit the body, and he was starting to make it mean something. He gets the knockdown, but unfortunately, UncleTalent was already really far ahead. and he ended up winning that last round and securing a definitive win, split decision victory, and that's good. Or a majority victory, I think it is, when you have one draw on the two.
Yeah, I think it's
But that's good.
majority.
Good stuff.
Yeah. So a
Majority
big,
decision.
yeah, big victory for UncleTalent. The number 7 seed moves on and knocks down the ranked a number 2 seed, the Knockout King with 3 knockouts, able to get knocked down himself. So that's it for Royszn. Kudos for him for having such a good regular season. But now UncleTalent is moving forward into the semifinals. And we also are going to go back a little bit, sponsored by CFESA, because we talked about our first matchup. And Omni, I know we're super excited about this one. It's not up quite yet, but we are getting closer and closer to having our first ever matchup between Pryoxis and KYoungButta. But talking about the first matchup we see, do you think that's the intensity that we're going to be having throughout this whole tournament?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, you're going to see that throughout this entire tournament. This is going to be the first time that these guys are fighting here inside of Undisputed boxing. I mean, but you've seen them. These guys are so familiar with each other when it comes to the UFC realm. It's great. I think that the energy is going to be there. I definitely think the energy is going to be there for sure. Now, I know that you ended up getting some time with these guys. Is there anything you'd like to share? Anything that these guys told you that was good?
Yeah, so interesting enough, I remember talking to Pryoxis before the start of the regular season. I said, you know, you've done it all. UFC ESFL champion. He's been in the spotlight before. He has fought in major big events, especially ESFL Las Vegas. What changes going to the playoffs? He says nothing changes. He's just having fun and he's just putting in the work. He's going to the lab and he's just having like a fun time with it. And then when I ask him 10 rounds, you had 10 rounds to play with, and sometimes that wasn't at your advantage. Now you have 12 rounds to play with, to dissect, to download your opponent. What are you going to do with those 12 rounds? He says, he told people 12 rounds was going to be a problem for everyone else. He's a problem, and they'll either adapt or stay at 30% by round 8. So he's not believing that his opponent, KYoungButta, could survive with him with that amount of stamina. So with this fight, that we're going to be seeing right now on our screens, Ryan Garcia, Pryoxis said it's a problem when he got Ryan Garcia. KYoungButta, the ultimate underdog, is going to have his hands full. But I know KYoungButta, he's no slouch in this whole Undisputed regular season. He deserves to be the AFC, right?
Oh, I definitely think so. I mean, it is unfortunate of his last adventure here inside of the ESFL. However, I for one, there are two things I'm going to say. One, I love that he's picking Ricky Hatton, Hitman.
Ooh.
Love playing Ricky Hatton. I think that he is super fun. I like his long range stance. And another thing to mention is that KYoungButta is fantastic when it comes to striking. Make no mistake, that guy also plays chess. He's really good. He's got a good elo. And he really is good at predicting and setting up strikes with his opponent. Pryoxis, though, I think may prove why he's number 1 seed right now. I think KYoungButta really needs to do his Wim Hof, get his breathing going right, and make sure that he is calm, cool, and collected here because 12 rounds definitely favors Pryoxis. That guy knows how to win long fights. He knows how to pick his shots and maintain his stamina throughout an entire thing.
And you know what? The craziest thing is about the records in the regular season, right? Pryoxis, 5 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. While the number 8 seed had 3 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. You could cut
3 wins,
the
3 losses.
records by a knife. They are so close. And the fact that they're the number 1 seed to the number 8 seed, that's how close the regular season was with 16 or 17 competitors fighting in that whole situation. So the fact that one has to be favorite and one has to be underdog is very like interesting to see. But Pryoxis, the downloading expert, software just installed for every type of ability, and he wants to go to his sim boxing. He wants to be a boxer's boxer when it comes to this tournament. So for KYoungButta with the Ricky Hatton, I love me some Ricky Hatton. I love playing with him or a Mickey Ward using the underdog
Ricky
pick
Hatton.
with him, with the songs going for him. What does he need to do against Pryoxis to make the biggest upset in ESFL history?
Stay calm. Stay calm and don't allow Pryoxis to fight the game plan that he wants to fight. Really get reckless out there. Start landing those body shots and get those body hooks going early and often. And then also, don't be predictable. Don't let your emotions get the best of you. Relax and make it happen. I like that they're fighting here. I really like that they're having the
So
fight here.
intimate, right? Like it's just like it's a
So
dingy
intimate.
gym,
It
and
is so
like
intimate.
there's no like distractions, no crowd. It's just you and your competitor to go into the
It's
semifinals.
Rocky and
It's
Apollo Creed. Let's
Rocky,
go.
yes. Rocky Apollo Creed and Rocky 3. That's what we're going to be seeing here as KYoungButta trying to be the Rocky of his own story, the ultimate underdog, using Ricky Hatton on the left side, going against the #1 seed Pryoxis in the blue on the right side, using Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia, man, that was crazy when he got knocked out there in real life. And then you look at Ricky Hatton, and now look at this. You got Pryoxis, he's throwing his own body hooks and are landing well. And I think now KYoungButta is starting to understand a bit of the footwork here, trying to catch Pry coming in, like that hook attempt. Throws another one, and Pry again lands a body, and he backs out.
And I love what we're seeing so far, right? You see that KYoungButta, he's working a little bit of body, but he's also working ahead. He's not giving Pryoxis mostly any space when it comes to the ring. But Pryoxis, he's already setting the groundwork for his body shots, right? Uppercuts to the body, straights to the body. Just taking his time, not really going fully outright and brawling. It's just body shots, body shots, body shots, just laying the groundwork. And that's why I feel like it's going to be super dangerous, because he's kind of a lull period. You need to be patient in the first 4 rounds against Pryoxis, and then he starts to ramp up like a roller coaster and just works on your head after that. So very interesting to see it with under 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and I think right now Pryoxis is doing a really good job. He's doing a game plan I don't think KYoungButta was preparing for. And Ricky Hatton has Liver King perk. So you're really trying to look and see him do that, land those body hooks. So I think that Pry is showing a lot of versatility by continuously landing that jab on the body and just waiting for an opening for his opponent. Doing a good job.
And you know what's funny?
Nice,
with a vicious counter like that. Good shot from Pryoxis. I also talked to KYoungButta, and I asked him, Pryoxis wasn't a big stranger to big moments. What are your strengths to meet the moments when the first bell rings? He said he is no stranger to the big moments. He's also been there before. And hopefully, with that being said, he said he was tasting the canvas as one. So KYoungButta, not a lack of confidence. He's not going to make it in the first round knockout, but he seems like he wants to put on a performance against Pryoxis, which he has to try to do in the second round right now.
I don't know why you would say, like, for one, I have 2 questions for KYoungButta. I don't know why you would say you knocked this man down in 1 round. That's good confidence. But the second thing is, what does the K stand for in your name? I'd like to know.
It's the grandest mystery. Do you even want to know what the K stands for? Because I feel like you just have to leave it.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something. If he gets the knockdown here and he beats Pryoxis by KO, he'll be KYoungButta. That's what we stand for. Knockout YoungButta.
Ooh, I like that.
I mean, it could be that, or it could be Kid YoungButta. If this guy ends up quitting again, we'll see.
Oh.
Well, you know, he's a good guy. Good dude. I'm only playing some fun at KYoung. But at the end of the day, right now, what's happening is Pryoxis, I think, is being very patient. And he is landing at full extension of the strikes like that, and he's finding the openings, and he's moving around a lot. I like the footwork. It's not very easy to predict. He's moving left, moving right, and he's getting inside of the pocket, and he lands that hook there. Good stuff. And he lands another jab. And Pry's landing a lot.
Yeah, Pry's landing a lot, but he's also like, there was one hook that he wasn't fully in range. But with shots like that, that is working very nicely. What I'm liking for both competitors is that they're not just headhunting, right? They're not trying to go outright to a brawl. There's actually a strategy when it comes to the strikes. When they get close, work the body. Work the body, then you can go straight up to the head. Use those jabs. Both guys are fighting their style, and so far, this is why I feel like you need to keep up the consistent pressure. But one thing we need to look out for, because it's the only thing that we can see, is Pryoxis' stamina. He's going to use that very well, and with 20 seconds, will he be goaded into a brawl situation if he gets hit once or twice? Or is he going to stay patient as possible when it goes to the later rounds? But body shots galore from both guys. Oh, vicious counter there too.
Vicious counter, power straight, and that is the end of the second round. 97% stamina, 98 damage. There's nothing more that you can want. It's very clear that the game plan is to wear down KYoungButta's body, and just like that, catches him walking into the lead body hook. and continue to maintain his own. Avoid getting hit with those body shots and land his own. That's good. Good exchange from both gentlemen there. With
Now, one quick question for you. Along with the body shots that KYoungButta is doing, do you even risk trying to go for a power shots, or do you think it will take too long to even get that towards Pryoxis? Because I feel like if you waste enough energy on those power shots, you're not going to get many opportunities to get hit.
I mean, just worry about landing, right? Just worry about landing, walk forward, and try to get into his face. You can see that he continuously is moving. And I think the one thing that we've noticed up to this third round is that KYoungButta is not necessarily being so patient. He's trying to land shots or set his feet a little too early sometimes. Those 2 shots he landed flush. I like that, but he just got caught again. And I think like that, you see, he's planting his feet. But really, the thing is you want to keep moving forward. You want to keep moving forward and then wait until you see them plant, and now you're trading. It's really good to trade.
It's similar to like Undisputed in boxing. It's like someone that we see in the FGC, right? With like Street Fighter or like Tekken. It's just the footsie game that we're seeing from Pryoxis trying to land these body shots. Not only is he just like going straight for like going vertical and then going backwards, he's just taking his time. He's going like he's doing a little teeter-totter, trying to sway his opponent into him so he could capitalize and get his strikes in. So with 30 seconds so far, it hasn't been like very predictable from his side, and he's working really well with his footwork.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I couldn't say it better myself. Footsie, right? Game of footsie. And I think Pryoxis is one of the masters at that inside of many different fighting games. Also in Gears of War, he played for a while. He's really good at footsie. Shotgun footsie is very real in Gears of War.
Oh God, Gears of War, that's a throwback. I remember the 360 and just like playing it all the time with my friends. Yeah, that's another story for another day. Yeah, it was crazy.
Look at this. Ricky Hatton is up according to CompuBox, and I honestly don't know why, but maybe there's something that I'm missing. I'm gonna pay a lot more attention now to what KYoungButta is doing.
Well, it could be with the judges, because sometimes I know they don't really favor body shots all like that. So all the body shots that he might have taken, just like that one, to the uppercut of the solar plexus into the kidneys, KYoungButta's been hitting the head a little bit more, maybe landing more with the hooks, a little bit with the straights, and the judges are liking that even more. But again, you have 12 rounds with Pryoxis. We know that he turns it up when it goes more to the 6 to the 10 rounds. So right now, fine, you win 2 rounds, but can you keep it up going into more of the later rounds? Because right now, Pryoxis, he's still in download mode, where round 4, he's still trying to figure out his opponent, trying to see where he could go. And then, by the 5th round, you're going to see him try to headhunt a little bit more.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I like that what he's doing right now, and he's being successful in landing to the body. I also like that KYoungButta has made an adjustment, and he's starting to change up his footwork. And look at that. 2 clean shots, 1 to the body, 1 to the head, landing from KYoungButta. He is starting to come into a rhythm of his own, I would say. I'd like to see a little bit more straight shots, and I think he's not throwing that because Pryoxis continues to go and circle one way or another. But like right there, he just threw it. That's awesome. But you start throwing to that body, right? Throw that lead body hook and then throw it straight afterwards. You set them in place and then you throw that body straight, and then that's going to really hurt. See if he does that going forward.
Yeah, and one key move that we're seeing from KYoungButta is just the left body hook into a left hook straight up. That's been his favorite move so far that he's like to do, because he's seeing Pryoxis just move to his left a little bit more. If he can capture that on the right side, then he's in the money for all of his strikes. But as we approach the mid-round break, going to round 5, it still could be anyone's fight. Pryoxis still doing his work, still working on the body, still holding on to that stamina.
Yeah.
95, as you said, 95 stamina, and we're in the 5th round. He's going to have a whole kitchen sink to throw against his opponent later on. So it's up to KYoungButta. Can he withstand the pressure? Can he withstand being patient enough and not worry about what his opponent's doing? Because right now, he's getting hit with a straight, and it's not working to his benefit, but he's getting some body shots too. So it's only a matter of time before we see a little bit of a rock as those shots keep popping out from Pryoxis.
Yeah. Respect to the Ricky Hatton pick. Total respect to the Ricky Hatton pick, because I really appreciate it. Orion Garcia is definitely an advantage when you're going against him. There's definitely an advantage there. So right now, I really like the combinations that we just started to see from Pryoxis in the beginning there. He landed a hook and counter. and now he's starting to jab backwards, and he's just continuously landing the jabs. And he's landing it up top. That's really going to open up a body shot that we'll likely see soon, like that. See? And now
but that's
jab, and another
But
one.
that's very scary. But the fog of war, KYoungButta had Pryoxis block gauge very low, so he was more open to get some punches. But right now, we're going to a little bit of a back and forth. Both guys swinging for the fences a little bit. Oh, good. Back step away from the hooks, but a hook landing from right there for Pryoxis. And now both guys not really taking a step back, staying more in the center of the ring. And do you think that has to favor more KYoungButta or Pryoxis when they stay center like that?
Oh man, in this situation, I mean, Pryoxis is making him kind of chase him. I mean, granted, KYoungButta is maintaining a bit more control in the center of the ring. It's always an advantage to hold the center because then you get your opponent walking into you and you have more room to back up in case they start throwing a lot of shots.
Ooh.
And look at that. That was sexy. I gotta say, that was gorgeous. This man leaned his head with a quick movement and landed a hook and followed up by an uppercut. Great way to end the round, KYoungButta. Hopefully he can keep that up. The damage looks at 88 right now for Pryoxis.
It was like a slow motion into a left hook. Perfect boxing strike for KYoungButta, but still a lot of work to do as we approach the halfway mark of this second matchup of the first round. Pryoxis uses the Riot Garcia right here, trying to find his way with the jab, trying to land a body, but gets hit with his own strikes. It seems like he's getting the counter jabs, right? He's getting the strikes that he wants, but KYoungButta, no pressure, well, still more pressure, but not give him any quarter to move around. But the chasing of KYoungButta needs to be very careful.
Yeah, and it seems like he's getting a tiny bit frustrated just because he keeps getting countered with that jab. Again, deep breaths, Wim Hof, man. Start to get your energy and chakra flowing. You just relax, right? According to CompuBox, this is a closer fight, so just try to take it easy and keep your guard up because he keeps leaving himself open just trying to make one shot like that, as you can see. He's also inside a loose footwork to catch him, and Ricky Hatton, he could fight in loose footwork as any fighter other than, I would say, Joe Frazier really can do, but I'm not a fan of putting Ricky Hatton inside of the loose footwork unless I'm chasing, and I don't think he's really chasing. I just think that he's having trouble, and he thinks he's chasing because Pryoxis' footwork is really good.
Yeah, but one thing that we have to give credit for, even though he got hit with a nice body uppercut counter, he was able to get some shots, able to get the body shot into a left hook, and that's working, like right there. The body into the uppercut with the same hand, working so well with the left side. It's just all about moving around and just at least close to the distance a little bit. But so far, Pryoxis, we're going to see what the CompuBox prediction scores are going to be in the next round to see if Pryoxis have gained some ground against his opponent or if KYoungButta still on an upset alert path of making this work. But so far, with a nice hook like that, and again, working three straight strikes working against Pryoxis, and KYoungButta ending the round very nicely.
And look at this now. The damage, 77%. Let's see what CompuBox has to say. They do have Pryoxis up now every other round since he took the last 3 rounds. Now, that is not... This is halfway through, right? This is still close. You can still come back here. But the thing about coming back is you need to land your shots, and you need to also make sure your opponent doesn't land his. I think KYoungButta, I'm referring to, is leaving himself open quite a bit. Not only that, but he is very, like, he's chasing, right? Like, now they're in the center. If I'm him, I'm standing still. I have to get Pry to start coming into me. Pry moves forward like this. You see, he moves forward and gets right back out.
Yeah, but mind you, he's landing those hooks, right? He's landing those hooks. He's landing those jabs. Even though he's chasing and he's getting hit, it seems like he's taking one to give one, right? He's getting hit with those straights. He's getting hit with those jabs. But those hooks seem like they're landing. Like, there's a reason why that damage or that health was at 77%. And with counters like that, Pryoxis is going to have a ball with his opponent. But with 130 left, halfway through the 7th round, you have to think the connections are striking. But now Pryoxis is going to try to turn it up.
Yeah, I mean, he has the stamina to do so. He certainly can start to put the pedal to the metal here and start firing a lot of shots. And what you'll start to see coming toward the 10th round is Pryoxis will start to plant his feet and throw up punches and bunches in good combinations. At least that's what I believe. And now what you're seeing here is that KYoungButta still is doing his best to protect that body because I think he's slowing down. I think that after a while, those body shots are meaning something, and that was a good hook. And he tries to throw another one, misses. And look at that. Pryoxis throws 1-2 and then body hook right there, and he lands that. The thing about this is that, look at that. You're
Oh,
leaving yourself open when you're trying to go for those sidestepping hooks. He does trade, give one, takes one to give one. But in this situation, you might be a little bit far behind. It might be
oh
good
my
to just
God.
give one and say, here, take it, tax-free. I got you. You know,
And
like,
and then
I don't need nothing.
and little things that we saw in those like couple seconds is just like Pryoxis take not like a full setback but like a minor setback, able to land the jabs to get the counter. It's just that distance game. If we can see it right here, like Ricky Hatton needs to close
Yeah.
the distance, but this range right here, that range is danger zone for KYoungButta. He can't stay in that zone because Pryoxis will easily enter in or enter out of that zone and make you miss every single time.
Nice.
But get him on the ropes. That leaves a chance for him to like close the distance and try to get the striking. But every time he sends it into the center of the ring, KYoungButta doesn't really have a chance unless he closes the distance.
Yeah, jabs as well, like that, like you just threw
True,
there.
yes.
A lot of them is a lot of hooks that KYoungButta's throwing, as you just see 2 hooks successfully in a row. And I respect it because you're Ricky Hatton. But Ricky Hatton is a boxer. He can throw more of these jabs, and you want to try to time the jab. If you can trade jabs and time their jab, then you're going to increase the distance between you and your opponent. But like right there, as you just saw, Pryoxis landed a big flurry of shots, counter shots to the body, and lands a clean, 2 clean free shots and a third to the head. I mean, come on now. You got to change it up a bit.
It's the sweet science. It's the flow motion of Pryoxis punches that's just working so well for him. Able to land the body, go straight ahead, and he's going to do it again. These trades are working well for his benefit now. And you see Pryoxis just move it back a little bit, let him chase. Oh, you're going to get that hook? All right, well, I'm going to hit you with this trade, and I'm going to try to land more punches as you. With 45 seconds left, you see the striking getting closer and closer with the body shots, but KYoungButta is just... He gets him on the ropes, but he lets him escape, and that's going to be very demoralizing when you get into these later rounds.
I mean, he keeps on trying to throw hooks and counter his opponent. That was a good little... I'll give him that. Those are good little flurries from both of those guys. He just keeps on trying to land these body hooks as Pryoxis is moving left and right, but Pryoxis is out of range for most of them. I mean, now that's good. 2 rear hooks to the body land from KYoungButta at the end of the round. And as you've called out, KYoungButta does finish these rounds out well. 61% damage on Pryoxis as of right now, with 82% stamina going into the 9th. That is significant.
Yeah, and also one other thing, because we know Pryoxis, he's been laying the groundwork towards the body. Oh, but that block gauge is super low. I wonder if KYoungButta knows it. Maybe he's trying to push on the pressure, because that could be very damaging. That's something we need to look out for. How many times is Pryoxis blocking and taking that block, and how much is Ricky Hatton's power doing some damage? But with a left hook counter like that, he doesn't need to worry about his block gauge. Oh, again, too.
Yeah, he's done it twice. And look at that, throwing that clean, crisp check hook to the face. And another jab. And here comes another jab. And now Pryoxis is going to start to look to land that close shot, the quick shots. He's going to keep doing that.
Yeah, it's like a Western movie. You know, you go into a stand-up and you're saying quick draw, and he's gonna unleash the gun as manner possible, just unleashing a powerful shot to the body as he just does right there. Pryoxis, this is his fight. He loves some boxing like this, but counters like that, KYoungButta is still gonna be in the fight. It's just all a matter of what the Kami Box prediction scores are gonna be in the 10th round, because we're in the 9th round and time is running out for KYoungButta.
It is. It is. We'll see how CompuBox felt he's been doing in the last few rounds. I mean, from what I'm seeing, Pry is doing very well. But KYoungButta is not out of this. As you called out, he is landing hooks. It's still in this fight. There's been nobody that's rocked yet. Pryoxis is doing what Pryoxis does, which is win. And he's starting to throw and land a lot of great shots where there's openings like that, where you saw that straight and that lead hook land successfully.
Yeah, and with 15 seconds left, we'll see if KYoungButta could finish off the round strong with a couple of punches, but just the distance game from Pryoxis will not give him an opportunity. Tries to land a little bit of a jab, but that will be the end of it, as both guys trying to fight a little bit after the bell. But you see there, 55, I think, was the health rate. And oh my goodness, it got a little bit close.
Mm-hmm. And you called that one. Yes, you did.
KYoungButta 85 to 86. But going to your point, Omni, I'm gonna let you finish your point right there. But it's getting a little bit scary. Pryoxis, you wanna see him turn out, but KYoungButta still has a chance, as you said in the last round.
He does. I mean, now this is going to be a momentum. Like, this is a wake-up call. Okay, CompuBank is showing that there is a chance. There's a chance. I came back. I did not lose 3 rounds in a row. And that's what I think that's what he needed to see. That's going to give him hope. That's going to allow him to start moving forward and try to land his own shots. And another thing is that Pry may be landing a lot, but maybe the reason why he didn't win all 3 rounds definitively like he did before is because a lot of those shots are just jabs. It's not very significant strikes, and it's not very powerful. Now we're starting to see Pryoxis throwing a lot more hooks, as we alluded to. He's trying to now land more damaging shots because he's trying to take away and get ahead in this race. But KYoungButta's been doing that. He's been constantly throwing hooks there. Nice counter landed from Pryoxis yet again.
And Omni, you have to think, like, it has to be more of to the mind of both these fighters. Like, you need to solidify these rounds. You can see the counters going back and forth with under 1 minute left in the 10th round. But this is where now it's a best of 3. You know that you have 1 leg up, but right now you see look at the kitchen sink. Oh, that was just like a weathered uppercut. So the stamina must be fairly low for KYoungButta, using a lot of those uppercuts to the body, whipping a lot of his shots, trying to go for the jab, and now Pryoxis trying to enter back, trying to land some of his own shots, landing the hooks and not getting very close. 15 seconds left, and this is where Pryoxis does his damage right here, Omni.
It certainly is. Coming down to the end of this 10th round, we have 2 more to go, and that's a little telling when we saw that slow movement. That tells me that the body shots from Pryoxis are doing significant work on the stamina of KYoungButta.
Now, do you think this could be a first time for everything? First time in ESFL history that we might get a chaos bracket where our top 2 seeds could possibly go down, but Pryoxis still up. KYoungButta's still in the fight, but there is a possible chance for a chaos bracket if KYoungButta doesn't get hit with shots like that. But Pryoxis work it so well, taking the center of the ring, working his hooks as much as possible, and just stopping his opponent very nicely. And those combinations are coming in flush there.
They are. Look at this. Hits the body again.
It's just like, you have to think the tension of the moment, the spotlight that's on you. Everyone wants to win the belt. Everyone has their eyes on you. You could be the first person to have the UFC title and the Undisputed title in the organization's history, while KYoungButta is trying to disrupt history and cause some chaos on himself. With 140 left, you see Pryoxis still keeping even kill, having fun in there, staying in the center of the ring and just working on his punches.
Yeah. And then now we're starting to see KYoungButta is throwing a lot of good shots here. Lands a body uppercut again and lands the jab. And Pryoxis is now counters with his own jab. That was very well timed. He gets caught with a rear hand to the head and then followed up with the body. And then look at that, a straight shot. 1 minute left.
Oh, and
straight, I like the matrix right there.
Yeah, you love the matrix, but that's the range that's been working for Pryoxis every time, working the body. And you can see Pryoxis unleashing the tank in these last 2 rounds right here, trying to see if he can possibly get a knockdown to solidify everything. But the hooks, jab, going to hooks. It's not only that he's doing the straights and the jabs so well, it's that he's branching off every single time.
He is.
10 seconds.
That jab, lead hook lands successfully from KYoungButta, and here comes another jab here from Pryoxis. No!
Just nasty.
He fooled me. He fooled KYoungButta. He landed that left hand successfully with that hook, and now we're in the final round.
He saw the hitbox. He came close. He was like, boop, I'm just gonna slap you in the face with the left hook. No worries. But this is the final round, as you said, of our second matchup. There's 2 more fights still to go in the quarterfinals. We'll see who is going to meet UncleTalent and who's going to meet these next couple opponents in the next future matchups. But going to the present right now, Ryan Garcia, Pryoxis, doing his work as consistently as possible. KYoungButta trying to answer back. Probably needs to throw the whole kitchen onto his opponent, but how much do you risk through the reward of everything?
Yes. I mean, at this point, you don't know where the judges are. I think both of these guys are in the same boat. You both need to go for broke here. And, you know, if you end up losing all the money because you went for broke, all right, but then you might be successful. You might get some money there if you decide to invest a little bit there, get some capital assets. But that right there, that's prize asset. And that left hand is gold, and it's been gold all freaking fight, landing that jab successfully. And KYoungButta is really trying to look for a counter, a
Oh,
slip of some sort. And oh my gosh, left hand again to the body, to the head, followed up. And KYoungButta, I don't think he's got a minute left here, Kingsley. Take us out, but I don't think this guy has been able to land much this round.
yeah, we'll have to see if we can put on the pressure. We're under 1 minute to go in the final round right here. You see KYoungButta trying to answer back with a hook, but gets land with a vicious counter from Pryoxis. Pryoxis finding his way through and through, making his opponent chase, trying to go for the distance game a little bit. And you know what? Maybe he's trying to take a little bit of stroll. Try to keep up the same striking pressure as he did before. But with 15 seconds left, does he even need to force the issue? As 10 seconds left. KYoungButta gets a nice counter. We'll have to see what the judges score, because we won't see a nice power shot landing. Body shots out landing from Pryoxis. And we will go to the judges' scorecards. And the winner will be Pryoxis. The #1 seed goes on to the semifinals.
I'm very curious to see how close this was, if he won by 2 or 1 round, maybe even 3 rounds. KYoungButta, man, much respect to you. I really like KYoungButta as a person. I've spoken to him a few times, and it looks like 2 rounds up, and that was very close. KYoungButta was fighting tooth and nail toward the end here, and this is just the way it goes sometimes. Look at the difference here. The health is reversed compared to the stamina here, and I think that's really been the difference. Pry continuously land to that body 109 to 80, and then the headshots were successful from KYoungButta, which was a bit of a surprise, but both 37%. And then Pry was not really landing as many headshots as I thought. A lot of them were jabs, and it was only 30%. And that guy, that's the guy right there. Hey,
he's moving on.
Pry.
You guys can't see him, but we see him on the screen because we're still on the stat screen. But Pryoxis going to the semifinals. But very interesting to see that even though it was 37 to 35% in favor of Ricky Hatton with a total strikes punch, you can see the difference. The jabs, the straights, being more implemented by Pryoxis, and that's something that his next opponent is going to need to look out for, because that's going to be very scary. 12-round Pryoxis is a freaking problem. It's a reason why he's the #1 seed, and he's moving on. But kudos to KYoungButta. That ends his season for the Undisputed season right here. He was such a great competitor.
Man. Tell me what the K means.
I want to know. Now you have to tell Omni about what the K means, because now we need to find out the mystery since the season is over. But hopefully we get another season where we can see him back and enjoy. And also, if you guys want to join the next season, guess what, guys? We have a Discord. If you sign up to our Discord, you can see what we're doing for UFC, what we're doing for WWE, as well as Undisputed. So if you feel like, hey, I could take on Pryoxis, hey, I could take on UncleTalent and be an underdog too, join our Discord so you could be in the know for all of our events, all of our things that we have happening on Twitch and on YouTube, and all that good stuff. But now,
we look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah, absolutely. We look forward to seeing every single one of you, and we thank all of you for following and subscribing. We've been seeing it in the chat and all your predictions. It's been absolutely amazing. But now it's time to go into our next fight, and this one I'm very interested to see it, because this one is FightNightsFinest going against EyeGameUWatch and Omni. Tell me what you feel.
Undisputed's finest. Undisputed's finest. Let's be real. This man right here, I watched him put on clinic after clinic when I've been commentating, and he's made a fan out of me. And let me tell you a little something here. EyeGameUWatch, certainly not somebody to be played around with either. This guy's only lost to the best, Losooo and Pry. And then you talk about Undisputed's finest. This man has gone through, and he has defeated the likes of UncleTalent. He's defeated the likes of Addict85. He defeated Losooo by decision. I mean, this is just that fight. This is the contender for fight of the night in my book. And we're seeing the picks come around here, man. I'm stoked. I'm excited. I know you got some time to speak with both of these guys. Anything interesting you want to tell the folks at home?
Whew, what can you say? I did talk to both of these competitors. We know I talked to Undisputed Finest if we're gonna be calling them that, but when I tell him this is one of the biggest moments for the ESFL boxing scene, and for him to be a part of that, I asked what the moment meant to him. He said everyone has played Sim, and the fights this far has been a joyful experience, even though we have a 3-second glitch. But going back to what I said about Fight Night's Finest, he is very appreciative of the moment. He is a very competitive player, and it's always been a pleasure for him to put on for his combat sports games, and most importantly, showcasing that you don't have to use cheese to be one of the best. He's been very anti-cheese when it comes to Undisputed
No
and
cheese.
other boxing games in the past, and he couldn't be more proud to put on for those who have stuck with him for well over a decade into the fight game. And he also wants to shout out the Sim Academy and shout out Toon Squad as well. So, you know, Pryoxis making his way to the semifinals. He wants to do it as well. But for his opponent, right? EyeGameUWatch. I remember
Mhm.
commentating his first fight, right? And the thrusting, the braggadocious, knowing that this guy has swagger on a million. Looking forward to be in this tournament. He says he's gonna fight his fight and no one else's. So what Undisputed Finance is gonna do? He ain't gonna do it. He's gonna do what he wants to do. And he says he wants to pick his shots and make him pay when he misses. So we might see some counter boxing, maybe some outside boxing punching situations. I think we saw like the division, maybe it was a cruiserweight division possibly. I don't know if we could possibly see it, but Omni, when you think about this whole fight, EyeGameUWatch, braggadocious against someone who's been a decade into the game. What are you expecting in this contest?
Slaughter. A potential slaughter is what I'm expecting from one side or the other, but this is ultimately going to be a highly contested bout. These guys both had done their homework on each other, and I think that there's a reason, as I say, Fight Night's Finest, changed his name on here to Undisputed's Finest. This guy's got years of experience within the boxing game, watches boxing in real life, studies that, and then applies that to the game. And now we are going to see here, ladies and gentlemen. And what we're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, coming from EyeGameUWatch, picking Roy Jones Jr. and Undisputed's Finest, if I'm not mistaken, picked Terrence Crawford, who had an amazing showing,
Ooh.
ended up getting a TKO victory. This is a banger of a fight. This is going to be the fight to watch for this evening. I'm telling you guys, don't go nowhere. Don't go nowhere. This is where it's going to be here.
It,
I'm excited. I want to see these guys, one of these guys possibly in the final.
and you know what? They might have a chance because again, on this side of the bracket for EyeGameUWatch and Fight Night's Finest, whoever wins this matchup goes against UncleTalent, and we saw what he could do. He's ready for a brawl. He wants to knock out people and use all his energy to go to that title, which is going to be absolutely amazing on his either on his desk or if he's going to hold it around, just walk in the park, just strolling around, listening
Yeah, he'll
to
just
Ray
go walk
Guns
in
are
the
falling
park
on
and
my
go to
head.
Walmart with it. Yeah.
Go to Walmart. The biggest flex of all. Just have a belt. It's like, what the hell is that belt? Oh, I won this. It's no problem.
Champion.
But the fact that Uncle Talon is going to be facing someone from this contest, and this has been our most anticipated fight. This is going to be astounding to see. And I
Oh,
think it
Lawrence.
wasn't
Okay.
a Terrence Crawford, it's a Lawrence Corley. And that's, I don't
Okay.
know much about
Nope.
Lawrence,
No
but
idea.
Roy Jones Jr.,
I'm a UFC fan,
he
but he
is
is a badass.
yeah, what we're hearing is that he's an absolute badass. So, could we expect a brawl? I know that's not really Undisputed Finest's game plan, but maybe he's trying to use that, try to be a little bit unorthodox, trying to go outside the box in this third round, this first round, third matchup.
Yeah, I mean, a badass here when you pick somebody who's undefeated against Roy Jones Jr., both, of course, badasses in the boxing realm. But I'm telling you, man, there's got to be a reason that you're seeing somebody pick Lawrence Okoli. And there are plenty of them that are evident already. But one thing that sticks out to me is that the guy who did it is Undisputed's Finest, Fight Night's Finest. This guy here is trying to go and take that belt to Walmart, man. He's trying to go into the arcade and scream at 5-year-old children with this belt saying you cannot beat me in Pac-Man. And I'm telling you, this is the guy. This is the guy that we're here to watch. I'm excited. He's got Sauce on the back, Okoli on the front, and we are underway. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the continuation of the
Ooh, that
ESFL
height advantage. Holy
Undisputed
shit.
Grand Finale Tournament. I am your host and commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me, Ruthless Omni. We see here EyeGameUWatch on the left side using Roy Jones Jr. And we see Undisputed Finest, aka FightNightsFinest, on the right side using Lawrence. And so far, this is what Undisputed Finest. I don't know if I'm going to go to that or Fight Night's Finest, whichever one. It's
He's the
interchangeable.
finest, man. Boxers,
He's
man.
the finest. He is absolutely the finest. And right now, he's doing a boxing way to get that counter in. And you can see, just not really fully forcing himself into a trade,
Mhm.
but able to pick off his opponent with a nice counter. And you can see, as you said, the height difference is so big compared to Roy Jones Jr. and Lawrence right there.
Yeah, and that reach advantage is definitely evident as well. You're fighting somebody that is about 4 to 5 feet inches or feet. Oh my God, you're fighting Andre the Giant. No, 4 or 5 inches, 4 or 5 inches taller than yourself, and they are standing in the center of the ring. And they're saying, "Come forward." That's intimidating, man. That is a hard thing. And now we're seeing EyeGameUWatch. I love it. Not falling for that. He is gonna ease himself in. He's just trying to circle in, and this is a good feeling out process that we haven't really seen too much of, other than when we saw a little bit of it within Pryoxis and KYoungButta's fight. This right here is what boxing's about. Oh, okay, I'm coming through, and I'm gonna try to hit you. I'm trying to hit you here. I'm gonna try to get you, but this is really what you see a lot in regular boxing matches is trying to figure out the range, and that's the first thing both of these guys are doing, and I love it. No one's walking forward to each other. There you are.
Yeah, but another thing is that it's so the patience has to be absolutely astonishing. I mean, you're in a high pressure moment, right? You could cut the tension with a knife, and the fact that EyeGameUWatch, we usually know that he comes out guns blazing, but he said he's gonna fight his fight, and Undisputed is saying, "Hey, I have 10 years in the game. I'm going to use the hidden gem in Lawrence to do something better." And you can see, even though there wasn't many punches being landed, there's still some right swelling on Roy Jones Jr. So that could be in the scoring judge's favor for Undisputed Finest. So right now, will we see a change? Will we see the adaptability coming into this round or maybe the next round? Maybe it's more of a filling out process. You can see the double jabs trying to figure out the distance because you have to assume that Lawrence is going to have the range advantage. So he can stay in the center of the ring. He could stay here and do the 1-2s, but it's all up to EyeGameUWatch. Are you going to partake? Are you going to interact and try to force the action? Because sooner or later, you can carry all that stamina, but it's something that you need to do along with the stamina. And already the counters coming in from the body shot of Undisputed Finest, but the diagonal trying to put him on the ropes. Never really fully working, but under 2 minutes so far. Oh, good body shots. And that's what he needs to do. A little bit of Joe Frazier working with the inside fighting.
Yeah, I like that diagonal movement he used to get on the inside. Good job there from EyeGameUWatch. And Undisputed's Finest is having a little bit of trouble here. It seems in the second round. He's trying to get a range going, but he keeps getting caught with his diagonal movement. And then EyeGameUWatch is just unloading to the body and to the ribs as soon as he breaks through that range. And this is a little frustrating to fight against. I know it.
And you know, that had to be so smart with under 1 minute. EyeGameUWatch saw this situation, analyzed the situation, and he says, okay, if you're not gonna, I'm not gonna fight your fight, but I'm gonna inside fight you. And when you make a mistake, I'm gonna capitalize every single time. Like right there, just a diagonal lunge into the body again to break down a tree. You need to cut it off at his base, and that is exactly what EyeGameUWatch is doing against Undisputed Finest. Now, what is up to Undisputed Finest? When you're seeing that situation where you're getting hit inside the body, do you try to block a little bit more low, or do you try to go headhunt and trade in those situations there, Omni?
I mean, it's so early, right? I mean, you don't get too frustrated. But as you can see, what's happening is that once he starts to step forward, he's throwing a little bit of hooks. And EyeGameUWatch says, "Oh, really? I'm going right under there, and I'm going to land hooks, and I'm going to get away." So if that's what I'm seeing my opponents doing, I'm going to go forward, feint, that I'm going to try to punch him, and then block. And then once I see you're going to the body, I'm throwing an uppercut, and I'm going to try to crack you right in the jaw if I can, or maybe throw some body hooks because it's constant diagonal movement. And also another thing to catch that diagonal movement is doing what he's doing there, throwing that jab now. Now we're seeing Undisputed Finest is starting to get a little bit of a rhythm, throwing the jab, and he's throwing the hooks because he's trying to catch him as he does that diagonal movement. But this is honestly a good strategy for EyeGameUWatch. He is staying light on his feet, and he's not running into any of this power coming from Lawrence. And that's what he needs to do. Continue to do it and continue to land these body shots when he can. I love how he is engaging in this fight. He keeps going in with diagonals, not being right in front of him and walking straight into him. That is
Yeah.
something to learn for everybody watching.
Right now, he went through plan A. Now it's time for plan B. Plan
Um,
B, working the body with the nice counters again. It's just that same movement. Maybe it's the jabs that he's like predicting and he's able to lunge forward. I wonder if you just try to disrupt the timing of the jabs, maybe try to go for a 1-2 and then work the body. Because I don't think we've seen many body shots from Undisputed Finest. Maybe taking the time trying to work the jab a little bit too much. Maybe a jab to the body could change up that situation, but we'll have to find out as we're approaching again towards the 1 minute mark of the second round. Already the body, so many body shots, capitalizing, and that's a knockdown for EyeGameUWatch in the second round nonetheless.
is significant. That shocked the absolute hell out of me. I have a question as well, right? He does a lot of diagonal movements. I mean, prior to getting that knockdown with 30 seconds left, I mean, Undisputed Finest has got to be frustrated. Second round knockdown, and this was just insane. But when you see something like that, right, all that diagonal movement, I gotta ask, does that tax your stamina a lot? How much is the tax stamina on moving like that? But it doesn't matter. He gets the knockdown in the second round, or is that the third round?
I think that was the second round. We might be approaching the third round here, but it might take down not the health, but definitely the stamina, because like you can't take that many. And it has a significant drain if you take like so many punches. But going into, actually, excuse me, we're in the fourth round and it's tied up. That 10-8 round tied the whole thing up. So what Undisputed Finest was doing right, he won the first round. It was a limited amount of punches, but now the bicep, look at so many punches, left, right, just switching every single time. It's just, oh my God, he's working. He smells blood in the water. That's dangerous. When EyeGameUWatch is feeling the rhythm and feeling the rhyme, and it's bobsled time, and you're only going to go down the hill every single time if you're Undisputed Finest. Undisputed Finest needs to find a way to get out of the hump.
Well, I like what he's doing here now. He's starting to back up. He is willing to engage a little bit more. The standing still, I think, was just to see what his opponent would do to break through that. But, I mean, it keeps working. He keeps landing those shots. He keeps doing that.
My
See,
God.
like that. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. That body work coming from Royszn Jr., EyeGameUWatch, is significant. And I think that right now what we're seeing from Undisputed's Finest is that he's really trying to get a rhythm here and just land clean shots. It's not coming out the best way because the footwork coming from EyeGameUWatch is significant. But he's been doing this a lot. And I understand, oh gosh, he just keeps landing it.
It's just nasty. It's absolutely nasty. 1 minute to go, and he's still getting it. My God, he's just standing still.
That was awesome. Good shit.
Undisputed Finest able to get the straight, to get the counter, but just the lunging. It's just like Mike Tyson in his prime, just swaying, lunging, just working the body every time. Look, he's doing it again, and every time is when he's throwing a punch, so the stamina gets even lower. So Undisputed Finest is at his wit's end, and with 20 seconds left, we might see another freaking knockdown from the body.
Yeah, I mean, wow. He's put in a lot of work here. He's put in a lot of pressure here against Undisputed Finest, and this is honestly, to me, a bit of an upset, right? Because you're talking the number 3 versus number 6 seed, and that number 6 seed has a strategy right now that seems to be working. The stamina, though, that is something that we can't see because of the clever work from EyeGameUWatch. My guess is that he thought that the person he was fighting against would want to look at that. I mean, that might be a strategy we start seeing more of our boxers utilize here. He continues to do those lunges. He's in loose footwork mode. I can only wonder how the stamina is looking for him, but he continues to land body shots like this.
Oh my God.
Tomorrow. Like, he's not stopping. It's significant.
And yeah, and you saw the vicious combination, but one thing that I think I saw on the mat was maybe possibly a cut on Jones' side. I don't think the meter was already to 1 bar, but I thought we saw a little bit of trickle of blood. Could be as a sweat for both of these competitors. So maybe a cut could be something to watch out for Lawrence. Even though he's getting hit with some body shots, maybe he's able to land on the head a little bit. I could be crazy, but these body shots devastating. I've never seen anyone in the ESFL Undisputed regular season do the damage that he's doing towards the body. Because every time it's a counter to the body on the right side, he's doing it again, and you're just standing still. You can't take a step back because you're already in the range.
Yeah, and it makes it really tough when we can't see both the staminas and such. I wonder long-term plans for that. But at this point, you know, you can only wonder. You wonder where they're at. And I mean, is it that the stamina from EyeGameUWatch is going to be a little bit lower because of all the movement he's doing? Or is it that the damage he's producing on Undisputed Finest is more significant and the stamina might be even lower for Undisputed Finest because of these shots? I love that he's now starting to protect that body like his life depends on it, because it does. And now you're seeing that he's going to the top now because of that.
I mean, damn the head health, right? The body health is the most important thing right now, because I think we're in the 5th or 6th round, near the halfway mark, with 15 seconds left. You need to make sure that you can survive to at least go to the 10th round, because I feel like if he's able to go to the 10th round, he'll still might have a chance. But these body shots are just so punishing, because not only are they just regular body shots, right? They're counters. They're draining stamina as much as possible with these lunges. And you can see the body health is not low, and I think we don't have a cut, so it might have just been sweat in that previous round. But Undisputed Finest needs to come up with all the alphabets of plans right now, because right now he is in the danger mode right now. He is scared out of his life and needs to figure out a strategy to get away from his opponent.
Yeah, he's getting hit a lot. He's getting hit in that body. Unbelievable. Like that again. And it's all just the same thing, but he's just almost no answer. I think because he's so tall, he's trying to throw these hooks, and Roy Jones Jr. is ducking underneath him. I wonder if an uppercut will work. I don't really know. That seems like this strat seems very tough to defeat right now, especially because you have your opponent in loose footwork, and they are continuously engaging when you least expect it. Undisputed Finest is having a tough time. Nice hook there, but he gets caught with a counter again from EyeGameUWatch.
And you know, he definitely sprinkled in, like, along with these body shots, now he's going towards the head, because we saw a little bit of the body shots, like a 1-2, goes for a left hook, and it was able to land it super flush with a full range of motion. It's just these lunges. How do you even combat that? Because even though you're trying to move outside the ring and try to go into like a little bit of a corner to get some space, it's so tough because the movement is just so weird to deal with. Under 1 minute to go. Maybe the step back straight, as we're hearing from the voice of God right now, maybe we could possibly get it, but it's going to be a tough sledding throughout these last couple rounds. But who knows? We could be all shocked that we could just see a flash knockout at any moment here, Omni.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I would definitely look at that. He just tried to throw the step back straight, and it just went right past it. It seems like this strategy is very almost meta-esque. It's very tough to combat with at this point, and that's fine, right? Look at that. But that's now he's throwing that straight that just absolutely stunned him, stunned his sister, stunned his mother, and oh my god,
the whole family tree, right? The whole, like, the heritage. It's just like everyone is just getting 5% of that pain every single time, because it's just counter, left hook, counter. It's just like a non-stop train of pain. And EyeGameUWatch is not saying that he's only a content creator, that he's a gamer and he's a competitor and he wants the title right here and now. But as we say that, 58-55 in one judge's scorecard. So Undisputed Finest, he has 10 years in the game, and he says, oh, you're getting hit by the flashy. I'm just going to lay the groundwork and win these rounds. So whatever he's doing, it's working.
Accuracy. That might be the thing. Even though the flashes are there and it looks significant, potentially we're talking about ring control and not again. He keeps eating these shots, though. I mean, he's going to get knocked down again. But I'm not really sure exactly what it is that's causing the judges to think that he's winning, and he just does the dip and then throws a straight shot. It's really hard to kind of even keep track of EyeGameUWatch. He's moving so much, and Undisputed Finest is doing well to avoid taking so much damage, and he's just not walking into his opponent. But we're on the 7th round here, right? So long-term wise, we might see a switch everyone's got an end of the fight game plan. So
Right.
will might be a bit of a switch come from Undisputed's Finest. He's already started to defend, and as you can see, he's landing significant shots, at least enough that gets KYoungButta to think he's going to win like that. Good. But, you know, maybe the strategy will change and he'll start becoming more of an aggressor like this. Like, look at those jabs. He's back jabbing. And maybe we're starting to see EyeGameUWatch slow down a little bit because the opening rounds, he's just fire.
Yeah,
Constantly.
and one thing that we have to commend is that for EyeGameUWatch, he must have saw that CopyBox predictor score, and he could have been easily deflated and just changed his whole game plan. He's not changing it for anything because he said, "I got a knockdown. Let me keep at it. I'm scoring with these punches." It may not show on the scorecards, but he is getting some damage onto his opponent. So with 8 seconds left in this 7th round, Undisputed Finest, he may be up in the scorecards. He may be working with the head health and doing damage on the head. But if you're EyeGameUWatch, you have to keep up the same pressure. You can't get dissuaded. You need to have the confidence in your game plan because the end of fight game plan, that could be a strategy, but it's working. He's getting those punches off. People were saying wow in the chat, so it could be a disconnect from what we're seeing from the judges.
I really don't. Like that shocked me so much that at this point, I'm just calling what I see. I have no clue why the judges have Undisputed Finest up, and I like Undisputed Finest, but it seems like visually he is not landing as much as EyeGameUWatch, but yet he's still up on the judges' scorecards. I think it's a height advantage bonus. I think that's what it is.
Oh, just like he's above like 5'6", and then you know he all.
They don't want him to come in after that.
Yeah.
That's big guy. I don't want that.
Yeah,
but,
like short kings rise up. You know, like hey, listen, you have a chance. Just like EyeGameUWatch, you have a chance in this contest. You just need to keep up the pressure. It's round 8. You still have at least 4 more rounds to go, right? So for Undisputed Finest, he's doing his work, but EyeGameUWatch, what can he possibly do? What can he do more? Maybe possibly get another knockdown to make it 10-8 so we could cut that lead down a little bit more. It's going to be tough for both guys to stay in their right mind with these later rounds.
Yeah, it is. There's nothing more to say about that. But I do think the stamina is a little bit lower for EyeGameUWatch. That footwork cannot be sustainable. And then you look at the difference within the footwork of Undisputed Finest. It's not as much, even though he's landing these body shots right here. Look at that. He gets caught with a lead hook there. Very good shot in the opening. And another body hook lands after that combination. And he tries to do it again. And now EyeGameUWatch is back on the prowl, and he's starting to try to get openings and find them. And again, he tries to go for that.
He tries to go for it.
Throwing to the wind.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when you're gone with the wind, you get punches like that. Just singing out in loud with his punches, just screaming in pain his opponent is. But Undisputed Finest, he still needs to find his way. He's still trying to work the jabs, trying to work the hooks a little bit. But with a hook, laying up. Put a lockdown! It's a temper! It's a confirmed temper from Undisputed Finest. Y'all must have forgot because he was able to get the knockdown. And now the script has been flipped. Undisputed Finest putting pen to paper with the scorecards, and now with the knockdown.
Oh, that changes everything. Now that's well timed. Look at this. That's incredible.
That was the epitome. That was the epitome of hold on, wait a minute. I can't even finish the lyric because I'm just so flabbergasted with 5 seconds left.
I thought I was finished.
Yeah, I thought, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I flubbed the lyrics. I flubbed it, but man, what Undisputed Finest didn't do, he didn't flub that knockdown. That was such a clutch move to do. All those body shots, all that damage that was taken, one knockdown to change everything.
That's all it takes, man. A flash, and that's the first flash that I've seen commentating here as well. That's the very first flash I've seen commentating as well here, doing this with you guys. I mean, goodness gracious, what an incredible sequence of events.
Yeah, an incredible sequence. Like, we're so flabbergasted with just like what happened there that it's hard to put into words about what happened. But now it's up to EyeGameUWatch. He got knocked down. The scorecards are against him. Now he needs to throw everything out of the woodworks. You see him headhunting. You see him go for punches right there. He says, you want to fight? Well, I'm game, and it's time to play right now. Undisputed Finest still keeping even killed. Still trying to go for these jabs, trying to go for these straights, working his way in, trying to block the body a little bit more. But EyeGameUWatch is trying to find his way back in. But with halfway mark, Omni, it's very scary.
Yeah, I mean, that check hook was money from Undisputed's Finest. He did a great job there. And that's what caused that knockdown. And now we're starting to see Undisputed's Finest is doing, a lot better with getting away from these body shots. It's tough. It's tough now because you had that knockdown very early within the fight, I think in the second or the third round. But now you just got that nullified. And if you are to believe CompuBot, that was epic. Very good counter straight.
That was nasty, but you have to think, after the first couple of rounds, I didn't expect this kind of pace. I didn't expect this kind of fight where we see body shots galore into a knockdown in the second round, and then you see all the way to Undisputed Finest treating it like Fight Night, like the Migos, and just punching with the left, punching with the right every single time. Redemption, and now we're seeing both guys just ending the round with strikes, and it's gonna be close. I hope we can see the other CompuBox predictions. I don't know if we're going to. I don't know if we're in 10th round, but it is getting very, very close.
He did good. They're both throwing great shots, but wow, that is just, that feels so far away from reality. It's insane. That's hard for me to comprehend.
And mind you, like to everyone, sorry to cut you off, but that's only one judge. There could be two other judges that could be crazy with their scorecards. Yeah,
this is an amazing situation where, I mean, Undisputed's Finest is definitely doing a good job, and look at that.
Like how?
Well, I mean, but look at the counters, right? The counter lands, but then he blocks immediately afterwards. And then you see that EyeGameUWatch leaves his head wide open. It's what got him knocked down because he just starts to blitz the body because he knows it worked. And look again, leaves the head wide open. And now Undisputed Finest has a range. He knows where to land. He's circling out of that pocket fighting style from EyeGameUWatch, and he's landing his own shots. And he's now in loose footwork mode, so he's feeling a lot more comfortable. That's footloose.
And do you think it could have been like the stamina along with his punches that caused the knockdown? Maybe like we don't know what his stamina is. He could be using the whole tank going for all these punches, and he could be like just staying at 30%. That would be the worst case scenario for EyeGameUWatch. But we see Undisputed Finest with a little over 1 minute to go in this 11th round, maybe 12th round. I think it's 11th round. I could be certain of that. It's very small. But with 50 seconds left, you see the hooks coming in for both competitors. Undisputed Finest still staying on the outside, not really getting fully forced to play in the inside fight. But boxing-wise, EyeGameUWatch is still game to fight.
Yeah, I mean, you've been constantly throwing these leans and landing these shots, and that's where he's getting caught now, right? He got caught again with the left hand, and now that I've full screened this, I can see the redness coming on from EyeGameUWatch's face on the right side, and then in addition to that, you're looking at this. I like that little trade. That was pretty cool. Yeah, leave it.
But another thing we're seeing the right swelling being very prevalent on Roy Jones Jr. As you said, EyeGameUWatch, it's gonna be very troubling, and not barely a scratch on the head of Lawrence for Undisputed Finest, but the body health must be hurting a fair amount. And we're going to the 11th round. Thank you to the people who said it was the 10th round. We're in the 11th round, so 2 more rounds to go. 2 more rounds for EyeGameUWatch to at least try to bring it back, because right now he needs to do everything in his power. There's no way that he can win these 2 rounds and win it, but he needs to go for a knockdown or something crazy to get something just absolutely insane.
Yeah, he needs to finish. I think he needs to finish if you're to believe the CompuBot. And now we're starting to see EyeGameUWatch is really trying to get that pull straight going and good. Another lunging hook lands. I find that this fight is a testament to technical boxing. As you have like that, look at that. That was a crazy counter. And both of them are fighting very technically. Make no mistake, one is being aggressive and the other one is being very calm. And I mean, the aggressive definitely got a knockdown earlier, but now it looks like he's falling behind, and I think that's gonna leave a few more openings, a potential another potentially another rocking opening. And Undisputed Finest, he's done good. This is a good fight for him, if you are to believe CompuBot. So
Yeah.
let's
And
see.
funny enough, we were able to finally see the stamina for EyeGameUWatch, and he has a fair amount of stamina. So whatever he wants to do, he can do it. He just needs to avoid the counters from Undisputed Finest, because Undisputed Finest still staying in his wits. We're under 1 minute into the 40-second mark, trying to work the body as well. But these lunges back, and so much of that stamina just been depleted. One straight, and that could have been a vicious knockdown for Undisputed Finest. But with 20 seconds, who will make the lasting impression? Because it possibly will go to the judges' scorecards. And if we're able to believe the CompuBot's predictions, it's going to be all Undisputed Finest as we go into the final 5. It will go into the decision. And will we see an upset, or will we see the number... Actually, excuse me. Sorry, we're
It's
in the
11th round.
11th.
You got.
It's 11th. I'm sorry. You know what? You take over. You take over. I'm done. It's just we're in a tournament. I quit. I quit. Take it away.
11th. That was a beautiful thing. Okay, anyway, they're getting to this 12th and final round here. Final round. And this is to decide who is going to be the victor. And look at that. That was a great combination coming from EyeGameUWatch, landing a hook, left hook, right hook, and a straight up top, and both are counters. And now Undisputed's boxing, Undisputed's finest, Fight Night's finest, whatever you would like to call this man, has a choice. Are you going to believe in CompuBot, or are you going to try to go and get another knockdown and get a finish definitively? But I know EyeGameUWatch is believing in CompuBot, and he's going to try to go forward and get this finish.
Yeah, he's gonna need to rise from the ashes, like I'm trying to rise in this commentary booth for making so many mistakes. But you see EyeGameUWatch working onto the body again. It's just been so well. I'm surprised when he got that first knockdown in the second round that he wasn't able to get again, because it seems like the strikes have been working so well every single time. While Undisputed Finest working the head, working the space. Oh, but the dodges like that, it's just so pristine, so perfect with 1 minute to go, and just body shots like that, just working so well. Both guys are going to go for it here, Omni.
Yeah. A left hand coming from Undisputed Finest is landing. The hooks are crazy. And both of them, I mean, I think maybe what we're seeing here is that the accuracy is what lost EyeGameUWatch the fight potentially. Because it's certainly, he's landing a lot of shots here. Stamina is high because of that. And he's getting caught with these shots here and there. And that was a good body hook there. We're coming to the last 10 seconds. Are we about to see a brawl? And yes, we are.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we are. We saw a brawl right there, as it's finally the 5 seconds of the fight. And we will actually go to a decision. And your winner is Undisputed Finest, aka Fight Night's Finest. He is going to the semifinals.
That's incredible. That fight is one of those instances that I truly did not understand what the judges were thinking. But at the same time, he did such a wonderful job. Look at this.
Wow.
He won every round.
Only 2 rounds.
He got knocked down to the 7th. And it's unanimous, too. So this is incredible. I would love to see where they're at with their stats. If we can move forward, and yes, we can. Look at the stamina difference. This was a very close fight, but heads, the 18%, 38% to 52 and 38. It's accuracy that won this fight. It's very clear.
How do you only land 29% of your punches, but you still have 74% of your stamina? Like, that's kind of
178 blocks, 23 counters, landed more counter shots. And that really was it. He blocked, and he was, what we saw was theatrics. And he said, I'm not going to be in that hype. You can move left and right all you'd like, but I'm going to block your shots, and I'm going to grit my teeth. I'm going to find that crazy shot. And he did, and he got a flash knockdown, first I've seen in this. And excellent job there, man. Excellent job from Undisputed Finest. He moves on in the tournament.
You know, the craziest thing is, here's the 2 stats that I am absolutely stunned by. For jabs and straights for EyeGameUWatch, he only landed 15 jabs and only 10 straights. That is crazy. While on the opposite side, you see in the triple digits or the double digits for Undisputed Finest as he's moving on to the semifinals. But kudos to EyeGameUWatch. That is the end of his regular season and playoff journey. We will see him
It was a
possibly
pleasure
in the
having you.
next season. And he put on the show. Able to get the body
You did.
work, able to diagonal lunge. He put on the clinic, and unfortunately, the judges didn't rule in his favor. But we will see him again. But you know what that means, Omni? We
I
have
do.
our first semifinals matchup. It is going to be UncleTalent versus Fight Night's Finest, aka Undisputed Finest, in the semifinals. But we still have one more. We're just talking about the semifinals. But that's gonna be interesting matchup down the road. But Omni, any thoughts about that before we go into our final first round matchup?
UncleTalent versus Undisputed Finest. My man, Fight Night's Finest here. Uncle's got talent, but I don't know how much talent you got against the Finest. That's a
Ooh.
tough matchup there. A 3 versus the 7th seed, and both of them are going to be gunning to get against potentially either the 1, 4, or 5 seed here. So I mean, it's epic. It's a good fight to watch. It's going to be very entertaining.
It's gonna be very entertaining, and we will get to that as soon as possible. But now it is time to find out who is going to be Pryoxis' semi-final competitor, as well as we are going into our next matchup, which is going to be something that I think this might be an actual Fight Night contender, as we see the number 4 seed, Attic 85, going against the number 5 seed, Losooo, in this last quarterfinal matchup. And Omni, when you see this matchup here, this could be the closest matchup that we've seen in this whole round.
I agree, and I couldn't agree more. I mean, Loso has had amazing matchups inside of this. One being a fight of the night when he beat EyeGameUWatch, and that's Loso. And an Addict has a victory over Pryoxis by decision. And that's these. You look at the caliber of that. Look at the caliber of these two fighters. You know you're going to see something epic. And where they are going ahead with these picks, Ryan Garcia or is it Jorge Linares or just George Linares?
Yeah, Jorge Hernandez. I mean, we've seen him before in the ESFL. Very good competitor to use in the ESFL Undisputed regular season. But Ryan Garcia, we saw Pryoxis use him very well in the first matchup. So could possibly see a mirror match if we see Loso move on forward after this matchup. But again, you need to go through Attic 85, who is looking to make a show, put on a show, and just give everyone just that amazing performance to get fight of the night.
We are underway. Let's see if these guys can get another fight of the night.
Yeah, and we'll see. And also, just a quick reminder, get your predictions out on Twitch. We are also live on Twitch and on YouTube. This is our ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament Finale. And I am your host and commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni. Ruthless Garcia is being used by Loso, and on the right side, Attic 85 is using Jorge Linares. And so far, different pace than what we saw in the last fight. Both guys actually go for it, and a little bit more of the headhunting that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far, and they are both taking a little bit of out of the book of EyeGameUWatch, and they're using that footwork a lot now. I like that. That's a lot. That's very realistic. A lot of people are going to move diagonally and step out right to the side like that. They're going to move just like that, you know. So it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but what's making a lot of sense is that both guys want to get in a phone booth and try to brawl with each other. You see the diagonal lunge trying to get into his opponent's face, and while Attic 85 moving back a little bit forward, but gets a nice left hook to counter his opponent, and just working with the combinations, not getting fully close. But this is where the match is going to be won right here. This close face-to-face combat with the hands, that's going to be proven who's going to make the most amount of mistakes to give their opponent an opening to land some vicious counters.
I like the feeling out process they got going on here. Another hook lands there from Loso. Ooh.
Yeah, they're taking a little bit of a homage to Bone Doing Work with the no stam gain. I know Word Life and Bone Doing Work have been crazy about going for these brawls, going for these crazy fights, and it seems like these guys are obliging in the first round, along with the filling out process here.
They are, and we come to the end of the first round. Look at this. 98 to 96. That's not bad.
It's not bad,
That's
but
not bad.
one thing you have to point out, the right swelling could be a little bit of a factor if he keeps on getting hit with those
That's early.
counters.
Yeah, left hand, landing flush. And as we continue to move forward now, Addict looks like he's trying to establish a bit of the center, but he feels comfortable not being there. See that? He's not really pushing forward like that jab, right? Ooh, nice lead hook lands there, flush from Losooo.
Ooh, but a good job landing like so flush. And another one, just back and forth we're going in this contest. And one thing I'm very curious about, at a game 5, being more of an outside fighter, if he gets towards the ropes, how is his escapability? Is he going to try to go for the side steps to get out of his way? He used a little bit of a back step to get out of the range, but it seems like Losooo is obliging going forward, trying to not chase his opponent, but going directly to his opponent. There's like two different things when it comes to it. And with 150 left, we see kind of a little bit of a back and forth, not really as many punches, trying to gauge the distance a little bit better.
Yeah, they're missing quite a bit, but I like it. The feeling out process is there. Losooo feels very confident to throw that lead hand. And same coming from Addict 85, but Addict 85 has been very patient. And there we go. And he lands a good flurry and tries to exit with a left hand. And again, now he's throwing a lot of jabs. And wow, gets himself cornered here. And I like that we're seeing Losooo put that aggression and tried to corner him there and beat him up a bit.
Yeah, but kudos for Addict 85. He was able to get into that corner, but also fight his way out. Not only is he just like moving, he's actually punch, didn't take a step to make sure he's not in that full corner. Because right now, we're about to see that situation again with a vicious left hook into the body as well from Losooo. Losooo is looking like he wants to put damage on that black gauge and onto that stamina as well. 15 seconds left in this contest. Let's see what goes on. Oh, good shots. Coming from both guys, trying to trade a little bit there.
Yeah, I like this. It's very feeling out. The feeling out process is definitely taking place here. And that lead hook lands with the jab at the end, and then they don't care. They don't care about points. They're trying to kill each other at the end after the bell. Good. That's what we want to see. Murder. That's what it is.
Kill or be killed, right? Just
Killed or
be murder.
Killed. Exactly.
So are we saying like Texas Chainsaw Massacre or like something like Saw?
That
like,
game is going to be so great. That game is going to be so great coming out.
Right.
I'm so
not
excited.
sponsored, by the way. It's sponsored to CFESA for sponsoring this amazing tournament as we go into the third round right here, as the action is hot and heavy into our last first round matchup here. Losooo trying to do a good job with Ryan Garcia, taking more of the center of the ring right here. But Addict 85, move a little bit forward, trying to be as patient. Saw his opponent towards the corner, but not really obliging going to the corner as well. Do you think that's a strategy that he might go forward with in the later rounds?
I don't know when it's good to be in a corner unless you can rope a dope.
Yeah, true. Like the rope-a-dope, unless you had like the striking like that in the EyeGameUWatch where you could just lunge forward and just attack the body as much, you probably don't want to be in the corner. So maybe Addict 85 saying, hey, let me take a step back, let me turn my fight the right way. But going forward, he's just getting hit with some good shots from Losooo. Losooo doing a nice job to protect his head, protect a little bit of his body. And when he's going forward, he's trying to open up the body first and then go straight to the head. But with 1 minute to go, let's see what Addict 85 has to do for the counters.
Yeah, again, it's flashy, right? The flash signifies the counter shot is flashy, and that was good. It does seem like Losooo's having a little bit of trouble with finding that range, but Addict is landing some jabs and straights, mixing them up to the body and the head. And I do like what Losooo's doing as well. He's throwing that lead hook, as you saw just there, and he's trying to establish that range. He is not, other than now, he's not really giving up the center, and now he is, and now he's looking to chase, and he gets countered with a jab to the body.
Yeah, he gets a nice counter. Oh, but a vicious shot from Addict 85. He used all of his tank, and now he's very low, not really able to fully capitalize because of the fog of war, but a good statement from Losooo to at least enter back from that vicious cross that we saw.
That's crazy. 86-89 at the third round. I mean, maybe it's not too crazy, but that's a lot of damage being taken, on average. And he recovered 4%. So in 3 rounds, he had on average 6% taken away from him. That's Pretty
See,
interesting every
the
round.
fact that you did quick maths, I would be so scared to do quick maths on a broadcast, but kudos for you for doing it. But as the KYoungButta predictions, we look at the numbers, 29-28 in favor of Losooo right there. But do you think that's a viable strategy? Could he keep up the same pace, knowing that the damage could be going lower than he can recuperate?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta punch the opponent, right? You get paid to punch each other, so yeah, you're gonna try to keep up with the pace. You better, or you're gonna get absolutely trampled. Look at that, another jab lands and a lead hook attempted, but I think it was blocked. Oop. Ooh, again, he keeps landing a lead hook. It's successful.
Yeah, it's very successful, and I think EyeGameUWatch is also leaving his head open because once he goes into his opponent, he's going for the body shots, and he's getting pieced up. He was able to get that nice successful moment last round of going with a vicious trade. If he continues to do that, and also the stamina, using a lot of stamina in these trades, I don't know if he's going to be very careful about it, maybe taking his time, but Ryan Garcia is not taking a full setback. He's going to the center line, and then he's moving forward towards his opponent. 1 minute remaining. Into the oh, good lunge into a right hook, landing nicely for Losooo, but EyeGameUWatch landing a little bit of his own. Both guys going to the well again, trying to find their favorite moves. Nice left hook landing from EyeGameUWatch. 85 able to find the whip from his opponent, trying to attack the body.
Man. Another lead hook. Man.
Another one again. Oh, but another one. Hey, he's landing counter shots galore from his shots, and then 15 seconds left. Both guys are obliging to the destruction, to the violence that is coming with boxing. And so far, let's see how we can end this round again, because we are going to the 5th round. And good jabs, good shots. What do you think of the 4 rounds that we've seen so far?
Well, the combinations coming from Losooo when he is disengaging is rather spectacular. When he gets into the pocket, he'll go forward and he's trying to throw that chuck left hand. We're seeing a lot from Addict85 that is just simply, I'm gonna jab and throw straight to the body and such. And that's being responded to with vicious combinations, about 3 or 4 shots within each. And at the end of that round, you saw that he had landed a jab, a straight, and then a chuck hook at the end of the combination, which is very basic but very powerful combination. 5th round underway. I wonder if Addict85 is going to be able to push forward and get himself through this, you know, maybe dominate the center is what he needs to do.
Yeah, he's been mostly an outside fighter, so taking the center of the ring could be a viable strategy, trying to change up the pace a little bit. But Losooo, he's doing such a nice job working his way with the left hooks. He just needs to get a little bit more forward and trying to make sure the timing of those lunges are in his wheelhouse, so he can land those counter jabs, where he can land those counter punches to the body. Because right now, he's getting a taste of his own medicine, and EyeGameUWatch is obliging.
Yeah, he just landed that lovely right hand on the counter, and he again lands that left hand up top. Keep your eye on that. We're going to see that swelling go up a little bit more if he continues to do that. And that was a back straight punch. Another jab. And the feeling out process is there, and 2 straight punches to the body, and then 1 lands to the head from Addict. That was a good 2 combinations from Addict85. That's 2 pressure to it from Losooo, and a counter left hand hook to the body coming from Addict85. At this point right now, another left hand lands from Losooo. He's doing good. He's pushing him into the corner, and they're really pushing the pace here. This is exciting. And again, left hand hook lands from Losooo as he got caught with a jab himself. That left hand is really going to cause a lot of trouble later on. And again, he lands it. That's about 5 times, and he gets countered there. But this is incredible. Holy guacamole, man, with some limes.
Yeah, limes, lemons, and everything. Just make everything sour into that boxing ring. But one thing that might be a crazy injury point is that the injury points for EyeGameUWatch have been very good. Attacking the body and going straight to the head every time he lunges in. It seemed like that's been the movement, but Losooo able to define the round with a right hook into a left, and that will cause some damage onto EyeGameUWatch. even though it had some good spurts, both guys having some amazing moments throughout those rounds. And now going to the halfway mark of this round
just go
6
right in.
into round 12, they're going straight in, and maybe the entry point, maybe going to the body first for Eddie 5 might be the time that he needs to find the flow state for his boxing swing. But for Losooo, here, this needs to be the key. Will he try to go for the counters and go for the hooks? Will he try to take one of those body shots to land these straights right here? Because it seems to be working here on me.
It does. He might start to do that, but that lead hook up top from Losooo is just money. He continues to know when to land it. And I really like, look at that. That's another counter there from Attic 85. He's done that numerous times and lands to the body once again. And there, they just exchanged it. And he got landed. He took one and gave one. He got hit again, though, with that left hand. He really needs to be careful of that. That's about 3 times just in this round alone. 4, count them. And now, the Losooo, it's just not ending. It's not ending. He is aggressively landing these hooks up top, and Addict 85 is honestly being chased around. He's being chased around this ring, and I like now that they said that he's now allowing Addict 85 to move forward. That's pretty interesting.
It's a little bit like a Roadrunner Coyote situation. You're trying to chase him, you're trying to catch up to him and land all this damage onto your opponent. But so far, it seems like it's been a wild goose chase.
7.
But Losooo, can we have like a timer next to us and just like count how many times this has been happening? Because it seems to be working. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And when you're into the later part of the round, we're gonna see the KYoungButta prediction scores, but the stamina very low for Addict 85. Needs to be very careful. He's getting hit with these punches, trying to go with a jab, but not able to fully take the punishment, able to recover some of his stamina. Addict 85 whipping a lot, counters galore from Losooo, trying to put a bow on this round. Round 6 might be Losoo's round. We'll have to see, but coming back, Addict 85 going to a brawl, and that would be the end of the round.
That was a great round, gentlemen. That was a great round from both of these guys. You called that great. Those counter shots toward the end there from both of them was fantastic. And I counted 9 left hands that landed flush with the hook on the head of Addict 85. Only 78%, but that left side swelling, I would imagine it would have been the right side, is not looking too bad. Look at that. That is a lot. That's lopsided by 2 rounds here. If you believe KYoungButta, then you would believe that Losoo's down now by 2 rounds.
I mean, hey, when you get hit with those vicious straights into the counters, it's working so well for Addict 85. 2 rounds up, you still have plenty of rounds to play with. So Losooo is still not out of this. You can see that KYoungButta's prediction scores and motivate him to do something more like action-y towards his opponent. Maybe try to force the issue, not try to chase, but maybe taking the time to work something out like that with a nice straight into a left hook coming from Losooo. And now it's all about, will you not chase? Will you directly go towards your opponent and cut the ring off? This is the ropes. He can finally enter his way in, but Addict 85 doing such a smart job outside of the center of the ring here.
Gets caught again up top, and you're absolutely right about that. I really like this rear body uppercut that Addict 85 has been throwing. He's also following it up with a lead hook up top. And look at that. He almost landed something's flush, but he avoided danger, and he used that to act in movement. Now we're seeing a lot from Losooo. He's pushing forward. He understands that we're halfway through this, and KYoungButta thinks you're up. I can't let that be the case. I'm going to tell the story about how I came back in this fight, and he's doing so. He's moving forward, but he just got caught, as you saw, Kingsley, with 2 left-hand jabs. And look, he lands a counter straight of his own. This is a very aggressive pace they're both pushing out here.
Very impressive, and like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Even though he got counter, he says, screw it, I'm just still gonna throw. I don't care about the repercussions or anything. I am gonna throw caution to the wind because I want this belt. I want this victory. And with 15 seconds left, who is gonna take more of the advantage going to the 8th round? Because the round 7 is going to a close. You see Addict 85 trying to get his range game going, trying to land some good lunges away from Losooo. In the end of the 7th round, this is gonna be, who do you even get that round to? I want to say Addict, but again, these are just 2 back-to-back awesome rounds here. I would say Addict does well. I think he landed a lot more counters. Oh, but you saw a power shot from Losooo, uses the right Garcia, trying to go with
Yeah.
it straight, not fully landing. The range game from Attic 85 has been working very nicely, trying to launch, trying to work in the
Hands up.
center a little bit. But the body shots landing.
Ooh.
Oh, but gets punished with a nice left hook, right hook. Blockades being implemented a little bit more from Attic 85, but now he needs to be very cautious. Maybe launch away, maybe refuse the blocking, because right now the body shots could be landing from Losooo if he wants to go there.
Good shot there coming from Attic 85, lands it straight to the body and follows up with the jab up top. And he does that again. That backward moving jab has been money for him this fight. And again, he tries to do it, but he gets caught with once again, left hook. Call it, man. Left hook from the Pharaoh. He's continuously landing that. And he goes for an uppercut. It lands on the block, and now he gets caught to the body, but he lands a counter shot to the head as well.
Oh.
And like, that was awesome. 2 hooks land successfully on both sides, but I would say the Losooo got a little bit better out of that exchange.
Again.
And that is awesome. You're right. Again, lands the hooks up top, lands that power straight at the end there. And this is got Attic 85 moving back a little bit more because now it's getting a little dangerous for him. A power attempt misses there from Losooo.
Yeah,
Nice
when you get hit with those hooks, it just changes you a little bit because right now you're like, oh, I want to hit the body. Oh, I want to go with my jabs and straights. But when you get hit with those hooks, it changes up because you never know when it could be a flash knockout or you're low on stamina and you just have nowhere to go. Because right now, when he's staying in his combo, he's getting hit with some vicious hooks from Losooo. And Losooo is obliging that blockade is being low. But we don't know what Losoo's stamina is going to be.
Oh
we know that it could be fairly up. But with 10 seconds left in this 8th round right here, Losooo trying to push on the pressure. Attic 85 trying to survive this round. Trying to land a left hook, but not really in the full range. And this is where stamina and health has to be a concern for both these fighters, as the left swelling of the head of Attic 85 needs to be something he needs to watch out for. Watch out for the hooks.
Yeah, but we're going into the 9th round, so we're going to see one more CompuBox prediction. And the way that I've seen it so far is, yeah, we're seeing Losooo land. That was really solid, right hand to the body. Yeah, we're seeing Losooo land these good shots and counters, but we're seeing a lot of shots special like that coming from Attic 85 because as he notices Losooo is coming into the pocket, he throws that backwards jab, which is allowed. And he throws it a lot, but he just got caught there by 2 hooks, Kingsley. Now, what do you do if you're Losooo and round 10 comes and you see that you're down? You don't want to be there, right? So you're going to be pushing forward.
You got to go for it, right? Like, you've been getting these hooks. That was a nice uppercut. He's working well from what he did from the early rounds where he was trying to chase his opponent. Now he's not mostly chasing. He's directly hitting his opponent, and it's working. It's just, you're going to need to take a lot more punches. You need to goad your opponent into a false sense of security to get the strikes that you want. Maybe you land a power shot and not get hit with counters like that with a counter jab landing from Jorge. Attic 85 trying to enter back with his own personal shots, but the block gauge needs to be also another factor, right? If you disrupt the block gauge a little bit more, you can leak out your shots. But body shots like that, taking them, giving him a false sense of security into the face, trying to go for these hooks, and that's what he needs to do. That's the moment.
That is the moment. He caught him twice there with the hooks, man. That is the moment. He hit him again with the left hand.
Ooh! Just digging into the bar, carving with a shovel of a right hand towards the body, and with a left hook landing as well as flush. With 20 seconds left in the 9th round, we still have 3 more rounds along with the 2 championship rounds. Who is gonna go into the semifinals and face the #1 seed in Pryoxis? Losooo says it's him with the hooks. Wow, Attic 85, he's very close to getting hit a lot with that stamina so low, but he will survive. But it could be anyone's fight. But Attic 85 has to be feeling good in these next 3 rounds.
53% damage, 69% stamina on Attic 85's side here. Now let's see what CompuBox says. CompuBox says that this fight is a lot closer than it was before. A lot closer than it was before, and that is amazing. 1 round difference between these 2 guys.
Danger, danger, Will Robinson. You're in much fuego because right now Losooo just saw that whole CompuBox prediction score. Is like, okay, lock in right now. I am going for the gusto, and I want to get my opponent as much as possible. I want to get him out of here. While at 85, you have to feel like you did some work. You were able to land some good shots, and now you're only up by 1. these 3 rounds, you might as well think of it as a best of 3, because the 2 other judges, who knows where we're going in scorecards.
Yeah, I mean, and as we discussed earlier, let's say this draws, that's a rematch. That's an immediate rematch too. So that's like, you don't want that. You want to just move forward, man.
Oh God.
At some point, GSP, George St. Pierre loved talking about fight. I love listening to him about fight philosophy, and he talks about feinting. He says that what I would do a lot is I would feint, because after a while, your body and your mind gets overloaded. You can only process so many things. So he'd feint all these different shots, and it would lead to a lot of victories for him. And this is the kind of thing that if you end up fighting again because you just couldn't pull it out and it goes to a draw, well, your mind is going to have more to go off of. It's not like you're pushing through. You've been practicing for 2 weeks. Simply put, you're putting more stress on yourself, and that can be a disadvantage going against somebody like Pryoxis. So you want to get this finish.
Yeah, you want to get this finished. You don't want this to be a test and the next fight being a whole exam that you have to prepare for. But right now, Losooo is preparing like this is the final test right here, trying to dig into the body with a body uppercut himself. But with 15 seconds left, we're going towards the 11th round. And with the way this whole round goes, both guys are definitely feeling the pressure. This is something that you don't want to see. Oh, but a good straight, trying to move away from the corner. And now adding a fight with that combination, who knows? That could be the difference. That's how close this whole matchup could possibly be. He could be up 2 rounds, or it could be tied up. And if it goes to a draw, mind you, the semifinals are next. So we might have an immediate rematch if this goes to a draw. So it's up to both of these fighters. Do they want to win it? Do you want to be a fighter and win that illustrious ESFL Undisputed Belt? It's all on the line in these next 2 rounds. And you can see it on the face of Losooo. He has his opponent's son. It's a little bit of a stamina low, but he's not taking the chances. Who knows how his stamina is gonna be? But Omni, this is mom spaghetti time.
Yes, it is mom spaghetti. You don't want to. You gotta lose yourself, and then you gotta go into it, man, with the mindset that this is it. I want the belt, and I want to bring it home, and I don't want to have to go through a draw. So, if you're Losooo, you need to fight almost perfectly the next 2 rounds and hope that you just won the last one. And if you're Addict 85, you're doing the same thing. It's both the same game plans, but you need to do what got you ahead in the rounds in the first place. Nice left hand lands again from Losooo, all night with the hooks. And now all night with the jabs as well. You're at 85 throwing those jabs. We are coming close to 1:20 here and the second to final round.
It feels like the tone has shifted now. Now we're going into a phone booth fight. You saw the hooks coming in hot and heavy from Losooo. Losooo able to land another left while at a game 5 surviving, clawing, trying to work his jab, trying to work his straight, trying to work into the body, trying to be a complete fighter situation, trying to go for a power shot right there, but whips completely. Losooo not able to fully complete the punishment of that whip. But so far with 30 seconds left, here we go. Left hook, right hook, landing, dig into the body, gets a counter, gets another one to boot. 20 seconds left. Losooo feeling the confidence, feeling the rhythm, the sweet science of the Swift in the boxing. Landing again, both guys going for it. And we still have one more darn round to go with Omni.
Yeah, and that body uppercut, as Addict 85 has been throwing, that rear uppercut is sneaking right in there. 845 damage, 57 stamina. We can only speculate on what it looks like for Losooo. We are coming into the 12th and final round here. And what is amazing about this entire scenario is that it's so close. So, emotions are going to be high in this last round. And this is when you go for broke. And luckily, Addict 85, from what we can see, has enough stamina to do so. And we can imagine the same coming from Losooo. Let's finish this up.
Let's finish this indeed. We'll see how this quarterfinal finale ends up, and let's see who is going to go into the semifinals. Losooo with the Ryan Garcia trying to push the pressure with 2 minutes and some change left to go, while Addict 85 on the right side using Jorge, trying to find his way back out, using more of his block gauge and not really pushing the pressure, but more trying to conservatively get the strikes as he gets a nice landing counter right there. And you see it, both guys going for it now. These trades are going to be very damaging for Addict 85 if he keeps going in, because Losooo is looking for these vicious hooks.
He just got caught there. Losooo did with a jab and a straight, and then followed up by a jab as he exits the pocket. That has been Attic 85's calling card this fight. And we're getting down to the last minute. So here comes another jab there. And at this point now, it's power shots. Another one lands flush against him.
Oh, again.
There's a cut potentially forming there on Attic 85's head. A little too late, but still coming down to the last 30 seconds of this fight.
Yeah, anything is possible. As you said, some change to the 30-second mark. Attic 85 resting on such low stamina, trying to will his way through the semifinals. Well, Losooo is trying to change the narrative, trying to change the book with these couple of punches. 10 seconds left. Who is going to the semifinals with Blaze of Glory? Both counters back and forth, and we will go into the judges' scorecards, and your winner will be, Attic 85. He will go into the semifinals to face the #1 seed in Pryoxis.
And that is interesting. Pry has a loss against Attic 85 this season.
Ooh, that's true. This
look
is
at this.
It
It looked like it was a masterclass. We're talking Hulk Hogan here, grabbing the shovel, burying his opponent there with the judges' scorecards. And it was all over the place. Nobody really came to consensus, but 118 to 110 does not seem to be very accurate. Look at the strikes that have landed. More so Losooo landing in total shots, but this is the difference. The health there for Losooo was very high. He was being a lot more dangerous, but then the 97% there, the blocking was there, the more counters, power punches might have done it and might have been pushed forward for Attic 85 there, because as you can see, he landed 35 out of 77, and that might be why his stamina was a little lower.
And the biggest thing is that the health compared to both of these guys, was it 36 to 73, and the winner had 36 health? That has to be insane. So the way that Attic 85 was fighting his fight, and with so much stamina, a little bit more stamina than his opponent, that had to be a big thing for Attic 85, able to survive and not get knocked down. Because I felt like at any moment he could have possibly, with those last couple of rounds, he could have been very much a danger zone for him. But kudos to Attic 85 going to the semifinals. Losooo,
good fight to both of these guys.
Unfortunately, yeah, good fight indeed. Losooo, unfortunately, that is the end of your undisputed journey. You will not get the title belt, but you put on such an amazing fights. We salute you for being a part of it. We will see you next season. But Attic 85, there's still more work to do in the semifinals. But before we go into the semifinals, we are going to take a quick intermission break. We will see you guys for the semifinals. And so stay right there, grab a snack, grab a drink, and we will see you guys in a couple of minutes.
See you guys.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the ESFL Grand Finale Tournament for the Undisputed season. I am your host and commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni, and we are done with the quarterfinals. But now it's time to take a look at the bracket to see where we are. Omni, we have two semifinalists that look amazing as matchups. We have Pryoxis going against Attic 85, and then on the other side, UncleTalent going to FightNightsFinest. How excited are you for these semifinals?
Oh, it's amazing to see the bracket as it is. You got Pryoxis, who #1 seed against a guy who beat him prior. So, emotionally, we got to see how he deals with that. But honestly, Pry is no slouch to these big moments. This guy here knows what he's got to do there. And Attic 85, though, he knows how to win, as you just saw against Losooo. Then you got the other side here against who I'm calling Undisputed's finest, who had a slaughter against his opponent, EyeGameUWatch, when it came to the judges' scorecards, going up against your favorite uncle who's got talent. And honestly, man, I can't wait to see it. Could we see the bottom seeds take the victory, or are we going to see the guys, the 1 and 3, go to the finals, or maybe a mixed match? That's how good this is. I'm excited. Let's get underway.
Yeah, and mind you, not only that, we're gonna have the grand finale in the finals, like winner gets to the finals, that the losers from the semifinals will be in the third place match. So nonetheless, we still have like possibly 4 more matches to go along with the best of 3 in the finale. But speaking of which, of the bust or boom for all these competitors trying to get the title and all the prize money, guess what else is booming, people? It's the commercial food equipment industry as well. You can start a career in this field without going to college and make some amazing money for yourself. You can scan the QR code on the banner images during today's tournament stream to learn all about the careers in the full service equipment repair industry. So not only are you winning, we're winning, and thank you so much to our sponsors, the CFSA, for sponsoring this whole tournament, this whole season of the Undisputed. We hope to work with you guys a little bit more. But with all of that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, we have the semifinals to get to, ladies and gentlemen, and I think we're still waiting to get confirmation, or we're waiting for all of our confirmation to make sure everything's going. But let's dissect more into the one of the matchups. One of the matchups I think is going to be very interesting is the underdog going against the number 3 seed in FightNightsFinest. Undisputed Finest going against UncleTalent. How do you see that playing out as we're still waiting for confirmation?
I mean, UncleTalent did very well in his fight. He won with Sugar Ray Robinson, and then you got Undisputed Finest, which CompuBox put him up in that fight other than 2 rounds. Undisputed Finest that's how he's been winning. He's been dominating on the judges' scorecards using technical boxing. And UncleTalent, I think, might be out of his element here, if I'm being honest. This guy's gonna have a uphill battle to go against and with his opponent. And I'm so curious for that. But I know coming up right about now is gonna be the first matchup in the semifinals. We're talking Addict 85 taking on Pryoxis, and they are switching who they were before. Addict 85 going with Ryan Garcia, Pryoxis going with Jorge Linares. So
Well,
that's
another
one of the
key
most
point, but
interesting things.
sorry I cut you off, but another
You're
key
good.
point from Ryan Garcia. We know that Pryoxis loves using Ryan Garcia, but
Yeah.
the highest seed, since Pryoxis is a #1 seed, he gets either choice of boxer in weight class. So I guess he must have chosen weight class first, and then we went into boxer, and Addict 85 was able to choose Ryan Garcia first. So that could be a little bit of gamesmanship going to this contest there. But I had to get that point out so everybody knew.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's like, well, he likes using Ryan Garcia. I can use Ryan Garcia. I'll take him from him. That's a good thing to do. That's a good strategy. If you believe that you can outplay your opponent while using the guy he likes, do it up, man. Not only are you going to win here potentially, but you'll have that bragging right as well. Act 85.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is your first semifinals matchup. Pryoxis using Jorge Linares on the right side in the blue corner, while on the left side, Ryan Garcia is being used by Addict 85. Winner will go into the finale, the finals of the tournament, while the loser will go into the third place matchup. But so far, it's funny for Addict 85 while we were talking about Ryan Garcia. Addict 85 beat Ryan Garcia, and now he's using Ryan Garcia. What kind of funny turnabout play it has to be in the mindset of Addict 85 going to this contest against Pryoxis?
Yeah, a little weird if you had a choice between the two to not go with the guy you just won with. But I guess, again, like I said, take away your opponent's advantage. He got caught there beforehand with a straight shot from Lineri, so I hope he doesn't regret not taking the guy he just won the last fight with. But they are both starting very slow here. We're seeing a lot more shots come from Pryoxis, and Addict 85 might just be warming up. Maybe it's big show nerves he's got, but I like it. I like what we're seeing. Good left hand lands clutch from Addict 85.
Along with that, along with the 1 minute mark of the first round right here, Addict 85 is already warmed up, right? He already has the striking, he has the combinations, he's like fresh on the 6, and he's like already warmed up, ready to go. Do you think that could be an advantage going straight into a second matchup in this situation? Or do you want to be Pryoxis, who has time to rest, the time to check the tapes and see what his opponent does? Like, which way do you go with that whole situation?
I'm not so sure if Pry gets to rest. He's got kids. So, I mean,
true.
He might not be actually resting. But regardless of that, overall, I would rather take a little bit of a mental break. That's me personally. Give me some time to do some deep breathing, meditate. Hey, I'm going to win, get some positive thoughts going through my brain before going into that next fight right away, especially knowing that I'm facing the #1 seed. But then again, there's confidence there from Addict 85. He already got a victory by decision against Pryoxis, so that's got to be going through both of their minds a little bit. And you would hope at least that Pryoxis is able to get over it.
Hey, I mean, he's a father. He knows what to do in pressure situations. So shout out to all the parents that know how to handle these type of high pressure situations, trying to take
being a dad means you could be the ESFL champion for sure.
Hey, you never know. He's done it in the UFC side. He could do it. He could be the first ever Undisputed and UFC champion, the first ever person to do it. He's looking at history. But for Addict 85 to disrupt that kind of historic making, he has to be a little bit more patient. He needs to think of a boxer mindset. Going for these counters. He's trying to work with the distance a little bit, trying to work with these hooks, but the body shots from Pryoxis, and you see the pressuring from Pryoxis, that has to be a little bit of a change from what we saw in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I think the big reason for that is he's recognizing the foot movement, the footwork of Addict 85, and that's why he felt comfortable to start going forward and landing these body shots. But this is what he did up against KYoungButta as well, and he's been on the body attacking crown throughout these fights. And again, he lands another one, but just lands a power jab and it snaps back the head of Addict 85 there when Addict 85 is a little bit out of range. Nice job here from Pry.
Now, it's going to be what can Addict 85 do in these moments. When he sees his opponent make a mistake, can he fully capitalize? That's going to be the main story of this whole contest. Because Pryoxis, he's barely going to make any mistakes, right? He's not going to whiff every single punch. He's not going to whiff like your usual player in Undisputed. He's going to be very precision heavy with his strikes. Just like there, combinations coming out. You need to make sure you can take every opportunity to capitalize on those punishment in those whiffs.
Yeah, I mean, giving Addict 85 a little bit, 100. Yeah, giving Addict 85 a little bit of a taste of his own medicine from the last fight he had with Losooo, using that backstepping jab effectively. There was Pryoxis, and as you can see, this is what he does though. In UFC, he did this too. Pry is really good at defense and really good at making it so that you can't hit me in the body and ruin my stamina. That's one of the best things he does. And again, he landed to the body there with a lead left hand, did Pryoxis.
Yeah, but a good sidestep from Addict 85, able to land a jab, but not able to fully follow, but nice follow-up from there, able to get the counter, but Pryoxis not being dissuaded at all, making sure that he stays at his opponent's face. When he sees him in the corner, he's putting on a little bit of pressure, saying, if you're just going to hit me in the body, I can block that. I can block anywhere you want to go. I've taken it from the UFC. I went to the Undisputed, and now I'm going to leash out these combinations because now I see an opening. When he gets into that comfortability, that's when he's very dangerous.
Well, that was a good counter shot there. We got to make note for Addict 85 as he gets clobbered. Yeah, it's very back and forth here.
Yeah, and so far, with a little bit of change left before we reach the 1 minute mark of the third round here, we're going to see the CompuBox prediction scores. And you have to think, the way the judges have been scoring this whole tournament, Pryoxis has to be up, kind of. You have to think. The striking to the body,
I don't
and
trust CompuBox.
You don't want to make a prediction. Get out of the limb. Take a bet on yourself. You can do it. Come on. Give me something.
I think that Pry definitely would be up a little bit in my book. Look at that jab right there. But when it comes down to CompuBot, and look at that nice lead hook there lands from Pryoxis. I don't know. CompuBot to me, when I saw Undisputed's finest shot, it doesn't really matter what I'm seeing. And sometimes all that matters is the damage that's being landed. And that was a good uppercut that landed there from Addict 85. And they are just going for broke here at the end of this round. Great job from both of them. And then this coming from Pryoxis, that movement right there, 99-97 Pry. And this has been the story from the first fight too. Just great health, stamina, management.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what the CompuBox prediction scores have it. And there you go. Pryoxis up by 1 round. Someone just lost 3K coins. I shout to you, UncleTalent. I saw you in the chat. Said that Addict 85 was leading towards the end of the third round, but it seems that Pryoxis 2 rounds able to win the second and third round, while Addict 85, whatever he did in the first round, he needs to ball it up and pour it all over to these next middle rounds right here.
Yes, he does. Shout out to the favorite uncle in the chat. And look at this. Look at these shots here. Nice jab there lands from Pryoxis. He goes for it again. But I like that Addict 85 is being patient here. He's not rushing, and he's just looking for a good opportunity. And both of them are really in this filling out process. But he lands his own counter jab there, Addict 85 does, and he backs out of the pocket. Good stuff.
Yeah, and you see just the distance management. I know I talk about it like every single fight, but it's really something to say when you have that right perfect amount of distance, and you could just dip in, dip out, and find your wheelhouse with your fighter to get the strikes that you want. Because it's so many times where you see whiffs or you make one mistake and you're able to get punished so easily by Pryoxis or any other fighter. Because like with those whiffs, now able to come in with a jab like that, that's perfect. Distance management is another key to this story right here. And Addict 85 is doing such a well job with it with 50 seconds left to go.
Yeah, he's definitely recognized with what CompuBot was showing, that he's not being effective and he wasn't doing damage, probably getting a lot of shots blocked. And now he's landed, I think, successfully about 3-4 counter shots. And look at that. He lands another hook. He gets a 2-shack hook miss there from Pryoxis. But you're looking at as you're talking about the distance management, and I would say Addict 85 is doing a better job at the end of these exchanges. Nice two body hooks coming from Pryoxis there towards the end of this round. And again, a counter shot lands by Addict 85 toward the end. Addict 85, I think, had the better exchanges in that round.
Yeah, especially in that last couple of seconds, right? He went with a jab, gets the counter, then went to the body like boom, 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 and then went straight back up to the head to land those 4 punches to end the 4th round. But going to the 5th round right here, Pryoxis, will we see him turning it up? Actually, excuse me, the 6th round. And it's Addict 85. He's looking for it. Oh, but gets hit with a vicious right hook to land it very flush. But going back, 85 is trying to answer back with some of his combinations of his own.
Lead body hook from Pry.
Yeah, body lead upper hook. Doing such a nice job. Pryoxis leaning forward, but leaning back. Trying to do a little bit of Fat Joe impression. Trying to gauge his opponent and to come forward. But so far, again, the whiffs. I feel like Addict 85 is seeing those whiffs and able to enter in maybe like a step forward, lunging forward to get that strike. But under 2 minutes, how are you looking at this round? Oh, wait, I bet we were looking at it in like a 360 camera or something.
I thought that there was a flash knockout. Anyway, good left hand lands from Addict. And Pryoxis is doing good. He's landing a lot of body shots here. I've been noticing that quite a bit. And what we're seeing now is another corrective jab there by Pryoxis saying, hey, you better keep your hands up. I'm coming for you. And I like what Addict 85 is doing here a lot. He is using his footwork and the footwork of Ryan Garcia, landing jabs of his own here. Here comes the body work from Pry, but he gets countered there by a left hand from Ryan Garcia, Addict 85.
Yeah, and so far, so good for both competitors. And it's not like one person is getting the better of the moments than the other. Both guys are exchanging. One
Right.
has a moment. It's like a
Yeah.
tennis match. You get a hit, and then you get a hit. Both guys are landing very successfully, but with combinations like that towards the body for Pryoxis, he is getting the benefit of the latest hit. But with 10 seconds, can Anik 85 enter back with something nice? Nice, needs to land a hook, gets a nice counter for his troubles, but Pryoxis will end it with a little bit of a combination. Both guys hitting to the very end of the bell. But you see the stamina, the health, very much. The fact that he's hitting the 90s and now we're in the midway point, that is absolutely incredible.
It's epic. Dime la verdad, Kingsley. Tell me the truth. And now we're moving forward. Yeah, it's book, it's finished. I mean, I'm on, by the way, Pimsleur, lesson 1, Spanish 20, or Spanish 1, lesson 20. I'm killing it, man. I'm going to be fluent in Spanish.
Let's go, let's get it.
Yeah, that's why we do it. But both of these Spanish heritage fighters that are inside of this octagon right now are throwing punches and bunches. Pryoxis landing some hooks, getting caught with some hooks of his own. I think Pry is doing a very good job at not getting caught chasing too much, and he's doing good to try to catch Addict 85. We are in the 6th round here, Kingsley. So that was a great combination from Pry. He landed a jab straight and a lead left hand hook there on Addict 85.
And one other thing that we're seeing from Pryoxis is just like, it's not like the double jab that you usually see. You see a jab, takes a moment, gets another jab to gauge his distance, then he goes in for the combinations. That's something that needs to be looked out for from Addict 85. While Addict 85 on his side, moving around, using his footwork as much as possible, trying to get that one situation, trying to work the bite, go back out, but a vicious straight from Pryoxis will change everything. And now he's more into the corner, and Pryoxis is obliging with some of his strikes. The center of the ring, so far the footwork has been a little bit lacking in this round. I thought that footwork would be carried in from the last round, but so far, Addict 85 answering back with a jab. He needs to do a little bit more.
Yeah, I would like to see the same thing that you saw from Pryoxis there with the hesitation on the jabs come from Addict 85 as well. But a lot of what he's doing here is he's stepping into his jabs, which is fine, you can, but also start to plant your feet and plant your right hand a bit. Have some confidence that that's going to land when you're standing still, you know, plant and throw like that. But I say that, but then he just got completely smacked up by doing such a thing. And we're at the end of the 6th round. I'm very curious to see what KyoungButta thinks here. I would have given about 1 round to Addict 85 within, I think it was the 5th round. And look at that.
Hey, as you say, KyoungButta's predictions is a whole different type of being. As all tied up at the end of 6th round, going to the 7th. So Addict 85 doing his work, able to win the last 2 rounds with his ability, with his striking. Pryoxis seeing that score, still seeing even kills, still seeing with his game plan, but now you got 6 more rounds to play with. Now you need to put the pedal to the metal and make sure you solidify those rounds. And with hooks like that, with jabs like that, he is looking to be on his way.
Yeah, he is. He just got to keep up that pace. He's just got to keep up that pace.
Yeah,
nice right hand.
With under 2 minutes to go. And again, the straights working so well for Pryoxis. While Addict 85, he's still entering the bell. He says, ring-a-ding-ding, let's get into this bathtub and just splash around with these punches and make sure, hey, listen, we're going references. It's a whole freaking tournament, and we're going to the semifinals where I'm bringing all the things out. So far, Pryoxis is going in. He is fighting with the body shots. It's working really well. And Addict 85, we're getting to the outside with 1 minute left, trying to answer with a little bit of a problem, not really fully getting it to the full of his extent right there, Omni.
I can't get over the bathtub reference.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm gonna bring the showers in, and you're gonna be really flabbergasted of how it gets weirder. It's gonna get weirder. We're only here for 5 hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're just trying to keep them clean. So where? I can't see.
Do you want me to take over? I'll take over. For
Go ahead. That's too funny.
10 seconds left into the round 7, our first matchup of the semifinals. And already we're seeing the strikes coming in from Pryoxis, using a lot more of his stamina. But Addict 85 trying to go back, answering back with a little bit of his own hooks. And now it's interesting to see health rise 89 with the stamina. Actually, excuse me, stamina is 89, health is 92. It's the red bar. We're going into this 8th round right here. Let's see how Addict 85 can come back against Pryoxis, because who knows who won that round. It's very close. We might see a draw. Will we absolutely go back into an immediate rematch? We'll have to find out, but so far, so good for both of these competitors.
I do like that Addict 85 has adjusted many times to what Pryoxis is doing. And he's doing that like this. Look at that. He planted his feet, started landing some shots. He landed a body uppercut that landed successfully against Pryoxis. And Pry is starting to, he's pushing forward. He's trying to land some shots, but I think a lot of them are getting blocked here. But he just got caught with 2 jabs there. Look at that. He lands a left hand of his own, and he lands a rear body hook to the body, and it lands. Yeah. Look at that. Another lead hook to the head.
Yeah, and amazing hooks. What I'm seeing from Pryoxis, when he sees him in the corner, he wants to do some damage. He's seen when he's on the ropes, he wants to target more towards the body, and with a left hook right there, just clean. Using the stamina as much as he possibly can while not overexerting himself, while at a 5, just the constant movement, the constant kinetic energy that he has with his punches are working well for him. And with 1 minute left, who could put like a big pinpoint and just secure this round? That's going to be the big case going to these next couple of rounds, because KYoungButta is going to go in round 10, and with 2 more rounds to play with, these hooks, these straights are all going to add up into something.
Pry's landing these hooks consecutively, and he's doing a good job at it. I think that was a Casper punch that landed there from Addict 85 to the body, the straight. 3 jab attempts to the body in a row.
Yeah, with 10 seconds left, now a Casper punch to be seen with those vicious combinations. But Addict 85 standing on the platform, trying to swing as much as he possibly can, and it will go to the end of Pryoxis, able to get some shots of his own. A little left swelling, just like a smidge of that bar being implemented. He needs to watch out for the left side, because the hooks could come out from Addict 85. But going into the 9th round here, only 3 more rounds after this. You need to
know what Addict is in it. What's his addiction?
His addiction is winning. His addiction is bringing his opponent down and getting that title. He needs it. He needs to start clawing his way to get the victory. If there's any addiction for it, it's destroying that block gauge right now, because Pryoxis, even though it's good for it, he needs to be very careful of using too much of his block.
Yeah, especially if it's going to get broken down. And I think Pry is finding his range a little bit more. Look at that. Lead body hook lands flush. We are in the 9th round. Next round, we're going to see what KYoungButta thinks. And look at that uppercut. Landed right through the block of Pryoxis from Addict 85. The man with the addiction to winning. And Pry is now, he's like, let's go. Let's bring it. I'm going to taunt you with this blocking. Goes.
Yeah, but one other thing is, like, when we're seeing Pryoxis go a little bit forward, we see Addict do such a nice job of just handling the pressure a little bit, because he steps back, hits a jab, and just moves back a little bit. He's not scared of the full-on force pressure that we're seeing for Pryoxis.
No, he's not. This man's got no fear. Here comes another jab. Jab lands flush. Another jab attempt. This is good. This is what you need. I like that, man. You got to find your range and keep your opponent back. And I like what Addict 85 is doing. He's engaging with that jab first. And if I'm Pry, I'm looking to, because he's been doing it a lot, do something like that, right? Go and lean my head and try to catch him with a hook. Oh, wow. Three
straight body straights, body jabs, excuse me, to close that little bit of sequence. But going towards the end of this 9th round, if you had to make a prediction for the KYoungButta's predictions, do you think Pryoxis is up, or do you think Addict has closed the gap and maybe taken a late round or 2?
I think that Addict 85 may have taken the rounds. I think he may have. That's very close.
Oh boy, 86-85 in favor of Addict 85. As we see him win the last round, and Pryoxis got the round before that. But now, with 3 rounds to go, this one being the current one of the 3, can Pryoxis even it all up to make the last 2 rounds the most consequential rounds we see? Because the winner, mind you, goes into the finale of the tournament. That is a best of 3. The loser will go into 3rd place matchup to at least get some money to be in the money rounds.
Oh.
But right now, Pryoxis is able to answer with some counters of his own, while EyeGameUWatch still uses the range, still uses the mobility, using the jabs to get some distance from his opponent. But when he wants to go in, tagging the bite as well.
I like this little bit of slower pace.
Pryoxis getting a little bit close, working the body, but not overly just landing 3 or 4 combinations, but more so waiting for EyeGameUWatch to just respond, to react. It seems like both guys really want to be a counter puncher in this situation, but knowing that the scorecards are being so close, do you want to try to use the counter punching tactic, or do you want to try to force the pressure a little bit?
I mean, if I'm the guy that's down, I want to do more of that. But if I'm the guy that's down, I want to go forward and start to get that reaction out of my opponent. Now I need to land some powerful shots, but I also, you know, accuracy wins fights. I don't always have to go forward at all. And if I'm the guy that's up, I'm going to be backing up just a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but mind you, Pryoxis, he can't take a step back. He is down 1 round going to these next 2 rounds. So if he wins this round, it's all tied up. But EyeGameUWatch has to be feeling good about his strategy, knowing that if it's going to be a simple boxing style with a vicious right hook like that, he will be in the money, at least guaranteed at least $25 for 2nd place if he's able to make the finals. But right now, Pryoxis, 11th round, danger rounds, championship rounds, finale rounds. Can EyeGameUWatch keep up the consistency of his game plan, or will Pryoxis close the door and be the #1 seed to make it to the finale?
That is the question that everybody is asking inside of themselves. They may not be saying it in the chat, I don't know, but they may be questioning this. And at the end of the day, right, this is a boxing game, and this is just for everybody to have fun. But I really want to thank everybody that's here watching us as we're in this 11th round and supporting the ESFL. We wouldn't be here if we didn't have viewers. It would be really awkward to do this without viewers. And to have Pry and have Addict85 be here and do this, and all the competitors, thank you guys so very much. We look forward to finishing this out and next season. So going forward here, and jabs, great. Go ahead, take over.
No, it's totally fine. We're halfway mark of the 11th round. Both guys are feeling very thankful, but I don't think they're feeling very thankful in the moment. They're just focusing at the task at hand, right?
They want that belt.
They want that belt. They have Lustrous belt that looks so amazing, but so far, EyeGameUWatch using those jabs, trying to play outside of the corner a little bit, but Pryoxis taking more of the center range, trying to work the body, trying to land a left hook, but not really land, and just takes a huge whip, takes a chunk of the stamina right there. And Omni, if you're at EyeGameUWatch, that's what you want to see from Pryoxis. You want to see him whip.
Yes, you definitely want to see him whip, and you want to make sure that the reason he's whipping is because you're not there, right? Obviously, I think one thing to make note of here and what we're watching is that EyeGameUWatch is striking off of turning, like there. He just did it again. He turns the camera by rotating to the left or the right, and then he starts to strike when Pry's trying to match up his footwork together. And we are coming toward the final round here. 87 damage, 77 stamina. But does that mean, is that indicative of the performance that the judges are seeing? I don't know. We're going to have to see going forward in this final round. #1 versus #4. Let's go.
As you said, again, EyeGameUWatch, the #4 seed, using Ryan Garcia on the left side. Pryoxis, the #1 seed, #1 in the regular season, in the blue, using Jorge, trying to fight his way into the finale, into the finals of the best of 3. Will he be able to have the opportunity in the ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament? I'm your host and commentator, Kingsley, alongside Miss Ruthless on me. If you just joined us, you're in a bit of a banger, because this final round, you see Pryoxis trying to move forward a little bit. EyeGameUWatch still using the movement, still using the jabs to gauge the distance a little bit, to see what avenue could be right. Could it be a hook? Could it be an uppercut? Could it be a body shot that he is not having his opponent look out for? We'll have to see. Trying to get a little bit closer to Royszn. You see Pryoxis moving a little bit, inch by inch forward.
Yeah, a lot of these shots are getting blocked right now on both sides. That was a strafe shot that landed from Pryoxis. I like what Addict 85 is doing here. He's forcing the width just like that because he keeps circling, and when Pry thinks he's going to stay still, I think Pryoxis at this point, like that. That's what he needs. Put your pressure forward. Make that man stop. Get close to him, chest to chest, and start firing off to the body and to the head. You can put something together if you put combinations on this fella. And right now, Addict 85 it looks like he's coasting toward a potential decision victory as we get toward the last and final 30 seconds here in the fight.
As you said, 30 seconds to go. Addict 85 will he need to put on a little bit more pressure, a little bit more damage onto his opponent. That's a good start, but Pryoxis trying to go back, trying to go for a power left hook, not really fully landing. 10 seconds before we go to the judges' scorecards. They're going to try to end it at the center of the ring. Who is going to go into the finals? We will find out in a matter of seconds. Who takes the victory? And it's a draw. Of course, it will be a draw. So you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. They have to run it all back. But not right now because, man. So, oh my God, a majority decision. One judge had it 115 to 113 in favor of Pryoxis. And look at the health. Look at the stamina of Addict 85. He used everything, and he still managed to get a draw right there.
Yeah, Pry beat the absolute hell out of him. I mean, 34% with the body shots, 34 high. His blocking is 252 there. And I mean, wow, that was very interesting. I think the fight just ended up getting away from him in those later rounds, though he did win those. Ultimately, this is what it is. That's kind of crazy. Now we're going to see these guys run it back again, and we practically get to see what we would see inside of the finals in a best-of-3 situation. Obviously, that would only happen if they hit another draw, so please let the Undisputed boxing gods avoid such a thing. But either way you look at it, way you look at it, we're going to find out if we're going to immediately go into this or are we going to go into the next one and then come back to this. I don't know.
So before we go into anything, again, we still have a lot of things to figure out. If you had like a draw on your bingo card, go ahead, scratch it off. You could yell bingo to the bingo hall because guess what? We finally have everything now. We had knockdowns, we have draws, we have victories. All that good stuff is happening in this tournament. We welcome you guys. If this is your first time being here, welcome. You're here, and we still have plenty more fights for you, ready for you to go. We also do Undisputed content. We do WWE content. Yes, we do WWE. Shout out to ESFL W in their last tournament. They just started their tournament as well. And then we also do UFC, which UFC 5 is also coming along the way as well around September. Hopefully we get a release date this year. We'll find out. But again, here at the task at hand, if we can possibly, let's take a look at what they're going to be fighting for today in this tournament. Let's take a look at that belt. If we can't get that graphic up, I mean, when we see this belt is everything that they want to fight for. And it's real. It's actually real, Omni. You can walk around Walmart or go to a Target or say, you know what, I need someone to put this on a mantle at Home Depot.
It just won't be fitting in Big Lots. It won't be fitting in Big Lots.
Big Lots.
It won't.
Oh God, it's been in my. I'm surprised you didn't say Kmart. I feel like Kmart could have been. Kmart would have been like
gone, right? Isn't there gone? Aren't they?
Yeah,
gone?
It's gone. R.I.P. to Kmart. But you know,
what's like
this is where you
over in the Europe, right? We still have Europe fighters. I don't know if they're here now, but like, what's a grocery store over there?
Yeah, maybe. Oh, there's a Nando's. Maybe you could take it to Nando's. I know that's a very popular
place.
Nando's. Yeah, you could definitely.
Say in the chat where you're going to bring the belt.
Where you could bring the belt, but I know for sure from what Pryoxis and Addict 85 have gone through, that little bit of a marathon, that marathon just got a little bit longer, but we still have a little bit more time. As we see, both fighters are getting ready for our next semifinal matchup. It's FightNightsFinest versus UncleTalent. We're going to push back the Pryoxis Addict 85 rematch. We're going to this matchup, and it's Sugar Ray Robinson versus the Canelo Alvarez. What are you excited about the second semifinal matchup?
I mean, what is there not to be excited about? I mean, this is your favorite uncle showing off his talents, going against the man who is changing his. I don't know how he's Fight Night's finest here, but was Undisputed's finest before. But he is looking to be Undisputed's finest by getting a victory here. And I really like this. Look at the switch that we have here. We see Fight Night's finest is picking Sugar Ray Robinson, and UncleTalent is Saul Canelo Alvarez. I will not be screaming that this time. I have a sleeping fiance, and she's taking a quick nap, so I won't be doing that. But Undisputed finest.
You can leave the scream to me. I'll scream it out. Canelo Alvarez. I'll scream for both as well. Saul is ready to go, and he's being used by UncleTalent, which is going to be very interesting to see. Fight Night's finest. We know that he's an all-around boxer. He will take the pressures. He has a patience of a savant when it goes to the boxing ring. So this second semifinal matchups, will we actually see someone go into the finals, or will we see another draw? Anything is possible when it comes into this ring, into this tournament. We'll have to find out, but this is what it's all about. Who is going to go into the money and who will be left in the third place matchup? Everything is on the line in this marathon of a tournament here.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Good stuff here right now, where Undisputed Fight Night's finest is starting to land a good amount of shots, and I like that. Again, he is playing as a taller fighter, and he has the advantage. I think that he saw UncleTalent play as Sugar Ray Robinson, and he wants to prove that he can play that character and do a little bit better with it. And so UncleTalent is going to have a reach advantage he has to get over, a speed advantage he has to get over, some perks he also has to get over. But if you can, with Canelo Alvarez, you can definitely make your opponent go to sleep. And it's very strong.
And you already see it. The turnabout is fair play. You know that UncleTalent saw tape of Fight Night's finest last matchup, and he's like, oh, so you don't really protect the body as much. Well, if I could get a knockdown, I know I can handle that lead. So very interesting to see what Fight Night's finest does in this situation. Does he try to change his situation, or does he keep it up? Because he did win that fight, but he took a lot of damage at the end of it.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But he also blocked quite a bit of shots here. So if I'm UncleTalent, yeah, it might be good to break the distance by using that diagonal movement and then landing in the body shots. I mean, especially when you see Fight Night's finest, Undisputed's finest, standing right like he was within the fight against EyeGameUWatch. But understand that he's point boxing at this point. He's point boxing, so you need to be very careful. As you come in, you might get caught with about 2-3 jabs. Could be caught with that check hook. So you need to be careful, and you got to really gauge the distance for a disengage.
And you can see that little bit of the last sequence in that first round. You see UncleTalent just taking the time, went in with a shot of his own, trying to like sneak in sneaky straight against his opponent, but was able to get capitalized on by Fight Night's finest body shots. So what is that going to be telling in this second round right here? Will UncleTalent try to push out the pressure? Will he try to force Fight Night's finest to fight more of an aggressive fighter? We'll have to see, because Fight Night's finest, as you said, point fighting, fencing a little bit. If you were trying to look at the Olympics a little bit, just, you know, you don't really need to do as much damage as long as you land and you get a high percentage. Percentage fighting is the benefit. He was able to win. Let's see how it pans out in the second round.
You know, I've never seen this arena, but I'm starting to recognize what that floor is. And those are like little placemats. And yeah, the corrugated placemats. Wow. This is the second time that Fight Night's finest has put us here. And I like it.
Oh yeah, it's the same.
Yeah, it's neat. But anyway, onto the actual fight. We're seeing UncleTalent try to break through, but he just got caught with 2 body uppercuts. From finest. And look at that. They're just hitting a lot on the block right now. Not a lot of damage is being done by either of these guys.
Yeah, but again, it's still counting points. Like, look at that combination from Canelo, using the pedal to the metal of his striking, just going for the left hook with the right hooks, with landing 4-piece. But that's something that he needs to do, right? He needs to use these rounds in those little spurts of momentum to get against his opponent, because they're landing. We know Canelo has dynamite and those powerful stones of hands. Well, Fight Night's finest, his agility, his movement, his footwork, his combinations, like right there, left hook straight to the face, and then go and dig into the body. That works very nicely. Try to go for a diagonal launch that UncleTalent tried to do, but with 7 seconds left, not really fully capitalizing.
That is very true. Look at this. Look how he's moving forward here on UncleTalent. He landed a little bit more straights. I'm not seeing a lot of body shots going over there. 96, 97 stamina and health. That's not bad. We are going into the third round here, and again, high guard coming from FightNightsFinest, and it's keeping that distance. This has been the story of how he's been fighting throughout this tournament. Lands that left hand, potentially in the block. It might have been clean there against UncleTalent. Now we got UncleTalent here. He's just trying to get in there, like as you can see, but he's not rushing. He's not rushing in there. You know, he's Mexican, but I mean, he's not rushing in there. Get the joke? And trying to get, yeah, it was a good joke. But now he's not going in there and trying to eat all these shots as he enters in the pocket. But now they're close, and now they're in the pocket and they're fighting.
Yeah, I feel like UncleTalent knows what he wants to do now. He was able to get like a streak of 3 punches to the face of FightNightsFinest, and FightNightsFinest trying to find his way back in, but backing forward, backing up, excuse me, has to be his opportunity because he's able to get a left hook right there and now working towards the body. But UncleTalent, he's still there. He's still ready to unleash his strikes. And look at that. So many combinations coming in flush from UncleTalent. He just needs to do a little bit more of it with 1 man to go. And he's getting a nice counter as he lunges forward.
Good jabs landing to the body from UncleTalent onto FightNightsFinest.
Yeah, and so far, we'll see. Center of the ring. KYoungButta's prediction scores are coming up. And you see the combinations coming in. The damage has to be affecting FightNightsFinest, but he's moving forward a little bit. And just like that little turn from UncleTalent, you saw him on the outside, but able to turn it 180 so he has his opponents back to the ropes. That is a good change. It gives him more opportunity to get a strikeout, but a good counter from FightNightsFinest. And as we approach, we're approaching the end of the round. Where do you see it? Do you see it 2-1 or maybe tied up? Where do you see this going?
I don't know, man. Yeah, 2-1. Look at that. And UncleTalent, it's definitely close, but UncleTalent is doing a good job. He lands that lead left hand. I actually thought the last round he would have won. He would have been ahead, so I'm a little shocked that that's not the case.
Yeah, it is.
Like a little matrix there.
Yeah, a little bit of a matrix, and also the hooks, the straights coming in from FightNightsFinest. He's scored points, but with a straight like that from Canelo, you need to be very careful. You need to have your offense and your defense very well established, because right now, I feel like from UncleTalent, from going after Royszn, he wants to say, okay, the KYoungButta's predicted scores are not in my favor. I need to put something on tape. I need to make sure the judges know that I'm here and I deserve to win this round right here.
As he should. As he should. And now, oh, look at this. He's trying to land these hooks. There's so many blocked shots from both of these guys. I feel like they both know the offense that the opponent's trying to throw so well. That shot snuck in there from FightNightsFinest. And that one sneaks in there from UncleTalent. Wow, these are very back and forth. 2 body shots land flush from FightNightsFinest.
Yeah, 1 minute left to go in this 4th round right here. We saw a little bit of the block gauge be fairly low for UncleTalent, but still able to strike. And you see FightNightsFinest, a quick 2 shots into the counter of the face of Canelo Alvarez. So far, Sugar Ray Robinson has had the range, has had the distance, and FightNightsFinest is using it to his maximum benefit with 25 seconds left to go.
Those 2 counters were very significant. And again, he goes to the body, but he gets blocked. That was really high-level boxing IQ from UncleTalent, showing his chess prowess, thinking ahead and picking out the moves and predicting his opponent was going to throw that. That's good. Now, if he can continue to do that, he can then land a counter. 88 damage, 92 from UncleTalent. We can only speculate what is on the other side. Round 5 underway.
Yeah, closer and closer to the midway point of this second semifinal matchup. We still have Pryoxis and Addict 85 waiting in the wings for their draw instant run back, but we'll have to see who is going to join them in the finale. Who's going to be in the 3rd place matchup? We'll have to find out, because FightNightsFinest taking center of the ring, trying to use the jabs a little bit more. And you see UncleTalent being very not predictable with his movement, but also going like side to side, a little bit vertical, diagonal with his movement a little bit, not trying to keep it at a straight line. And you see the distance, not fully close to where he wants to get a full flush shot, but FightNightsFinest needs to watch out for everything and anything that could possibly come his way.
Well, that's why he's standing in the center, right? It allows him to have that distance, and
True.
he controls it with the jabs and the straights, as you can see there. And he is being very defensively sound as he lands a straight and a lead hook up top against UncleTalent. I think UncleTalent really, you know what? Push chest to chest and start landing these shots like he's doing there. That's good. You know, you can't be afraid because someone's just standing still. You got to make them move.
Ooh.
Like that. Like that. Get them moving backwards. You want to stand in front of me? I'm going to fire shots and land another straight against you. That's an amazing offense coming from UncleTalent. Now he's starting to get a rhythm going against Undisputed's Finest.
Okay.
And a straight shot counter lands again using Canelo Alvarez. He's doing a great job.
We went from a little bit of a simmer on the stove, and now we're just going to a little bit of a high heat with the striking, with the punishment that's coming from UncleTalent, just letting it cook a little bit in that ring into the semifinal matchup. And you have to think UncleTalent, the way he's striking, the way that he's pinpointing his opponent with his punches, and you see FightNightsFinest falling back saying, okay, that's the end of the round, let me recuperate. That is a great combination of good sequences, a couple of sequences from UncleTalent there.
It is, and here goes round number 6. And again,
he's going straight in.
Yep, I like that because this is what you got to do. You need to make it a brawl. You need to make this ugly. You do not want to have this be a rope-a-dope situation, a situation where you're getting punched as you come in. You want to be right into his face and stay there. As you can see here, he's been landing and doing this effectively. And again, he lands 2 shots. UncleTalent is starting to go off, and now he's starting to take a little bit out of EyeGameUWatch's book and do the diagonal movement. But hold up now. Once he saw that, he said, okay, well, I know how to deal with this. And he throws that left hook, and he does a good job.
He was at 70% of the flow state. He was almost to completion with his whole rhythm, and then a simple straight counter from FightNightsFinest changes that a little bit. But you see, UncleTalent, he's still going forward. He wants to be in this kind of race because he knows those hooks are paying dividends. But how many times can he suffer trades like that? Because we know that FightNightsFinest can turn it on a dime and change the whole entire script and get a knockdown of its own. But right now, we're seeing UncleTalent. He wants to go back in. He wants to keep fighting. And with 1 minute to go, we're in the 6th round. If he goes to the 7th round and gets maybe the rounds to his favor, maybe he puts on a little bit more of that pressure. Diagonal lunges back in, but now the brawl, the striking from UncleTalent with the left hook, landing very clear, and now he's going in. Now he wants to use more and more of his striking, and he's landing very nicely.
He is landing very nicely. I would like to see a little bit more uppercuts like we just saw there from Undisputed's Finest, because there is an uppercut perk on both of these fighters, but we're not seeing it that much. And you know what, man? Throw him if you got him. Throw that lead jab, throw that uppercut followed up with it. Start to land those shots. You can utilize the perks that you got, and that's an awesome jab counter that lands as FightNightsFinest exits the pocket. And now he heard me. Start throwing body uppercuts there. Good stuff. We are at the end of the 6th, going into the 7th, 78 to 85.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a damn fight. 57 to 57 at the end of 6 rounds. And you can see FightNightsFinest, he's not being patient anymore. He wants to go in and fight. And it seems like UncleTalent, he's fighting angry. He's like, okay, now I got you. Now I know I can tie this whole thing up with you. And now you see FightNightsFinest, he's like, oh, you want to fight angry? Well, I am angry as well, and I want to punch back as much as possible. Who is going to take these next 6 rounds and go into the final best of 3 for all the money and the title?
For all the money and the title. They want all the money and the title. They want it. They want it bad. Who wants it more, though? And that is a left hand that lands up top from FightNightsFinest. A jab. They trade. Both of them just clocking each other in the face. Straight punch lands there from UncleTalent. Now they're about to engage again in just a second. And that's a left hand that lands lovely. They keep trading these left hooks.
Yeah, the trading of the left hooks had been like a staple of this fight, but it's just a step back into a lunge and then also going for the strike. It's just working nicely. The right hook landing for UncleTalent, but Talent now is the one backing up. In FightNightsFinest, he's the one that's going forward a little bit. And now he's obliging both guys in the phone booth, trading a little bit. And I think we're going to have to go again, because now we're not even just attacking the body. We're going straight to the head, and we're landing some absolute bombs with the hooks.
You're right about that. You're very right about that. Look at that. A jab counter lands there from UncleTalent. And I really like that FightNightsFinest is not chasing, but at this point, he just got caught with 2 jabs consecutively. Pop, pop, pop. That was a really nice combination. The power shoot lands with that left hook followed up. UncleTalent, man, he's letting it go. He's letting his punches fly, man.
Yeah, it's a little bit of deja vu when he had those shots, right? He was able to get in the last round and able to get in the 7th round, and he was able to tie it up. If he's able to win this round, he might be up with 5 rounds to go. He is feeling it. He got FightNightsFinest out of his game plan, and now he is fighting his fight. Who is going to take this next round? Because right now, Fight Night, he wants a payback. You have to admit he wants a payback.
Yeah, guys, tell us in the chat who you think you got up at this point. It's been so dead even. And they both are landing some crazy shots against each other. I think UncleTalent's been landing a little bit more and better at the exchanges, but FightNightsFinest is certainly doing his job here by landing shots like that. A jab and a lead hook lands up top without any answer. Again, that body uppercut. That is what you need to do, people. Start landing these uppercuts and break your opponent's body down with the hooks and the uppercuts there. And you got to catch them. You got to get better at moving the footwork and getting close to your opponent. And again, he lands another lead uppercut to the body with a lead hook up top. And now FightNightsFinest is doing a really good job at getting back in control of what he thinks is something that it should be in his control. Because when you look at the fights he has, he wins by decision majority of the time. So now,
yeah, and also when you look at this fight right here, you wouldn't even think this is a number 3 seed going against a number 7 seed. No, it's that close of a matchup. UncleTalent is trying to do the impossible, landing some bombs on his opponent, striking from the heavens, lightning down to the ground on the face of FightNightsFinest. And right now, FightNightsFinest trying to find an answer. Yeah. He can't find a single damn one as he gets hit with a vicious counter. Again, UncleTalent putting on his opponent, rocking him, storming forward, trying to land a body, maybe him, and he knocks him down with a timber.
He took the knee, actually, and he saved himself. That is something he did, and that is very wise. He's going to get up here at the 8 count. That's why, or actually, the 6th, I'm a little shocked. I thought it was always the 8. Was it the knee, or did he actually get knocked down?
He actually got knocked down. He got body shot, knocked down. He got very close, but that's huge. That changes everything. The number 7 seed, the underdog, is now 2 rounds up. A 10-8 round in the last round, and we're in round 9. And you have to feel the pressure, the tension that's in the back of the mind of FightNightsFinest. Now you see him moving forward. He says, I need to get my lick back, and I need to see him in that ring. I need to see him in the center, and I need to brawl with him. Because not only can he not point fight, not only can he not fence, now he needs to go into a scrap here, Omni.
He needs to make it a war for sure. I also have another question. What is the term, like, I need to get another lick in? Are people going around licking each other like as a tag game? I really
like you need like you get hit and now you got to get your head back. It's like getting a lick back. You never heard that before?
I've heard it, but I had a question. Okay. I needed to ask it. But anyway, he takes the lick and he keeps on.
Lick back, K's, what does the K stand for? And then what is addict being an addict for? Winning? We may never know. We might have like a whole
These are the questions of the universe. Yeah, these are the questions
of the universe.
Yeah, if you understand these questions, it's like understanding the secrets of 3. If you're Einstein, you know what I'm talking about. If you listen to him. And look at this. Now another jab. Here, let's talk about the fight for a second.
I was gonna say FightNightsFinest is looking for some answers in the universe to combat against UncleTalent. Because right now, UncleTalent, he's in this rhythm that's hard to describe. But look at the lunges, look at the jabs, the hooks. Every time he's in this phone booth, it's been success after success. And with FightNightsFinest, he's seeing his tournament life going down the drain if he doesn't answer back. And you see good combinations coming from FightNightsFinest with 18 seconds left, trying to find his way back in, taking the center of the ring, 10 seconds left of this 9th round, going to the championship rounds and going with a little bit of a brawl. but not as much. And will he just keep it to the last round? And also a point of stamina. How is both staminas going to be in these next 3 rounds?
60 to 76. CompuBot comes up. It's still tied!
85! There's no way, dude. 10th round, best of 3 of the rounds. Who is going to the finals? Don't tell me we're going to have another draw. I swear to God, we have another draw. I'm going to need
actually very real.
4 gallons of water. My voice cannot handle this.
That's why you get a Yeti, man. That's why you get this nice.
Oh, true. Yeah,
this
yeah.
nice red Yeti right here. This is
My
Rescue
God.
Red. Remember this? It's a gallon. That's what's
You
up.
You came prepared, just like UncleTalent came prepared in this matchup right here against FightNightsFinest. Get a power right hook onto his opponent. FightNightsFinest still in the fight, but he needs to not get rocked. How much damage has he taken in these middle rounds?
Nice.
He's taking more and more and more, and it's just too much to handle.
Nice left hand lands there. A straight shot lands there from Undisputed, FightNightsFinest. UncleTalent here. He's going. Look at that. That right there. This is a lesson for anybody who's trying to get good at this game. UncleTalent is throwing shots when he believes his opponent is coming in. That could be dangerous if you understand your and your opponent knows that. But this is the kind of thing that makes or breaks fights. Is when you're predicting when your opponent is coming in and you're using that long reach.
Oh.
Like that. Look at that. Like that right there was because he knew that FightNightsFinest was going to come in. So he threw a jab lead hook as FightNightsFinest was trying to counter with the right hand. Remember this kind of stuff, guys. It's a chess match. It's moves, predictions ahead of time.
Yeah, and you saw the pawn go to rook knight 3 with the striking from Ruthless Omni. That thing was absolutely insane with the movement. And now both guys are just using their stamina to the end of the 10th round. Save your energy. We got 2 more rounds to go. You don't have to give it all you want, but the left hook's coming in. UncleTalent says to the bell, damn it. I want to win this whole tournament. And he's going to start with Royszn and then now with FightNightsFinest as we go into the penultimate round of this semifinal matchup.
Yeah, the 11th round here as we get going, I think Undisputed's Finest has got to recognize that, you know, this fight is a little close, but you can take it away. Same thing on UncleTalent's side. You don't know who won that last round. It is a very big possibility that we're going to see another draw, which honestly...
Don't put that bad juju on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't
you
even bring that out to the universe.
That is a power straight that just went flush after those 2 diagonal movements are successful at mitigating the damage coming from FightNightsFinest. And he gets blocked right in the face, and again he gets hit right in the face.
Oh.
And again he's power straight, and UncleTalent is getting a little cocky here, throwing these power shots.
No,
you gotta be careful.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You were able to get a knockdown. The mistake that we saw against FightNightsFinest is that you went into the lull period and you did stick with your guns. You didn't go to branching out. Like, stay with your gameplay, but you could branch out a little bit, but just pepper it. But with left and rights from FightNightsFinest, you can say he changed up his whole game plan. He knows he needs to go forward. With 1 minute left in the penultimate round of the semifinal matchup, UncleTalent taking more of the outside here. And Omni, you have to think, someone's going to get knocked down here.
The way that they're moving, yeah, there's a highly likelihood that one of them are going to get rocked here. They're both landing consecutively on each other. Another left hand lands from FightNightsFinest. Another left hand lands from FightNightsFinest. I mean, and now he's going jabs into straight. He gotta. This is that full matador kind of style, and it's crazy to me that we're seeing FightNightsFinest be the one that is actually pressuring and not UncleTalent playing as Canelo Alvarez. And as we close out this round, it's only leaving more questions as to what the judges were thinking, because it seems so close and even at this point.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. It is the final round of this matchup. So far, it's been very close. We see knockdowns. We see power counters like that working onto the face of FightNightsFinest. But FightNightsFinest saying, I am not going to quit. I'm going to land my own stuff and get into the finals, because that's what it's all about. Winner goes to the finals. The 3rd place matchup is still on the line for the money. But right now, who is going to take it? You see UncleTalent going forward, trying to work his way with his strikes. But nice cooks coming from Fight Night's Finest, that's going to be very key for him.
Yeah, he really wants to continuously land when he sees the opening. A power straight misses and a miss left hand hook
Oh.
coming from UncleTalent. 2 of them missing in a row. That's really important. Fight Night's Finest needs to do exactly this, but he just got caught with about 3 shots.
Oh my God!
Pinpoint forward.
Accuracy. The sniper shot of a straight coming from Canelo. UncleTalent. UncleTalent with a timber! Landing on the canvas. Fight Night Finest does. That's his second knockdown again. Will he be able to get up? He will, but how much time is left for UncleTalent to get the knockout? He beat the knockout king. He wants to knock out Fight Night's Finest with under 1 minute to go. Who is going to take it? Will Fight Night's Finest take it? Gets left hook or right hook along with his presence. 40 seconds left. We are taking it home here, Omni.
Yeah, we are taking it home here. But that was the thing. I was calling that before. UncleTalent started landing about 3 or 4 consecutive shots right to the face, and again, he goes and he lands a shot. We are last 15 seconds here. UncleTalent is moving forward, and he wants to get this knockout. We know he's won this round. He wants this round, and we are coming to the last 5 seconds.
Oh, he got it again! He got it again! 2 seconds! A fadeaway buzzer beater! Will that be a TKO? Will Fight Night's Finest be able to get up? That's the 3rd knockdown! 5 seconds in! Will he make it to his feet? He does! He got back up! The soul, the heart of Fight Night's Finest! We will go to the judges' scorecards, and your winner will be the number 7 seed. He will go to the finals to either face the king in Pryoxis or the underdog Addict 85. The finals is set.
Man, oh man, talk a fight of the night. That was crazy. And there he is. There's the UncleTalent right there. That guy. Look at this. Really separated himself from the pack here. It was dead even going into that final round for the most part. But UncleTalent, he just took out Fight Night's Finest. The guy I called Undisputed Finest. He just took this guy out. And honestly, great fight to both of you. Truly a spectacular fight. Fight Night's Finest came in game ready. UncleTalent came in game ready, and that's it, man. UncleTalent said, I see myself winning the belt and shocking the world. Man, he just shocked the entire gaming community. This guy really did there. Good stuff there. If you guys don't know already, if you haven't realized, he's on Twitch. Go follow that guy. Clearly, he's really good and worth your follow.
I can't stop smiling. That fight was insane. UncleTalent, he was so close to the KO bounty too. He's definitely gonna get Fight of the Night contender with that whole matchup, along with Fight Night's Finest. But the fact he's the number 7 seed, he had 3 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, and now he's at the finals of the Undisputed ESFL Grand Finale tournament. You cannot write this with a script. But again, on the other side of the coin, Undisputed Finest, Fight Night Finest, put on a hell of a show, but not able to get it done in the semifinals. But mind you, he's still within the money because he will be in our 3rd place matchup, which is going to be another bar burner, whoever he faces. But man, what if I'm the Pryoxis or Addict 85 who went to a draw and saw that contest? I'm like, damn, I got my work cut out for me in the finale, and especially in a best of 3 there, Omni.
In a best of 3, you definitely have your work cut out for you. That's for damn sure. And now what we're waiting on at this point is for these guys to get started. But prior to that happening, I got to take a look here. You got time to go and meet up with Addict and with Pryoxis.
I did.
You were able to do so. Anything else that you would like to point out here in regards to these guys? You know, when you talk about Addict 85 and his overall thoughts about the road to getting to the playoffs.
Well, it's funny you said that because I had to take some notes down along because like both guys gave amazing answers. We know that Pryoxis is all about like keeping it fun, keeping it light, not having the pressure on his back when it comes to these tournaments and these big moments. He loves to just put in work and just grind and just put out amazing content for everyone. But for Addict 85, for him to be a content creator, making his debut into this regular season, into the playoffs, when I talked to him about possibly be on the toughest side with Losooo, who was a former #1 seed in Pryoxis, and I said, "What's your predictions about everything?" He said, "I'm actually perfectly fine with my side of the bracket," which is like already the calm confidence that you need. He said if he was able to handle business with Losooo, and as I planned, assuming Pry gets a win, he's already beaten Pry. And the fact is that it was more one of his lopsided wins. So he had the confidence in the world that he can make this run. He can make this way to beat the favorite competitors, beat the former #1s, beat the guy who is favored to win this whole darn tournament. And it came so close with that semifinal matchup. It just went into a draw, even though one judge put into favor for Pryoxis into a majority draw. He said he has a clear path to the finals, but it got a little bit more tough with this draw rematch. So he just says, if it all comes down to it, he just has to execute and fight his fight. The rest will play out as it should. And if he does get to the finals, he hoped that his opponent, funny enough, was FightNightsFinest. And guess who beat FightNightsFinest? That's UncleTalent. So I guess he has to beat the guy that he wanted to beat. He gave me his... So for FightNightsFinest, he gave him his only loss in the season, and he barely wanted to run that one back. So now the enemy of my enemy is my friend as he's facing Uncle. Possibly. I don't want to count the chickens yet, but if he goes through this path, he might have a chance to get some redemption and be the best in the world. But Pryoxis, he is the best in the world for a reason. And as we take a look at this fight selection screen, as both guys are ready to go, Omni, this is what it's all about. The semifinal matchup to get to the finals.
I mean, it's crazy that this one's a draw in the first place. Pryoxis seemed to have had a handle on this originally, and then Addict 85 was able to fight his way back into this fight. As much as I'm saying fight a lot, but the reason for that is because Addict 85 is so good at adapting and changing his fighting style. That is actually what lost the fight in the first place to Pry against Addict 85, and I'm pretty sure that's the last time he lost. So now you got to think, okay, well, this guy was able to make this a draw if I'm Pry, and he has a win over me. So if I'm Addict 85, man, I'm gonna get addicted to the idea that I can beat the 100,000 subscriber YouTuber, and I can become, I can show everybody that I got talent myself. Like, let's see how he does.
All those numbers don't mean a thing when you're going into a fight like this. So nice that they had to do it twice in the semifinals, as we see again. Pryoxis using Jorge Linares running it back with his fighter, and Addict 85 also using Ryan Garcia. Now, if we have a draw, I'm hoping that we have less rounds because 12. I cannot handle another 12 rounds, but I'm hoping they could sell the situation here, and whoever is going to win this is going to be facing Talent in the finals in the best of 3, and then the third place matchup, whoever the loser is going to be facing FightNightsFinest. So a lot of great matches along the way, but so far back to what we saw, a little bit of deja vu. Both guys filling it out, but do you see a little bit of a change in their game plans, or would you think it's going to come a little bit more quicker than what we saw in the first matchup?
Yeah, I think Addict 85 is immediately imploring what got him the draw in the first place in the last round, and he's being a lot more defensive, and he is being comfortable with allowing Pryoxis to kind of chase a little bit. Those are good 3 shots that just landed from Addict 85. Pry tries to throw that lead left hand, and it does not land. And another jab attempt, and that misses, whips, and the body hook lands there successfully from Pryoxis. So, I mean, it looks like he's doing what he was doing at the end of the air, and that was a good rear uppercut that lands from Addict 85, and I think Pry is having a little bit of trouble with the reach advantage of Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, you can see him just peppering those jabs a little bit, just moving back, and it's working so nicely for him. If he's able to answer back with a little bit of a hook, possibly maybe work towards more of the body, Pryoxis is staying at the face of Ryan Garcia. Pryoxis is not giving him any quarter in this first round, and that could be something to look out for the later part of these next couple of rounds.
No quarter. No quarter.
Hey, bonus
So,
games have been on my mind, so I got all these like little old-timey terms in my head. But go ahead, what were you saying?
man, I love it. Love it. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh card and it's called Be Gone Knave, and it's the funniest thing in the world, and that's what that reminds me of. Anyway, that's
What a
what Pry
throwback.
is going to be looking to do to this guy. He wants to tell him, "Be gone, knave. You're freaking commoner. You're not a noble. You know, you ain't no royal." And that's what he's trying to do here. I mean, he's trying to push forward and show his prowess. And but the thing is that Pry has worked very hard to get to this point in his career, and that's something to remember. He's put in so many hours into these games, and same thing for Addict 85. And that's a good few body shots that landed from Pryoxis prior, and it looks like he's going to go back to that again. He's trying to lure Addict 85 to coming and fighting forward. And I think it's frustrating him just a bit. That's why he's starting to move his hands like that. And that right there is Addict 85 starting to throw to the body, and he just keeps circling out to the left, and he's causing Pry to miss when the camera is turning, and that was good. That was a good counter jab landed there from Addict 85.
Now, when you see from the first fight go into this fight,
Ooh.
do you feel like they have like a read on each other's tendencies? Do you think the comfortability of that last fight will bleed into this fight, or do you think it's just like restart, keep the mind fresh, just like reset everything that you knew? Because it seems like Pryoxis, instead of being more of a point fighter or taking more of the center of the octagon, he's really like zoning on his opponent, just like tunnel vision, and try to get into his face as much as possible.
I think, I mean, right now, Pryoxis is going forward within the range, pushing forward. He's landing to the body wherever he can. He's just trying to wear down Addict 85. Obviously, as you saw within the health, he's not eating so many shots, and that was good. But I think to your point, you know, I think that it's not a continuation. It's not the 13th round for real. It's the first round of a new fight, and that's why you're seeing 100-100. That's again the same way it started before. Pryoxis, man, he is landing. He's certainly landing. It may not be the most flashy shots, but he's landing when he can, and he just missed twice. He lands that body straight as he saw Addict leaving, but he got countered with that left hand, and another jab lands there from Addict 85. Good job. Good job there.
Great job so far for both competitors, and you see that Addict 85 landing some shots, but a nice 1-2 uppercuts into the body from Pryoxis. Pryoxis landing some more of his shots, taking more of the pressure to the face of Addict 85, and Addict 85 working his way, trying to find the right distance, trying to find the right amount of striking that he needs. Working the jabs, 4 straight jabs of the sequence of Addict 85, and Pryoxis wants to go a little bit more in, but those jabs just disrupt your timing every single time.
Yeah, that's the point of them, right? Like, it's a rangefinder, it's a stopper, it's a good gauge of timing. Truly, the jab is the most a useful punch in the entire game. And additionally, you're seeing that after the jab lands, you're able to secure another shot if you understand the timing, and that's the point. So good thing on Addict 85 going for that. Nice lead hook lands there for Pryoxis onto Addict 85. Straight lands too.
Absolutely. Under 1 minute before we get the CompuBox prediction scores for the 4th round to see who is going, like who is leading. Who is leading after all the turmoil of these first 3 rounds? We will have to find out. But right now, Pryoxis taking more of the center of the ring, taking his time, gauging with those jabs, trying to find what is Addict 85 going to do. Trying to go for a power straight. Addict does, but not able to fully land. And Pryoxis sees his opening, using a lot of that stamina more than he did before as he ends the 3rd round with a good sequence. And you have to think, we went from 100-100 to 89-92 there on me.
Yeah, that he did. He took a lot more damage there. And look at this. Addict 85 is up on all 3 rounds. And I think that is telling. And I kind of figured it seems like Addict 85 has a rhythm of the footwork of Pryoxis. And this truly has the makings to be a awesome undisputed rivalry between both of these guys. Addict 85 is just kind of inching out and getting a little bit ahead here, but make no mistake, 3 rounds is nothing. In the next 3 rounds, it could completely be Pryoxis and all of those sides, but that does damper with the mindset, right? Now I see that, and I'm like, oh crap! Now I gotta do more, and that might be a mistake. It may not be that you have to do more. You just have to do something right. You might have to just start landing a little bit more. Nice body shot landed by Pryoxis, and that's what we're gonna have to see. How does he react to that? Nice straight shot also by Pryoxis. Good stuff.
Yeah, this could possibly be our Triple G Canelo trilogy if we get more of these fights. Because so far, you get the first draw, and now both guys are trying to take it to their opponent, but 3 rounds to 0 in favor of Attic 85. With the 4th round, still a little bit more of the same. As you see, a left hook coming from Pryoxis, working his way back in. Do you think that has like an effect of Pryoxis? I know he
Yes.
keeps his like mental with film and he stays in the kill, but people are human. People have
We
to
are
look at the
human,
scoreboard.
it's affecting him. It affected him, and the only reason it's affecting him is because he's already shown a little bit of signs of being frustrated. When you saw it in this first fight, when he was taunting a little bit with that blocking movement, and he did it again early within this fight. And the thing is also, it's frustrating to fight an opponent that does this, what Attic 85 is doing, which is I'm on the back foot, I'm moving around, I'm not going to be stationary, and it's very hard to determine when to throw your shots. And when he's playing like somebody like an Aries, he's trying to land to the body, but every time he goes for it like that, you see he gets blocked or he gets whiffed because he's planting his feet and doing exactly that. And that's frustrating. And then when you see KYoungButta to confirm that what you're witnessing is actually happening, that's annoying. Now I gotta figure out a way to break through that. And the thing is, deep breaths, man. Like I've been saying, do that Wim Hof, get yourself collected, and start landing your shots when you need to.
Round 5 of our semifinal matchup, the last one that we're possibly going to have in this contest before we go to the finals in the 3rd place matchup. Again, Attic 85 leading in the CompuBox prediction score with Yusuf Ryan Garcia. On the other side, Pryoxis, the #1 seed, still trying to claw his way back and make it to the finals into the best of 3 against UncleTalent, while the other will fight FightNightsFinest. And oh, look at that stamina being so drained down low, and we're not even close to the 2-minute mark of this whole 5th round. So Attic 85, whatever he's doing, the openings are fewer and far between with his defensive shell, but he's able to answer with some amazing offense.
That is true. And the reason that his stamina got so low is because he started throwing a lot of jabs and shots to the body that are getting blocked, as you can see there. He throws it again, it gets blocked, and look how low his stamina is, and it just went down there if you guys were watching and paying attention. He went in, now you're seeing Attic 85 throwing that rear body uppercut, and another jab lands successfully from Attic 85. Pryoxis is still in this, and look, and now he's just trying to get a rhythm here, but look at the head of Ryan Garcia. That's getting a little red there on the right side. That would indicate that he's starting to take some damage from a left hook coming from Pryoxis. Maybe a few have snuck in there, but it's starting to become a lot more evident. It's visible, the damage coming up on Attic 85, and the left hook lands from Attic 85 there. Good stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, the left hook's like, even though we see a little bit of swelling on the right side of Ryan Garcia, he doesn't have the most durable chin, but he's still getting some power punches off against his opponent. So far, Attic 85, he's like, if he can stay in his distance range where he's just like not into the phone booth, but just a part where he could just whiff and make sure his opponent misses, that's where he wants to be. It's something that Pryoxis will love to do. Both guys want to be a part of it, and you can see it's more like a Braveheart situation. If you replace the red with a little bit of blue, how that red faces.
Okay.
But go into the halfway mark. Yeah, go into the halfway mark. Attic 85 has to feel a lot confident, and we're going to see CompuBox prediction scores after this round. But Pryoxis, what does he need to do? What is his entry point in this defensive shell, in this constant kinetic energy that you're seeing from Attic 85?
Well, you just said it, I think. I think you just said it. It's have a defensive shell and move that defensive shell forward. But you have to strike when your opponent strikes. At this point, it's trading. Nice left hand hook. It lands successfully. And now we're seeing the swelling has gone down on Ryan Garcia instantly. I don't know why, but that was really cool. And I really wish that I could do that in real life. But as I digress, you're seeing Pryoxis is really just trying to get the footwork going and cut off Ryan Garcia. He's landing those hooks to the body. He's pushing forward. And now, there's something I'm going to call out here. Pryoxis, I have seen, he's the first ESFL champion as well. But I've also seen Pryoxis get to the point where he gets to the big dance and he's choked a few times, and this might be a moment that's happening. And I'm not trying to, jab nobody. I'm just simply putting it out there. I've seen this guy act like a Dolph Ziggler inside of the ESFL,
Don't even.
and I
Dolph
mean
Ziggler
that's
is
a
a great.
compliment.
Okay,
That's a
I take offense.
compliment.
As a wrestling fan, I take huge offense to that. Dolph
Okay,
Ziggler is a
because
champion.
he's
But
amazing.
going to Pryoxis' point, we know, like, the spotlight doesn't phase him. Sure, he had a couple of down moments in previous tournaments before, but this is Pryoxis that we're talking about.
It is. Yeah.
He cannot be doubted in situations like that. He might be down in scorecards, but he can easily turn it up in a matter of seconds. Even though he's getting counter, and now he can turn up the pressure a little bit. It's just a matter of, like, if he can find that right opening. There's still people who have faith in him. I'm sure a lot of people put CopyBot's predictions to him, but I wouldn't say he's a choker.
I mean, look at this. He is starting to come back. He won the last 2 rounds. That's what's up. But the thing is, it's not a choker, right? That's not the point. The point of it is you get there, right? You get to the top, and then maybe it's not where, like, maybe you just miss. You do so great. Get to the title fight, just miss.
So are you saying like bridesmaid, never the bride, in that kind of situation? Like you get close to the mountaintop, and like.
But he's been a champion, just like and then the point being is that right now what we're seeing is him having to fight an uphill battle. He's down. If you could believe CompuBox, he's down a little bit. And the thing is, he's also fighting somebody that has a victory and he's got to draw. Yeah, he's got to be careful on the stamina. He's got to be careful on his health, and he's got to push forward. I definitely think Pry can do it. He's the #1 seed for a reason. Why? Is this what happens with him? I don't know, man. We're gonna see, because he's got to be more aggressive and move forward and actually land a little bit more shots. He won the last 2 rounds. Let's see if he can win the rest of them.
Yeah, he already had a good start. That's the path, right? That's a path to winning and coming back in this fight. And who knows? He's been able to get some good punches. At Game 5, had to be seeing that scorecard. Was like, okay, maybe I stepped off the gas a little bit. Maybe I didn't go straight into my game plan. But now it's time to execute and really lock these rounds down, because you don't want to leave it to the last 3 rounds and say, what if I did something right here? What if I did something in the 7th round? You want to put everything on the line and leave yourself no doubt. And it's so hard to come by with knockdowns, especially going against 2 skilled fighters, that it's only going to go push to come to shove. And as we're going to the last 20 seconds of the 7th round right here, Omni, you have to think it's still fairly close with Ryan Garcia getting some power punches.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's still very close. Regardless of the entire thing, I'm saying this fight can definitely turn and go back into his favor. But it could always put a little bit of doubt in his fans. Point being is that as of right now, we're seeing the stamina be 76, but that damage is only 95, man. He's still defensively one of the best inside of the business today of gaming. I'd only imagine how far that's really going to take him. The thing is, though, when you're using Linares, and you have to start getting damage off yourself, get them jabs and get those body straights going, and you're facing Ryan Garcia, look at the swelling. It definitely looks like there's swelling there, right there. Like, it's an uphill battle right now. If you are to believe CopyBot, that, again, you could only see one judge. It could be completely different, but that's the thing. It's if you're believing CopyBot. We'll see how much he does better at this point.
Instead of believing in the CompuBox judges, you could believe in the heart of cards, just like Yu-Gi-Oh, and believe in the heart of your punches. Going into this next round right here as at Game 5. Mind you, the winner of this will go into the finals, and the loser will go to the 3rd place matchup in this ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament. I am your host and commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless. I'm going to give you the color commentary as you need. But with 2 minutes left, you can see a little bit of like hesitation, not fully go straight and diving into the action, but taking their time. And you have to think, Pryoxis was a little bit worried about his stamina every time he threw a hook. So will he possibly be more lenient on the jabs, more lenient on the straights? We'll have to see. While Attic 85 is moving back, moving past, like towards the corner a little bit, and already we're past the halfway mark. So you have to think, does Pryoxis need to push the pressure a little bit more?
I mean, he's trying. That's exactly what he's trying to do right there. He just landed a lead hook by doing so. He did trade a little bit from doing that. Also landed a right hand. Good job from Pry. But, I mean, it's the footwork of out of 85. He just keeps going left and right and left and right, and he's being very unpredictable with it. Look at this. Goes to the right for 2 seconds. jabs, and now he's going to the right again. And I mean, it's very hard to predict. Now he's going to the left, and then you see him go to the right to get out of the corner, and left again, and goes to the right. See,
it's not even movement. It's movement. It's just so silky smooth with the movement, and it has to say there's a difference between casual undisputed players and people who are fighting for competition. To have that type of movement that Addict 85 is having, that is astounding to see, because you're just not being as predictable with your movement.
Yeah, this is a textbook example of what it is to win. This is honestly, to me, it looks like an early season Job. When you see Addict 85's movement, he is moving around so much and he's not being predictable. This is the kind of thing that is required if you're going to win a tournament like this. It doesn't matter how pretty it is. What matters is that you're being effective and you're landing shots. And what we're seeing from Pryoxis right now is that though he's maintaining the center of the ring, he's not able to get a read on where Addict 85 is going to be, and that's why he's whipping and getting countered just like that.
Yeah, and with 2:30 left in this 9th round, KYoungButta's prediction scores is going to tell the tape from one judge who will have the benefit of the doubt. Pryoxis still moving forward, charging forward a little bit, but trying to gauge that distance. But every time he goes in, just jabs. And then a nice little right hook coming from his way in the body. But Ryan Garcia at AK5 obliged him with some of his own, and that's so telling of how much of the swelling that Ryan Garcia has, but he's still coming forward. But a right hook and a left hook. That's an opportunity right there that he needs to capitalize on.
He's got to keep, if he can continue to find that out, he's going to do just fine. And I think he's realizing that he's able to continue, that he's starting to get a little bit better with that footwork of Addict 85. I don't know what's happening, actually. That was a little weird. Anyway, back over to the action. A nice little jab lands successfully, and an attempt at a second rear lead body hook from Pryoxis. First lands, second does not. Now he's pushing forward. Both trade jabs. Attempts the straight, misses the left hook, and it now is a little bit of a stalemate. Now we're filling out the process here.
Yeah, and hopefully the process will turn out good for one of these fighters, because with 28 seconds, you don't want to leave any doubt. The KYoungButta's prediction scores is going to give you an ultimatum. You either win this round or you have to go for a knockout. You don't want to be at the latter part of the side, because, oh my God! Out of nowhere! Wait,
what? It's a bug.
He went down, but it's a little issues. Is that a flashback? Is that over? Is it over? Did Pryoxis go to the finale? Oh my God, he did! It was so damaging that the game couldn't register it. Pryoxis, the #1 seed. We'll have to see if it's a KO or a disconnect. I don't want to count our chickens just yet. We're getting word from it's a KO, and it was 76-76.
He came back, man. He did.
My
God.
He
did a super kick right over to that man's face. Talking about that, and now he's going to see, can he climb to the top of the mountain? #1 versus #7 seed. Now, this just seems like it's inside of his favor. This is incredible. We have an amazing. Oh, I thought you were frozen for a second, Kingsley.
No,
it looks like
are you kidding me?
That's incredible.
I thought FightNightsFinest and UncleTalent, that fight was crazy. Pryoxis was losing, right? He was 4 rounds down, and then he came back.
Yeah, he came back. Did so well.
Download complete, ladies and gentlemen. Pryoxis, your #1 seed, through a draw, going to a run back, was able to get the victory, and now he's going to a final tournament matchup against UncleTalent in a best of 3. Leave no doubt. But again, before we get there, we still have our 3rd place matchup, and for Addict 85, what can you
He's going in so many fights in a row at this point. Addict 85.
He went through the gauntlet. He was so close, and the fact that I think it was a legitimate knockout, right? Even though we didn't see the full knockout animation, that was a legitimate strikeout. The mouthpiece was gone, and it just didn't register. So the fact that he was so close and he got finished, even though he had such a great lead, that had to be so demoralizing. But he still has a chance in the 3rd place matchup.
He does, and this is what both of these guys get. They both get a chance at the 3rd place matchup. We're gonna see we're gonna see Fight Night's Finest taking on Addict 85, and Pryoxis mentioned this in his chat. He adjusted and he did what he had to do. I mean, that's the
Hey.
point. That's the thing. You could doubt Pryoxis as I even did, and this is the thing he does. I mean, now it's number 1 seed versus number 7 in the final. And before then, we're gonna see an amazing matchup between two what should be highly contested, number 3 versus number 4, Addict 85 versus Fight Night's Finest, and
Oh my
it's gonna
God.
be so good.
I just I just realized Addict 85 actually gets the run back that he wanted. He lost, so he gets to finally Fight Night's
Fight Night's
Finest.
Finest. Maybe was it staged? Was
It
it on
what
purpose?
the script? Who has the script? Guys, I promise this is not a script. This is not a script. This is a notepad. A notepad. I am not writing things
Was it
down
blank?
that I had no planned ahead.
Well, that's
But
blank. You just saw the blank side of the notepad. Did you just have that with you? Like, what's going
I
on here?
don't know. But the karmatic universe said that fight needs to happen, and then the number 1 seed going against the ultimate underdog in UncleTalent. Hopefully we could get your camera back up because I think you're a little bit frozen on our side. But looking at this whole
Oh,
tournament bracket as we're talking about, hopefully well, we're not gonna ask for the graphic, but just the whole tournament in general as we get back. Ruthless Omni, are you back with us?
yeah. I thought I was. I don't know. It looked fine to me, but it does look like it's stuttering a bit. That's
Yeah,
weird.
it was starting a little bit, but just overall sense. Let's take a whole grasp because now we have our third place matchup set. We have our final setup, the best of 3. What we saw in the semifinals and quarterfinals. What's your overall take?
I mean, I'm impressed. That's the first Flash knockout that we've seen. It's one of the first knockouts that I get to see here. We almost saw it with UncleTalent. Now UncleTalent's got he's got a lot to think about because now you got to live up to the hype. Now you got to show out and show up with your talent against a guy that's been doing this for a really long time. Though the guy loses sometimes. I mean, that guy is still Pryoxis. That guy still's got a name that people fear when they see him online. And the reason for that is because he's so good. He's so good. So bring your talent, show why everyone loves you as their uncle, and if you can beat Pryoxis, you got fame and glory and that belt to bring home, man, plus the cash prize. If you lose, unfortunately, uh, then you still get second place. So good stuff there, man. I mean, this is gonna be an epic thing. I really just want to see pictures of where people bring this belt. That's gonna
Oh,
be fun.
and you know what? I just reminded myself, Prax has got a knockout, right? So he gets like extra money for getting that knockout. We're doing knockout bonuses in
Oh,
Fighter
and
Night
he's the only one,
bonuses.
yeah,
So
yeah.
he's the only one who got it. So he's
Yep.
already in the money. He just wants the belt now.
Rolling in the riches.
All the dinero. But speaking of ways, let's just set the scene here. Third place matchup, a run back that everyone wanted. Fight Night's Finest and Addict 85. That is going to be the craziest matchup. Fight Night's Finest has the victory. He has the leg up. But now Addict 85, he wants to run that damn thing back. And then in the finale, the best of 3 from Pryoxis. Can he make history? Will he be the first ever UFC champion? And then
And
also undisputed champion.
that's
Will
cool.
he finally make history? And then on the other side, from underdog, can he become undisputed? The ultimate underdog undisputed story is still on the line with the number 7 seed in UncleTalent, and it's sure to be a good one. But you know what? Speaking of good, that's coming along with everything in the next month.
What's that?
Guess what? It's the CFESA Fall Scholarships are starting at September 1st, 2023. A $2,500 towards your education and $1,500 towards Klein Tools. If you want, you can scan the QR code today's stream
Scan it.
and head on over to the scholarships page and make sure
Do it.
to fill the interest form to be reminded on September 1st when the applications are open. So thank you for CFESA for sponsoring this whole crazy tournament, because not only that we saw crazy impact from the quarterfinals to the semifinals, we saw amazing matches. You also could be a part of that amazing stuff in the business that is booming as the CFESA with the commercial full equipment industry. So again, thank you to you guys for sponsoring us, and we hope to do more business with you guys in the future. But Omni, we still got a lot of things coming along the the pipeline. Not only
Yes,
that we
coming
have
down
the
the pipe.
Undisputed seasons, we also have UFC 5 that's coming along. I know everybody's super excited for that. How excited for you for the later part of the ESFL?
Overall, I mean, later part for the ESFL and all the things that coming down the pipeline, a moment of gratitude. Thanks for having me on board. It's been fun to return. It's been such a wonderful ride and experience, and so I'm just excited to be here and coming along for the ride. UFC 5's coming in September. I'm not sure if we're gonna do an AEW, any kind of tournaments with that game.
Oh, I
You
want
got
to.
Mortal Kombat, you got Tekken, Street Fighter 6 is already out. There's a lot of opportunities for the ESFL that exist, and it is going to only get better from here. So if you think that you have skill and talent like our uncle there, maybe you want to join up. It's something to think about.
Yeah, and if you miss out at any of the action, reminder on Twitch and on YouTube, we have a VOD of this whole tournament bracket. So if you miss any of the crazy fights, I be sure to go back, clip it out, and just check it all out because all of these matches are absolutely spectacular. But now it is time to get to
It is
the
time.
business at hand. Is for the third place side. Who is leaving with money and who is leaving with absolutely nothing? It is our third place matchup between Fight Night's Finest and Addict 85. And look at the choices that we see here, Omni. Jorge Linares, who we seen been
I've
a
seen so
powerful
much.
puncher,
I'm not
going
impressed.
against Lee McGregor.
Yep, and I'm McGregor, Lee McGregor. He's going against that guy. And Addict 85 is the one that picked him. So again, he's gonna have to take on Linares, and man, he just got knocked out cold.
You're
Honestly,
still
Addict
thinking
85
about
has
it.
had the longest. He just got straight up. You got knocked out,
He
bro. Like
just woke up.
it's
Let
so
him let
dumb.
him fight in this fight. Clear
I
slate. That
he did.
knockout was
It's
crazy, but
seriously,
clean
it's
slate.
true, but
Clean
oh
slate.
man, that hurts. That hurts. And he's
Two.
definitely going to be emotionally affected by this. But the thing is, though, he's not alone. Fight Night's Finest was on the verge of being knocked out. Only got up on the 9 count
True.
after the final bell was done. So I mean, both these guys are coming into this fight here losing rather harsh. And the thing about even that is both of these guys have already fought each other. Fight Night's Finest has got the win. Attic 85's got motivation because he wants that third place and he wants to get back his dub. And Fight Night's Finest obviously wants to show that there was a reason why he was the number 3 seed, and he wants to go away with hopes of becoming Undisputed's finest. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your third place matchup. Don't call it a consolation because this is the run back that both guys have been waiting for. Fight Night's Finest is on the left side in the red corner using Jorge Linares, while Attic 85 on the right side using Lee McGregor. And right now, this is the third seed going against the fourth seed, so a very high touted matchup in this whole consolation prize fight. But so far, little bit of a distant pressure. We know Attic 85 was circling this on his calendar, circling his chance to get his run back. So what are you expecting from Attic 85 to come to in this round? Are you expecting him to try to be a little bit more forceful or just be a little bit patient and try to fill out the process a little bit more?
I think that Addict 85 now, he just, you're fighting a different opponent, and the opponent you're fighting now is doing the exact same thing he's been doing to the last 2 guys. So if you've been watching the tape, you notice that Fight Night's Finest is looking to stay straight and land some good counters. He did land some there. So, I mean, it looks like they're both going to fight the exact same way they have in the last few fights, which is Addict 85 is already in rhythm of being on the back foot. He was winning up to the point where Pride just started to take over and got him knocked out. So, I mean, his game plan's still there. It's still sound, and so is Fight Night's Finest. But we'll see who ends up adjusting first.
Yeah, and right now, Fight Night's Finest, he doesn't want to do a double whip and drain some of his stamina trying to go for powerful shots. But Attic 85 going a little bit forward, but gauging the distance. He needs to watch out for the hook. And now body shot like that. Funny enough, coming from Fight Night's Finest after taking so many body shots in his last 2 matchups. But so far, he needs to be very careful of the blitzkrieg that could be coming from Attic 85. Because you have to think, he is pissed about his last result. And now he's looking to put on a show in his second round.
And I mean, you would hope so. We all do. As fans, as commentators, we're all just enjoying this good boxing, this good gameplay. And as we start the second round, we're seeing once again Undisputed's finest is he's standing straight and he's just like walking to me. And I think this is a part of a strategy to understand footwork. But Addict 85 not falling for it, lands a lead body hook. And now what we're seeing is a patient style. And look at that. The 2 shots land to the body there. He might be taking a page of EyeGameUWatch's book, the body shots there, and maybe we'll see him start again, just landing more shots to the body, jabs to the head, and 2 to the body. Good stuff.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Very great stuff indeed. And right now, FightNightsFinest taking more of the center ring, just getting hit with so many shots straight to the head, to the body. It's not only that, it's just one level. It's just a mixture of levels that's coming from Addict 85, doing such a nice job of going inside out, working to his opponent's weaknesses a little bit. But at 85, just launch it back. Not even fully block it, but just launch it back, saying, if you're going to try to hit me, I'm going to counter you every single time. But right now, just going towards a little bit both in each other's faces. FightNightsFinest is trying to find a way to land the hooks, but at 85 still has the right movement that he needs to be in this contest.
He does. Look at that left hand lands flush there from 85. And FightNightsFinest, I mean, this is just what we've been seeing. Another left hand lands from him. Undisputed's finest. This guy is trying his damnedest to get a rhythm going, and almost just got countered ridiculously, but didn't happen. And just a lot of jabs from Addict 85, honestly. Just an absurdly large amount of jabs are coming from Addict 85. Never can have too many jabs, but this is just a lot of lead hands.
Yeah, I mean, once you fall asleep with the jab, if you feel like it's just only going to be jab, it leads them to like branching paths with the uppercut, with the hooks possibly, or maybe a straight. You never know with the unpredictability, but we're going to be in the third round right here. Let's see if Addict 85 will keep up the pressure with the powerful jabs, or will FightNightsFinest find a way to stay in the center of the ring or be more of an outside fighter, because he got hit with a right hook right there, and I don't feel like he wants to be mainly comfortable in that little bit of a range. Maybe he wants to play a little bit more outside now.
Maybe. Nice, but he is getting hit a lot. FightNightsFinest to the body. And I think the pattern seems to be Addict goes to the head and then goes to the body after.
Ooh. And another powerful jab counter coming from Addict 85. And I just got word that if it's a draw again, we are not having a rematch. So this is the final match of the third place. No more draws or anything.
They both get
done.
The prize.
So,
there you go.
Going back into this matchup, you see just the jabs working so well, and that's what Addict, that's his bread and butter. That got him through the quarterfinals and had a chance in the semifinals. Now it's up to FightNightsFinest. Will he try to branch out a little bit more? Will he be able to take a jab and try to attack the body a little bit more? That's going to be an interesting equation as he goes ahead and finds the right striking ability to get the counters against Addict 85. But FightNightsFinest, center of the ring, wants to do a little bit more damage, but just gauge it with the jabs. Trying to do turnabout fair play, but the hooks coming out nicely from Addict 85.
They are. Another jab lands. He just keeps firing that left hand. He's firing the left hand and it's landing successfully. And it starts up top and then it ends at the bottom. It's up. And a power straight there. Very good from Addict 85 that landed.
Oh, good body. Just a nice body shot with 20 seconds left. You see the combinations coming out nicely from Addict 85, but FightNightsFinest trying to go for a double lunge towards his opponent, but not really fully getting the right extent to get a punish onto his opponent. Oh, but a nice try to get the uppercut. Man, that was UFC. That would have been a huge rock. But in the boxing ring, in that
85-98.
Yeah, yeah. So in the KYoungButta prediction scores, FightNightsFinest 29-28. We've seen this song and dance before, but will FightNightsFinest find the right situation to capitalize and keep it happening through the next sort of rounds? Because it seems like the set of rounds, he gets off to a really great start in the judges' scorecards, but in these middle rounds, it seems like his opponent adapts and finds a way to just take the rounds away from him.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's very solid. I mean, there's nothing much more to say about it. It's just, can you keep the momentum throughout the fight?
Yeah, and we'll have to see with 2 minutes left to go in the 4th round. Again, 12 rounds are on the docket for this consolation prize matchup in our ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale tournament. Addict 85 on the right side, trying to find his way after a devastating loss against Pryoxis, trying to get at least into the money in 3rd place. Well, FightNightsFinest, after taking a big loss against the underdog in UncleTalent, can he find his way to crawl himself back and get into a rightful spot, saying I was the top 3 of this regular season? We'll have to find out, but halfway through, so much of a stalemate filling out process that we're seeing here, Omni.
Oh, yeah, man. It still feels that way, but I think that's just because of Undisputed's finest. This is how he makes his opponents fight. And then if you learned anything from UncleTalent, it's simply you need to get aggressive and start moving forward toward him. Because he stands still and he's just looking to try to strike you while his feet are planted. And that's why the fight looks the way it does. He circles into the center very efficiently, circled into the corner that time. Ooh. And now he ate a nasty counter jab, and he almost just landed a counter shot of his own as he was circling out of the range of the shots from Addict 85, and more jabs coming from Addict.
Yeah, and hopefully he could be an addict to go to different punching combinations. But so far, at the end of that 4th round, we see the health of Addict 85 be at 83 and his stamina at 97. So whatever he's doing with the jabs is working well. But how much do you rely on the jabs before you go into your other punches? Because you're set the jab. The jab is perfectly set up. But can you bounce off more? Just like that. You see the jab into a nice straight to a 1-2-1. That was perfectly executed from Addict 85. The FightNightsFinest wants to get more of the body, but now he's getting to a bros. And Addict 85 gets rocked. I was going to compliment him, but now FightNightsFinest is turning up the pressure. Maybe he overextended too much.
He did a really good job there. I mean, he ate some shots, but he landed that power straight, and that's what caused the initial rock. And now FightNightsFinest is pushing forward, and he is looking good. He's looking very sharp. And this is, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. He landed a good counter shot there. Good stuff. And he gets countered with the jab. Oh, that was fun. Clean. That's always fun. Rock 'em, sock 'em.
Yeah, it was just like a nice sound too, like in this like gym, and you just hear nothing but the punches. It just sounds so nice. But what didn't sound nice, it was that little bit of deja vu for Addict 85 as he hits with a vicious left hook counter. The power counter is working well for FightNightsFinest. But what can he do more? Can he add on to the more of the misery of Addict 85? But a good answer. Well, under 1 minute, and you just see the peppering, the perfect range for him to get those shots off. But so far, who was going to take another advantage? Who's going to take another strike? Jabs coming in, but that's the range there, Omni.
That is the range. That is the range. I mean, even though he's throwing out jabs, as you saw there, FightNightsFinest tried to do a sidestepping hook, and it missed. And then, honestly, what was crazy is that Addict also went for an uppercut at the same time. Another jab lands. Or jab. Straight punch.
Oh, again, nice. Landed with those hooks. It's just like one out of instance, and then just take 2 pauses and then land another one in sequence, and then another one. These left hooks, these right hooks are landing for Addict 85, and that's a smart way to end the 5th round right there as we're reaching the midpoint.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, go ahead.
Right. I said you're right. You're right.
Oh, I thought you had more to lean on.
I have nothing more to add there.
No, it's totally fine. But going to the 6th round, the halfway point, Addict 85 with his hooks, seeing that he's finding the openings now, open up his opponent a little bit more. FightNightsFinest needs to find his way to stay in the center ring, but also find openings, because right now he's becoming a punching bag to a lesser extent, or a lack of a better word. Addict 85 is finding his ability to land these punches in succession now, and that's very scary.
That is scary. But reminder, he did get rocked last round. And that's something FightNightsFinest does remember. And I'm sure that he's going to be looking to do something just like that, landing a straight and find when his opponent's going to overthrow and then counter him with a strong power shot. So now what you have is Addict 85. He is trying to get the range, right? He's trying to step in, and he is landing body shots like that, as you can see, and jabs. I mean, nice. Another lead hook attempted. It's really tough, right? Because when you see Undisputed's Finest fight, he really does make opponents not push forward and pressure because he looks so much to plant his feet and throw. So if you get really close to him, he just starts firing against you. And that's why we're seeing the fight we're seeing. And Addict 85 is about 2 steps away.
Yeah, and you see the power shot not fully getting the face of FightNightsFinest, but what I'm worried about from Addict now, he's getting some good punches, but is he overextending his combinations? Is he overextending and making himself whip? Because right now, halfway through his stamina, if FightNightsFinest finds the right strike, he will get another rock, because you're playing with fire if you're just not letting that stamina recuperate. And with 9 seconds left, we're going to go into the copy box prediction scores in round 7, so we'll have to see. Did Addict 85 do a lot more to win these rounds, or will FightNightsFinest, with those punching sequences, take more of the lead?
Yeah, 68 to 88, and now
58 to 56. But we saw Addict 85 winning that last round, so it was 3 rounds down, able to take 1 back. So still more into the fight, but the halfway point is done for this 3rd place matchup. Who is going to take the next 3 rounds? FightNightsFinest taking more of the center of the ring. Wants to bring his opponent in. Oh, go ahead.
Addict 85 is going to want to take the next 3 rounds, obviously. I mean, you want every round. But what does that mean? What did I do last round that got me the dub? And if I understand that, do that again. Do that again.
Yeah, but easier said than done, right? We have seen so many people want to use their game plan, but then, again, plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. Everything has to have a contingency plan when you go into tournaments, especially a marathon like this, because I feel like when you're on an Undisputed card or even a UFC card, you always have that one fight, so you put all of your mental ability into that one fight. With this, they're going on their 3rd or heck, even 4th fight, so the mental stamina to keep yourself in these kind of fights has to be a true heart of a warrior going to this halfway mark of this 7th round, excuse me.
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, they've been playing for hours. We've had this going on since 3 o'clock for 4 hours deep. These guys, as much as we are as well, are running a little low on the stam. But that's all right. That's all right. And that's how this works. We're moving forward, and these guys now, they have to push through that mental exhaustion and start getting out of their normal rhythm. Start changing it up. Don't go by your habits. Go by what you think is right and be creative. And we're seeing so many jabs come from Addict 85. I'd like to see a little bit more of the straight followed up by the body hooks. And I would like to see something similar coming out of FightNightsFinest. I think he's point fighting and it's working successfully. That was close and dangerous. The damage is definitely adding up here, and it's just not as flashy, but FightNightsFinest is landing.
He is absolutely landing, but can he get another rock to solidify the damage that he's putting on against his opponent? Because Addict 85, he's not going to stop. He's using every single bit of his stamina to get that last bit of punching power against his opponent. And going to this 8th round right here with 30 seconds already passed, you have to think Addict 85 wants to go more headhunting, maybe attack the body a little bit more, but how do you fully set it up? How do you set up against someone who's playing so far outside, not even moving as much? I just realized he's just taking minor steps.
Simple steps. Yep. Yeah. And you know what? If you recognize that, which is really good that you do, Kingsley, that's exactly what you can do inside of UFC as well. And in most fight games, it's very minor steps, which is why you're seeing that, because he's not allowing himself to walk into anything. When you gotta move, you gotta move, but you don't always have to move. And it's scary to fight somebody that's so confident to just stand still. That means he's gonna throw shots when I'm coming in. That's nuts. That's a insane thought process that, oh, I gotta try to get in there. It's like it's somebody with a spear and they're looking at you like this, and you're trying to go around the spear. I mean, they're gonna stab you with the spear and hit you with a nice straight punch, so to speak.
You know, I thought you were going to go a little bit of a reference to 300, the movie 300, with all the Spartans in that one, like, little tunnel.
I practiced that as a kid with a broom.
The defensive, like, spear that they have, and that's what FightNightsFinest is doing. Not really moving around as much, and also able to land the combinations as he wants. Bringing his opponent in, but Addict 85 saying he will oblige, because we know how the end of that movie plays out, and he wants to make his story end in a perfect way where he's in the money, because Addict 85, with 10 seconds left, wants to put a nice little bow on this round, possibly. Or are they just going to take it to the 9th? Gets the punches. Oh, but a nice counter straight. Landing from Attic 85. And you have to think, even though he's losing a lot of health, still has enough stamina to put all the work in.
Yeah, we're coming into the 9th round now, and honestly, man, I'm really. I think the CompuBox is going to go for Fight Night's Finest just because I think he's point fighting. I think he's doing good. Look at it. He's just standing straight. Me, I'm the kind of guy that if I'm at 85, I'm moving forward. I'm going to move forward. I'm just not going to stop. I'm going to stay right next to your face. I'm going to do that. It might end up me having a lot of damage, but I promise you I'm going to land some good shots to your body. I'm going to land some good shots to your head as well. And I'm not going to take a step back to surrender.
And you can see that in his game plan. He is moving forward. He's moving towards his opponent, using all that stamina, land the hooks, not just relying on the jab now. And he's landing perfectly. And that's the sequence. That is the moment he wants. Uppercuts, hooks, landing from Attic 85. Attic 85 is feeling it now. Needs to watch out for the launch. Because again, when it's like an Alex Pereira versus Izzy Adesanya matchup where you see him landing all these punches, but one fatal mistake leads you to a rock and a knockout. That's how he lost to Pryoxis there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly right. And maybe he's a little timid off of that, but you have to do what UncleTalent did against Fight Night's Finest here if you want to get that dub. Find openings while he's standing still and fire shots.
1 minute left in the 9th round. Next round, we get the CompuBox prediction score, the final one before we go into the finale of the best of 3. Who is going to take the 3rd place and the money in this contest? Attic 85 trying to find his way back in, lunging towards his opponent, getting some strikes in, but Fight Night's Finest staying still, trying to be a stone wall with a stone counter jab into the face of Attic 85. And so far, trying to stay close, trying to goad his opponent in. Body shots landing from Attic 85, charging forward, but now giving it a extend, trying to goad him into a strike. And both guys ending the round right there. What
do you think that CompuBox got, man?
I would say Fight Night's Finest. I would say, but I'm crazy. Right? I've been around before. I made a mistake. And there it is, 87 to 84. Attic 85 needs to go through it. He needs to throw everything out on the wings. He needs to get a knockout.
Yeah, he needs a knockout. He needs to be uncomfortable, and he needs to stop doing this. This right here, if I can put my fingers like that and see the space between, and that's what it is, you need to break through that. You gotta get chest to chest right here. Get intimate with each other, as you like to say, or getting in the tub and get clean. And you gotta go through and splash the water, I guess. That's
oh, hey, you bring the bathtub back in? Rub it down. I'm telling you, we're in the tub. Showers and all, bubble baths for everyone with the bubble of punches going after each opponent. And you see Attic 85, so far, he wants to move a little bit forward, but it's just not working well. Just Fight Night's Finest is doing such a nice job defending his body, defending his head, but dude, a little bit close with the hooks a little bit. But Attic 85 couldn't really fully capitalize because his stamina was so low. Now it's going to be all about who can fight on the outside a little bit better. Will we see the full-on charge? Because you have nothing to lose right now. It's either you lose and you have no money, or you just go for a knockout and get some money.
Right, and if you believe in the CompuBot, then that means that you need to go if you're Attic 85. And he gets caught there with a right hand coming from Fight Night's Finest. But he cracked him with that check hook, and it was a counter check hook, and that's Attic 85 landing a successful shot. Now we're seeing Attic 85 has got him standing there, and he's feeling a little bit more comfortable within range. And look at that. He gets caught right there by a jab counter from Fight Night's Finest. And now here is the real big question. Who's winning this round right now? And now we're seeing a jab, and we're seeing the hook come from Attic 85. He's trying to utilize that lead hand as best as he can, but this is where he gets stuck, is when Fight Night's Finest says he's not going to move. And now he's like, oh, okay, what do I do? Well, you move forward. And he got caught there with the lead left hand before the end, and they both tried to trade it, and here we go. Round 11, the pinnacle.
The penultimate round, you can see swelling both on the left side and right side for Lee McGregor, aka Attic 85. Well, Fight Night's Finest, I don't think there's mainly been a scratch on his fighter, but we'll have to see how this penultimate round goes, because you have to think, Attic 85, you can't keep it the same way. You need to make sure that you find a way to open up your opponent. Well, Fight Night's Finest, he's perfectly fine of just doing what he needs to do, and
perfectly fine standing there. Yeah, absolutely, perfectly fine. with, go ahead. I'm going to point fight you. I'm just going to hit you with that jab. I'm going to hit you with this hook. I'm going to hit you with the straight as you're trying to come in. And I'm going to do it as you lead the pocket. But the thing is if I'm at 85, I'm going to start getting more comfortable in that pocket. I'm going to stand there. I'm going to let some shots eat. I'm going to let some shots hit my block. And I'm going to get comfortable. Because honestly, the issue here, and that's beautiful. More of that. Do more of that. Good left hand there. And you can finish this fight. You can definitely catch up. You can do what UncleTalent did and get knocked down and come toward the end. You just gotta watch.
What I'm really scared about is that we see the powerful striking that's coming from Adegate 5, but look at the stamina he's using. If FightNightsFinest finds a good way to land an uppercut, he might be able to get a flash knockout. I feel like that's what happened in his last fight. But
if
it's
he
just,
does that,
you
it's
do
gonna be
so
crazy
much.
to see it twice.
It's gonna be crazy, and we're getting around that time where he actually could be in that situation because you put so much of the kitchen sink that you just crash and burn when you don't get it. And you see FightNightsFinest coming back with punches of his own, using the counters, and Addict wants to get in that good range, but that space that you were talking about, he's just stuck in there because he doesn't want to go fully into
it's like an illusionary wall. This man's got an illusionary wall for them. Get into this grill and fight him. That's when you're being most successful. Stop giving up space and start making it ugly. Move forward and stand there and trade. Be a man in the tub.
Be the man in the tub. Quoted, ship it, put it on a t-shirt, because one of these guys could pay $10 for that t-shirt, because both guys are going forward, and as we see, FightNightsFinest into the body, and he will crumble down. FightNightsFinest gets the first knockdown of the contest in the penultimate round, and it would be an easy get up for Addict 5, but oh my goodness, the hill just got a little bit steeper, the mountaintop got a little bit higher, and now he needs addicting. Oh, and he's still rocked. He was still a little bit rocked. If he got hit again, that could have been tough, but he survives to go to the final round of these competitors in the tournament.
Now you need a knockout. Now you need to go out there and go for broke, because you know you're likely losing this fight if you don't. So don't leave any. Look at them. Look at the judge. He's like, look at his coach. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's what he's got to be thinking to himself. He's got to move forward, and if he wants to get this victory, go for broke, man, and start making it happen for yourself. You want to get third place in this. You don't want to get fourth. So make it happen. 12th and final round here. FightNightsFinest, Addict 85.
Just like in Rocky 5, you just have to go for it. And that's what Addict 85 is going to try to do here in the final round, the third place matchup. FightNightsFinest staying like a brick wall, going his opponent, and that's what he wants to do. He's going him in, and then he's going to take his strikes. He's like, okay, you want to hit me with all these hooks, and you're going to whiff. And you can see the head health was very damaged. You saw the triangle. Caution meter. Danger, Will Robinson. You're a little bit hurt. You can't take more of these punches, and you still have 145 left to go.
Yep, it's unfortunate because it was because he waited too long to get hit to this point, and now he can't trade. And when he is walking into him, he's getting hit with power straights. It's actually what got him knocked out against Pryoxis in that crazy matchup between these two legends here. And now he's getting his head hurt because when he does try to actually push through, he's not able to trade anymore. And now we're seeing the difference. FightNightsFinest now being okay with pushing forward and being hyper aggressive. He wants a knockout. He wants to be the guy to get Fight Night knockout of the night. I don't think that he will, because that flash knockout's amazing, but you never know. He wants it.
And here we go. We are at the 30-second mark. Addict 85. He's trying to go for these power straights, not fully landing. FightNightsFinest charging forward, being a little bit more of a distance fighter. Trying to go in. Power shot landing from Addict 85. Trying to leave a stamp, saying I was here. I was able to fight. And both guys are leaving it at the judges. One more second. Not able to get the knockout. And FightNightsFinest will be at third place in the tournament.
Congratulations to FightNightsFinest, and congratulations to Addict 85. You made it this far, and everybody else who competed here. Third place, man. Awesome work. FightNightsFinest came and showed up.
He came and showed up, and it was 115, 114 in favor. We saw the 12th round being won by Addict 85, but just so much back and forth. Two judges, scored the 4th round in favor of Fight Night's Finest, and that proved to be the whole difference because it was so back and forth with all these contests. It was tough to get back so close to possibly a majority decision, but good stuff for both of these fighters. Addict 85 put on the show throughout his whole tournament journey. And then also Fight Night's Finest again, 3rd place for the #1 seed. 3 for 3 for the competitor, not able to get the knockout bonus and survive knockout. So huge to see what happened. But before we go into the finale, I heard that we were going to be taking a very quick intermission. So please grab a drink, grab a snack, get ready, because you're going to see fireworks and we need everyone here. Tell everyone, because we will see you guys in a little
bit. Your grandma, bring grandpa. Let's go.
Welcome everybody back into the broadcast for the ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament. I am your host and commentator Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni. Before we
Ow.
even get to our whole shebang, before we even get to the magnificent finale that we have, let's take a look at that bracket. Let's see where we all went on this journey. And Omni, when you saw it, Pryoxis had to go through a gauntlet of KYoungButta, then Attic85, and now he's made it to the finals.
And now he's made it to the finals.
Yeah, and then also along with that, UncleTalent, the underdog, making his way throughout the whole tournament, going through the number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, and now it only left is the number 1 seed. So overall, when you look at this bracket, you saw it was amazing, but what are you, in one word, what would you say about the summary about this whole tournament?
In short, this has been expected on the left side, unexpected on the right of the bracket, right? Number 7 versus number 1 seed for the championship is almost unheard of. And it's fantastic that we get to see something like this. Your favorite uncle who's got talent taking on Pryoxis, the YouTube superstar of the MMA and the boxing realm. And now they get to collide here in a best out of 3 to see who gets to take home that belt and go strut it around your Giant, your Food Lion, and your other stores and show it off, man, and be proud of that. Plus the cash prize.
Yeah, plus a cash prize. A lot of these guys are in the money, and they're gonna be so happy along with getting that belt. So it's gonna be such a fascinating to see how this all concludes. So speaking of all the competitors being in the money, you guys could be in the money as well, especially with
Ooh.
our sponsor, the CFESA. Here's are some of the benefits that you can have by becoming a commercial food equipment technician. Here's one: you could start a career without going to college. You don't have to pay student loans. Isn't that incredible? And they
No
give you
debt.
money towards your education or your tools, and then you can make some really good money. The industry is absolutely growing. There's a high demand of qualified technicians. You could be a part of it, and you could have a change of scenery every day. You don't have to be at a cubicle. You don't have to be at your one spot. You don't have to talk to that one coworker that just brings tuna every single time and just eating it constantly. You can
Yeah, why always
always
eating tuna?
travel around. Yeah, right. So you always want to have a change of scenery and be a part of the CFESA. So if you are interested into learning more, please scan one of our QR codes shown during today's stream. You heard all about them. We appreciate them for being a part of this amazing tournament, an amazing organization. So hopefully we get to have more in the future. But now, ladies and gentlemen,
But
here are the rules set for the finale. Pryoxis will get first pick in fight 1. Talent has the right to pick in fight 2. If it goes to a tiebreaker, the final decision, third fight, it will go to Prize since he's the number 1 seed. The pick referring to a weight class or first fighter selection. With all the rules set in place, ladies and gentlemen, people on the stream live here on Twitch and on YouTube, tell your people, tell your family, tell everyone, because it's about that time, ladies and gentlemen. It is your main event. It is your final of the ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale. And on one side, you have 100,000 subscribers. You have someone who has put his time, his grind into the soul of the combat esports community. It is the one, the only, the number 1 seed in Pryoxis. And then on the second seed, as we're getting to the fire selection screen, it's from undeniable to underdog to undisputed. Can he pull the Cinderella story? It is the one, the only, your favorite uncle, UncleTalent. Omni, what are your thoughts about this final matchup?
I might keep those a little bit to myself. I'm just excited to get underway. Round 1, here we go. Number 1 versus number 7 seed.
here we go. It is a matter of who can win not once, but twice. We see UncleTalent using the Ryan Garcia pick. He must have had the second choice of the fighter, while Pryoxis on the right side, known before to get the knockout power with Jorge Linares, chose the weight class, feeling very comfortable with what he wants to do. So here we go, the filling out process. We can learn a lot about what they want to do, but you're already seeing the hooks from UncleTalent.
Nice jab there. Yeah, and I like what we're seeing here from UncleTalent. And Pryoxis lands that left hand, solid left hook. Seeing a lot of Linares, so I'll be real with that. But what we're seeing right now coming from UncleTalent's side, he's doing good. It's a very open feeling out process, but UncleTalent is starting out very strong. I like that, those body hooks that are landing in between shots from Pryoxis as well. Good stuff. And now he's standing and he is fighting to maintain the center of the ring, and he lancing left hook lands flush for Pryoxis.
And this is the game plan, right? You see Pryoxis, we know that he could turn it up on a dime if he wants to, but he's going to try to be as patient as possible and find his openings. Meanwhile, UncleTalent, there's a reason why he's the number 7 seed and he's in the finals in the best of 3. He was able to be aggressive, able to put the pressure, able to change people's game plans into that boxing ring. So what can he possibly do to change it up against Pryoxis? The ultimate test, the ultimate king of kings when it comes to the tournament and the number 1 seed. Can he possibly work on that jab, work on those hooks, work the body more than Pryoxis? That's going to be the very telling thing as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the first round.
And that was a very exciting first round and a little telling. I mean, it shows that UncleTalent is not going to be afraid to engage and he wants to make this fight very dirty. A difference that we're seeing here with Pryoxis having his health actually drop down by 6% and gaining back that, but his stamina, of course, always at 100, always trying to keep that high stamina gang going. And what we're seeing here from UncleTalent is that he's being successful at playing footsie a little bit as well. I mean, he's taking a little bit out of Addict 85's book. He's starting to land some shots.
Yeah, well, to see already a couple seconds after the second round start, so far, both guys are very good with their stamina, and a vicious body uppercut counter into the digging of the ribs of
he dug into his
UncleTalent.
ribs. Oh, yeah.
God, call them chilies because those baby back ribs are going to be hurting later tonight. But so far, Ryan Garcia working a little bit outside, a little bit different moment. We're not going to see the stonewall that we saw from FightNightsFinest previous matches before. This is a whole different ability. You're going to see movement. You're going to see leaning, just lunging around. Ooh. You see the hooks coming up from Pryoxis. So you already know the game plan. Start fast, start heavy, get these rounds locked in.
Yeah. That definitely is the game plan here. And now we're seeing some shots. I like the jabs that UncleTalent's trying to land here. And Pryoxis is continuing to be a bully and pressure forward, not allowing any of the distance to be dictated by UncleTalent. And that's why we're seeing him control the center of the ring. He's pushing forward here. And good jabs. And then, ooh, nice 1-2. And then a lead hook to the home. Lands successfully from Pryoxis.
It's just a little bit of that dirty boxing, right? You go so close to your opponent's face, and then you just trying to make it muddy, not trying to be predictable with your striking. That it's hard to see where it's coming from, so you don't have a ability to block high or block low. Right now, UncleTalent seems like moving back. He's going to try to keep this round locked, but this is only the second round. He has 8 more rounds to go right after this, or 10 more rounds, excuse me. Who is going to possibly take it? And he's such a couple rounds. And we saw it. 100, 100. That's been the same with Pryoxis. Can he use more to damage his opponent?
Yeah, and I think so far Pryoxis has been very content with landing the hook to the body as he's coming around, as you can see there. He circled to his right, and Pryoxis recognized that, and he landed a lead hook. And that was a really nice combination land. Another lead hook lands up top, and that's very so far from Pryo. And that's a straight and a lead hook landing from UncleTalent. He does a good job there.
He does a very good job there, but you need to watch out for the punches and bunches are coming out of the way from UncleTalent. Doing such a great job of moving away after he gets some success punches. But Pryoxis, no slouch. will answer the call every single time, but needs to watch out for those hooks because he will answer with a body shot. Has his opponent on the ropes a little bit, but able to move out and maneuver towards the center. Oh, but a nice, just the intricate details of sliding, leaning a little bit, avoiding the punch, and able to get the counter. And now Pryoxis is a little bit on the back foot.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. And now here's another story to mention. Pryoxis has a win over UncleTalent already. He won by decision. So, I mean, this is a run-back opportunity for UncleTalent as well, for him to get that back. And Pryoxis, you know, obviously wants to show why he's champion, and he does that by landing a jab, landing a straight to the body, and another lead hook up top. And he's continuously landing that lead hook successfully onto the offense.
One thing I'm worried about, you saw it again, the power shots from Ryan Garcia, from UncleTalent, are missing. And that leaves an opening for Pryoxis. So when he sees that, he's like, okay, dinner time, I'm going to eat and just hit your face with so many great punches. It's just, I don't know if he needs to set up those power strikes, but it just seems like he's not, like, leading up with something, then go for the power.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. You see, like, right there, he threw another power straight. I think that he's trying to get comfortable with that. Not too sure what the game plan of that is, but he misses 2 hooks there. I think he would be beneficial. It would be benefit from going to the body with, like we just saw there, body hook there, and that landed. And a little bit more jabs. 96, 99 now. Wow, he lost a little bit more stamina. Did Pry. Yeah, and this is interesting to me because once again, we're seeing that Pryoxis' game plan may visually be looking appealing, but the judges are understanding a little bit more than what we do. Maybe that's the case.
Maybe that's the case, but KYoungButta says 29-28 in favor of UncleTalent using Ryan Garcia. And mind you, whoever wins this one is not the champion just yet. It is the best out of 3. So Pryoxis or UncleTalent, whoever loses this one, will have the immediate run it back situation. And then barring both guys win it, we go to a tiebreaker here in ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament. So far, we see UncleTalent lunging forward, but gets hit with a left hook after using all of that energy. And now he's getting hit every single time he's lunging. Do you think that's a viable strategy of going back to those diagonals?
I mean, it's a viable strategy, sure, but you have to be unpredictable. Otherwise, you're just going to leave yourself wide open. But look at that. Making Pry look kind of like a fool there, just continuously circling. It made him miss 3 shots. And now Pry is like, oh, you're going to circle like that? I'm going to throw some body shots to you. It's reacting to those moments like this. That's golden from UncleTalent, but UncleTalent is not capitalizing and landing counter shots when he's making Pryoxis miss. If you see that your opponent is missing all these shots, you need to be prepared by keeping your hands down and throw some good shots to counter him like that. See, he's making him miss, but he's not making him pay. That's the thing.
And that's a very big difference because you can make anybody miss, but hey, is that going to score points in the judge's eyes? We'll have to find out. But so far, 30 seconds left in the 4th round, approaching closer and closer to the midway point of this first game 1 of the best of 3 matchup. And so far, the right hook, the left hook for Pryoxis. Block gauge being a little bit low. You see, adding 85, UncleTalent. I'm thinking about the last matchup.
You okay?
UncleTalent doing such a nice job of getting those lunges in. He just needs to do more capitalizing, as you said.
Yeah, you gotta capitalize. If you're making your opponent miss, make them pay, man. It's as simple as that. You gotta get that. You gotta get that countering style together. And now we're seeing a lot of hands. That's a left hand right there. Jab, lead hook. It's landed by UncleTalent. UncleTalent lands the lead hook there. Pryoxis' hands were down. Pryoxis going again to that lead hook to the body, and that's just 2 successful uppercuts that land from Pryoxis. And I look at that sequence right there. 2 shots to the body blocked, and then the head blocked by UncleTalent. That was a very smart. And now you see Pryoxis landing a little bit more to the body. He also ate a left hook to the head and returned to defender. Yes, he did, sir. That he did.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes left into this 5th round, you have to think that even though UncleTalent's getting hit into the body, he has some movement. He's able to land the hooks. And oh my God! Perfect precision plus timing equals possibly a knockdown. Oh, so close. Just needed one more body shot. And now that changes everything for UncleTalent. Pryoxis is smelling like a shark. The blood is in the water. Can he capitalize? He has plenty of time to make it work.
Well, you were just saying before, is the diagonal movement, Is it wise? I mean, and that's the example when it's not wise, right? He get caught like that, and he's lucky that he didn't just get landed on the campus. Campus, not campus. It's not a school. But the thing about this is that you got this man coming forward, and that was making him miss and making him pay. That's a good usage of it. But again, the left hand scores from Pryoxis with a hook. And this is going to be the story of this fight unless we start to see a change here. And now there's another jab that lands with a counter. And Pry is not letting off the gas pedal, is pushing forward and being very pressurous.
Oh my God, he did it again.
Good counter. Good counter from UncleTalent.
Good counter, good round from UncleTalent. That is what he needs to do after answering the call, after getting rocked a little bit. Very close on the precipice of getting knocked down, actually. It could have been a 10-8 round, but he might have just got it back. Well, Pryoxis knows that he has an opportunity. He has a chance. He's been working on the head so much that he could go to the body now. And you see him at the halfway mark, round 6. He wants to do a little bit more. He is moving forward inch by inch. Got him in the corner, and that's where he wants to do most of his striking. But again, Talent doing such a nice job with the movement, but you don't have movement when a left hook hits you in the face.
Yeah, I like that. UncleTalent realized that Pry was leaving his hands down. He started throwing some shots at the head to get Pry thinking, you don't want to walk forward. I'm not going to let you just walk forward into me, UncleTalent said. You better put your hands up or I'm going to make you eat these jabs. You're going to feel it. You're going to feel this leather on your face. You better get your hands up. And so Pry did, and now they're fighting at a very nice distance between one another. And what we're seeing here is that UncleTalent is starting to try to find a rhythm there, trying to use that diagonal movement to make some openings. And now Pryoxis is also in loose footwork. Oh no, never mind. He was there for a second. It's one of those weird animations. But anyway, point being, now Pryoxis is really putting on the pressure, controlling and maintaining the center of the ring, and he is landing consecutively that lead body hook. Keep an eye on that. And now he's throwing out combinations up top. We are down to 45 seconds, Kingsley.
Yeah, and again, this is like the situation where he's not giving him any quarter, just following him. Just
be gone, Nate.
Like on a rope, just getting closer, like attached to the hip when it comes to the striking. And every time UncleTalent is trying to move back, Pryoxis is right there in the middle with another strike, with another jab. And see, when he gets to the corners, that's where you have to be really careful and watch out, because those dodges will. Every time he does those double lunges, it gets me really scared that he might get rocked again. Because the body shot, that was a power shot from Pryoxis. Yeah, and we saw it. But here's the thing: round 7, who is up? And it's Pryoxis. He took it back. The last 3 rounds were all him. We're at 58 to 56, and now UncleTalent needs to find a new game plan.
Yeah, I mean, and standing in front of Pryoxis when he's whipping body hooks at you and uppercuts is not that game plan. You don't want that at all. That's going to end up with you on the canvas.
Yeah,
not campus, canvas. Jesus.
We're going to school here with lessons and word playing, but right now the play is in the ring because Pryoxis landing nice straight, just walking his opponent down, being patient, but the hooks. Do you think it's out of reaction from UncleTalent? Every time he sees Pryoxis close, is he trying to land punches so he could just get away?
Yeah, I mean, it would scare me if somebody was just standing in front of you, but like get away and start mushing them right in the face. I mean, but overall, you also don't want to be, for lack of a better word, bullied into back, and that's what you want to do. And it also leaves you openings. Yeah. Look at Pry there, being like, oh, that was nasty, because he landed those 2 hooks consecutively and got both of them glancing. I mean, it pays to be aggressive, but it also, what is it? You live by the sword, you die by the sword, kind of a situation. But Pry's doing really good.
Exactly right. And one thing I'm seeing is that both guys are trying to fight with their swords right now. Center of the ring, both guys go with power as UncleTalent was able to get a shot, but Pryoxis answering the bell, answering some shots of his own, using all of that stamina as much as his possibility he can. Oh, the power shot, whipping, tries to go for another one again. Pryoxis answering back again with 30 seconds left in the 7th round. Both guys back and forth. This is what the finale is all about, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, and UncleTalent is not going to let this opportunity go to waste. The block health of Pryoxis is getting a little lower, and we're seeing that UncleTalent is starting to land consecutively when there's openings, and he's been throwing body shots at Pryoxis, and he lands 2 of them with Pry like this. I mean, Yeah. Screw that kidney.
Screw that kidney indeed. But round 8, we're seeing, I was gonna say Pryoxis is in his rhythm right now. He is in his bag. But you can also say the same for UncleTalent. Even though he might be down on the scorecards, he still gets some punches. He still gets some strikes. This is very much what you want to see. Someone who's an underdog, fighting against the current, fighting against the waves of a #1 seeded player, trying to find his way to the championship, actual live championship. While Pryoxis trying to make his way through, but with a power shot like that, he gets hit to the body.
Yeah, is Pry trying to pry open his opponent so he can get a victory? I mean, that might be the case. Yeah, point being right now is that UncleTalent is getting caught with nasty counter shots, but he's also not afraid. I think the big thing, though, is that UncleTalent should, minorly, push forward and stop allowing himself to be on the outside of the ring. Just start moving forward and using that. But like you see the backing up, when he backs up, he's giving about 2-3 steps, maybe make it 1 step, back up a little bit, throw the jab. You know what I mean? Now you're in the center of the ring, back up a little bit, don't back up so far.
I feel like I need to have like a freeze frame. Like I need to go back to the VOD on YouTube and just see like every little frame of what they're doing and dissect it, because they're going at such an unbelievable pace for a championship
and his
fight.
is really good too.
Yeah, and like the left hooks, the straights, the 3-hit combinations that are coming from Pryoxis, he is going in there. And while he's going in there, UncleTalent's saying, I'm obliging. I'm staying here. I'm not moving back as much. With 30 seconds left in this 8th round, you have to think. Bunny said, oh, good 3-hit combination from UncleTalent. Pryoxis trying to go through. 15 seconds left, halfway. Power, body, hurting. Everything is going down. Who is going to get the capitalization of this round? We will see. Body, hooks, coming in from Pryoxis. Utilize that stamina, and we'll end to the 8th round. Both guys obliging. It's some technique, if you will. But the swelling onto Pryoxis. Left side a little bit more hurts than the right side. Very interesting to play out.
Oh, man, Pry. Yeah, and Pry's he's opened up the round again, just like he did in the previous round with those 2 body hooks as he's catching UncleTalent standing still. UncleTalent again, now look at this. Now he's got him because he stood still, and now he's going to come
Oh, my God.
And this is a big thing that he needed, but he needs to be careful.
Oh, he did it again! He did it again! UncleTalent wants to go in! He has another chance! Can he go after the king? You cannot miss this opportunity! It's so close! The movement from Pryoxis to not escape death, not once, but twice in the same damn round! Oh, but the blockade is low! Blockade is low!
Oh, man. He's doing exactly what he did against Undisputed's finest, Fight Night's finest. UncleTalent starts to come back during these later rounds and gets crazy rocks. Now Pryoxis is aware. He's aware now, okay, you're a threat. And now he's not able to maintain the center of the ring anymore.
This round is too damn long for Pryoxis. He needs to get out of there and reset, but he's willing to fight. He's willing to suffer through the hooks, through the pain, through the tenacity of UncleTalent with an underdog mentality. Trying to find his way back. Under 1 minute to go in this 9th round, excuse me. We're going to get the copy box predictions. Oh, but the power counters from the body from Pryoxis.
Yeah, Pryoxis still in this fight. He did get rocked twice, but that right there has made him aware that he needs to be careful with what he's doing. That was nasty. 2 shots to the body and ending it off with the left hook up top. That's great from Pryoxis.
Very great indeed. Meanwhile, UncleTalent obliging into the destruction, into the chaos. Wants to fight, gets a nice hook with a power. 5 seconds to go in this 9th round. Not taunting, but gamesmanship with his opponent, as the 10th round will tell us what the compute box prediction scores is, and it's 86 to 85 in favor of UncleTalent. Buckle your seatbelts, people. We're in for a hell of a ride.
Mind blown, man. That's incredible right there. That is something. I don't know if you guys heard the gong. I have a soundboard. But anyway, I hope that was for me, not so much as you. But UncleTalent really is showing that the underdog story of the season with this performance. He's doing a wonderful job, and he definitively won that last round. Now UncleTalent is becoming a lot more loose on his feet, and Pryoxis is returning back to what was winning him, what he thought was winning him prior to this, and he's maintaining the center. But we have 3 more rounds left, and UncleTalent hasn't seemed to land anything very strong. Pryoxis' defense is very tight right now, but UncleTalent is here. He's game, and he's throwing his shots. He's still in this fight.
And we also have to entertain the idea that if this match goes to a draw, would the second matchup be for it all? That's something that we need to also remind our audience that if it's a draw and it's a best of 3, do both people get 1 and 1? Because with 1 minute left, you can cut the tension with a knife, and both guys are going for it. But it's hard to cut them loose and see who is better than the other.
Oh,
both guys going for it. And that's like a microcosm of what these fights have been for both these competitors. Both punches, both landing, both in their bag with the movement. It's just so good.
They do definitely have the movement, and they're doing some good movement.
And also, we want to talk about Limitless Trolls. Thank you so much for the raid. We welcome you guys for the ESFL Undisputed Grand Finale Tournament. I'm your host and commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me is the color analyst, Ruthless Omni. We're in game 1 of a best of 3 for the belt and for the money. UncleTalent up 1 round. We don't know after this score, but Pryoxis, the #1 seed, is trying to make sure that the #7 seed doesn't get the upset and make it 1-0 in his favor. So right now, penultimate round. Let's see how it goes. And already starting off with some vicious body shots.
Yeah, and Pry is pushing forward and sticking to his game plan and doing a really good job finding some openings. UncleTalent lands that lead hook right there as he circles over to his right, and he lands another lead hook. I think this is where UncleTalent should be more comfortable like he was in that previous round and start to push forward like he was before. I mean, you got Pry. You know he's going to stand and fight and engage with you. That's what got the rocks, the 2 of them. Oh, that was nasty. Planting hook there from Pryoxis.
Oh, another body.
Oh, that was a power shot. Man, he threw up his lunch. That was nasty. I heard him.
Do we have a bucket on standby? Because I feel like with all these body shots, someone's going to definitely bomb their lunch. Because right now, mom spaghetti time. Both guys don't want to leave it to the judges, but you don't want to be careless where you get hit with a rock and then it's a 10-8 round. It's just all a matter of the inches, the details. Who was going to perfect it rightly? And you see a left hook from UncleTalent forcing his way through, but Pryoxis obliging and wants to go to the body. And now he's taking a step back while UncleTalent's being more of the aggressor here with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I would expect to see from UncleTalent, knowing that the CompuBot said you were up 1 round. As of right now, you don't know if Pry just won the 10th. You don't know if he's winning the 11th. You can assume he might be at this point because now he's pushing forward and he's looking to get a knockdown. Very good defense, just like it was previously when he got rocked earlier in this fight from UncleTalent. That is exactly what you expect to see from somebody who's fighting for the championship. The first ever inaugural ESFL Undisputed Championship. It's going to go to your house. You're going to take it to the laundromat. You're going to take it to the club. You're going to wear it. And that's what these guys are fighting for. $50 in a dream. And this is what we got. And we are coming closer to the 12th and final round.
The final round is on deck. Actually, it's right here, right now.
Yeah, they don't care. They just want to
get it. 2 rocks go on the face of Pryoxis. UncleTalent got hit with the rock last round. You have to assume Pryoxis won that round possibly. So now, with everything unknown, is it a tie? Did Pryoxis get 1 more round to clear his name? This is where you don't want to leave any doubt in the contest, because going down 1-0 with a championship on the line is very scary. Again, UncleTalent using Ryan Garcia on the left side. Pryoxis, the #1 seed, using Jorge Linares on the blue side. Good lunging away, going to the side, trying to get him outside of the corner. 2 minutes remaining. How do you see this playing out for the last minute?
I see it playing out as it is, right? You're going to get Pryoxis pushing forward. He obviously understands CompuBox has revealed that he could potentially be behind, so he's going to continue to try to go forward. I would expect that UncleTalent would have been a little bit more aggressive, but I guess after he got rocked, that really does deter your forward momentum. However, as I digress, and we are halfway through the final round in this boxing match, UncleTalent still has a chance here. UncleTalent can get a good counter and get some good shots going over, and this would be something that is worthwhile and could work for him. And as you can see, he is, as we come to the last minute, it seems like he's just on his pedals. He's on his pedals, and maybe that is indicative of stamina and damage taken.
Yeah, and we see, here we go. The counter shots were able to be landed. Pryoxis moving a little bit forward, knows what the task is at hand, tries to work the body a little bit, but the movement from UncleTalent working so well, trying to find his right opening, avoids the left hook. Left hook. Left hook's coming in abundance from Pryoxis with 15 seconds left, landing perfectly towards the body. Can UncleTalent find a way to get some answer back? He doesn't want to lose this round. The judges will leave it into their decisions. Good 1-2 for Pryoxis, and the winner of match 1 will go to Pryoxis. Pryoxis is up 1-0 in the championship best of 3.
Yeah, he came back there. I think he clean sweeped and won under 3 rounds. He probably won this fight 1 round each on the judges' scorecard.
Oh my God.
Not the case. He actually won 2 rounds each on the judges' scorecards. And it's very clear. Look at the damage that was received from UncleTalent. He got absolutely battered. And now, here is, as you mentioned, Kingsley, if you want to tell the viewers again, we're on to the next match. What does that mean for these folks? What stipulations are there?
Well, here's the stipulation. So right now, since we're in the second fight, usually the first higher seed gets the first pick of weight division or either first fighter. Right now, it's Talent. He's going to be picking either which division they're going to be playing or the first fighter that he wants to play with. So he's deferring the decision. It's like an NFL kickoff, so to speak, with like a little bit of a coin toss, but we know who's going to be selecting which. But here's the whole situation. Pryoxis is up 1. If he wins 1 more, he is the undisputed champion. But if Talent wins 1 more time, we go into a tiebreaker where Pryoxis will get first pick, but that's where all the marbles are on the line. So Pryoxis playing with house money, but you saw how close it was, right, Omni? It was 115 to 113, and it was a matter of the 3 rounds. 3 rounds separated them. Pryoxis was able to win those last 3 rounds, and that's very damaging to the psyche of UncleTalent because he was right there. Right?
I mean, he was up, but unfortunately, that just unleashed the demon in practice. He says, "Don't make me go demon," and he did, and I think that's what UncleTalent did. So he's going to need to be more careful and want to get ahead early if he wants to come back in this fight and not take this in second place. Look at that pick from Pryoxis. Look at the pick from Pryoxis. Oh my goodness,
boy.
that is something. And now, what you guys are going to see is Pryoxis picking Sugar Ray Robinson, and UncleTalent has Saul Canelo Alvarez. And now UncleTalent has won previously with Canelo Alvarez against Undisputed's finest, Fight Night's finest. And what this could mean is familiarity within this fight. However, under the right user, Sugar Ray Robinson is Super Saiyan Robinson. This man is insane, especially with Fly being the guy behind controlling this fighter. Oh man, it seems like an even bigger climb up Everest for UncleTalent. And we are
all right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is fight number 2. Pryoxis is up 1, uses Sugar Ray Robinson on the right side. Canelo Alvarez being used by UncleTalent on the left side. If Pryoxis wins, he's the champion. If Talent wins, it goes to a tiebreaker. And interesting to see, we know that Sugar Ray Robinson is a meta pick. He has so much stamina. He's all around, and he has the range, and he has the tenacity. But Canelo Alvarez, the power, that has to be the difference in this kind of matchup. And here's the thing, UncleTalent is going to have to be going for a knockout, like in this fight. He can't leave it a chance again.
No, because what happened when you leave it a chance is that you lose in the decision, right? So now you have Pryoxis picking the meta pick. He is trying to close this out. There was a deliberate reason why he picked Sugar Ray Robinson. He's already landed those jabs successfully. And now what we're seeing is that Pryoxis is, you know, a little bit of a feeling out, but he's a lot more comfortable with trading and throwing shots against Canelo Alvarez. And he continues to land those jabs. That straight shots body, and here comes another jab. Another jab. Hook misses from UncleTalent.
Yeah, and you have to think, well, under 1 minute of this first round of the second fight, maybe the body shots could be the key, could be the game changer for UncleTalent. We know that
Nice
Canelo
shot.
has a nice opportunity to work with his body uppercuts, but with counters like that and an uppercut like that from Pryoxis, that would make the equation a little bit more difficult, not as clear as cut as possible, but yeah, it has to be an area or a key to victory for UncleTalent to be the underdog to bring it back.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. I mean, you need to start utilizing the perks that your fighter comes with. You can definitely knock somebody out with fighting people head on. And as you see, Pry ending there with a looking back. And now we're going into the second round, and it gets a little bit of friendly control bugging, I guess, coming from Pryoxis over to UncleTalent. And again, the jab has been the story right now from Pry, using Sugar Ray Robinson as it should be. And also the uppercut. Keep your eye on that. A few of those uppercuts, it will be lights out for UncleTalent. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, uppercuts will be danger zone material for any of these competitors, but we'll have to see if there's a key point in the later rounds. But so far, the pace has been somewhat the same. A little bit more with the feeling out process. Try to be very conservative with the stamina, I feel like. With UncleTalent, he wants to be a little bit more aggressive, but doesn't want to give Pryoxis like any rhythm or familiarity of what he wants to do. But Pryoxis needs to watch out for UncleTalent, because right now he wants to work the body. He wants to go straight to his opponent, but he's being more of an outside fighter.
And this is how we started against Fight Night's Finest as well. Very nice counter uppercut to the body from UncleTalent to Pryoxis.
So far, we'll see how things go. Left hooks coming in from Canelo. But Pryoxis staying center of the ring. Being a little bit of a stone wall. Making the movement happen, but getting super close. The range, just like the long range that he's still able to hit the stomach of Canelo. That has to be like the biggest thing, as you said.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you got the range, and also you're using the Super Saiyan Robinson right here, one of them. Like it is a meta pick, and I respect Pry for picking it, man. You are a champion. Essentially, you're saying when you pick him, and you are going to treat your opponent like a champion. So this is what champions do. They understand who they need to pick in order to win. So now you got this matchup going into the third round here, and I think Pry is doing pretty well. 100-100 once again, typical Pry, and love the sportsmanship from these guys. Left hook lands from Pryoxis, and a jab lands from Pryoxis.
Yeah, we usually see the 100-100, but whatever leads after that is that he's down 2 rounds out of nowhere. 29-20 in UncleTalent.
Yeah.
It could possibly happen again, but Canelo, he's answering with some shots of his own, but it seems like he's getting hit with some good combinations from Sugar Ray Robinson. Pryoxis doing the work, doing the damage, but shots to the body will change it up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, and it does look like UncleTalent is becoming a lot more comfortable with throwing these body hooks and body uppercuts. As you can see here, he's almost he's putting work onto the body of Pryoxis, and those are a good combination from UncleTalent there. Another body uppercut lands successfully from UncleTalent.
And one other key thing I want to bring in before you went to your other point is that we know that UncleTalent, he was so close to rocking Pryoxis consistently. If he gets a little bit closer with Canelo and has like that finishing power that Canelo has, maybe we could finally get that knockout and change it up to a 10-8 round. Yeah,
you're right. You'll put him down for sure. I mean, you talk about, look at this though. I mean, the counters that are coming out of Pryoxis are classic. We're talking Beethoven, and he is moving with the sound of music very well, and he's just landing the shots that he would like to land. I mean, another lead hook lands successful for Bundy, and that was nasty. The counter straight, followed up by that jack hook, and now the jab is landing successfully. UncleTalent is getting bopped here, bopped there. Bop it, man. He's following the rhythm, Simon says.
Yeah, it's like a bobby. You twist it, you pull it, you spin it. You're trying to find every which way to find an opening. But the counters are working so well as we approach the last couple of seconds, as we will see the KYoungButta prediction scores. And we know it can get a little bit crazy, but it barely tells lies of what the judges are thinking. So midway through, using a lot of that stamina, but the health, the Pryoxis at 93%. So he's getting damaged with a little bit of swelling. And the scores will be all Pryoxis, 30 to 27. So Pryoxis definitely in this bag.
He's doing what he's got to do. That's for sure. I mean, there's not really much else to say about this. Pry has been opening up and he's landing successful shots. And UncleTalent, as I said before in the beginning, is fighting an uphill battle, climbing Everest. He can certainly make it to the top of the summit, but he's got to have a lot of challenges on the way up there.
Yeah, and then you have to think about the psyche of UncleTalent, right? You've done so much in the first fight. Now you're going to the second fight, and you're just down in the cards. There's a way to come back. You saw Pryoxis do it in his previous fights, but it just has to play in effect. Like, could you be more aggressive? Do you need to be more leaning back and just try to play more defensively? There's so many, like, branching strategies that you could possibly do in that ring that's so hard to pinpoint on one.
Yeah, another thing about that is, oh man, the straight lands, but he does get countered. He gets the right hook landed flush from the talent. There's a lot to be said about that. About, do I become more aggressive if I am UncleTalent? Do I push forward? Or am I, if I'm Pryoxis, am I more aggressive? I mean, when you're being Super Saiyan Robinson, Sugar Ray Robinson, you can be aggressive, you can be distant, you can play a technical fighter, you can play a brawler, as you can see right there, because you're going to land some crazy shots. And that was a nasty left hand, and that was straight lands. And oh man, now Pryoxis,
he's feeling it. He's absolutely feeling it. Like, with 25 seconds left, Pryoxis knows what he wants. Not any, like, diagonal lunges. It's just like, okay,
they've activated
counters,
that
punches. Anytime I'm going to drag you towards me. And it seems like the pursuit of UncleTalent is not like what Pryoxis did before. It's more like he's chasing rather than pursuing his opponent.
That's a fair point. I think that, 91-95 on Pry, but I think that UncleTalent is getting a little worried and frustrated and just trying to push forward and find where he can hit Pry. But Pry is moving around a lot, and he's doing a good job. There's a lead uppercut that landed as UncleTalent went forward, and now UncleTalent's just throwing a lot of hooks. He was just trying to land something. Another hook lands with straight, followed up after a straight. And good, UncleTalent can continue to do this too. Just continue to land these shots, but be careful, because when you start trading, if you get caught with some uppercuts, man, don't you go. Ray Robinson will put you down. And look at that, that's nasty.
Yeah, and Pryoxis is able to answer. Oh, tries to go for a power shot. Use the line, able to get it. And he's still close to his opponent. So maybe, possibly, this is his opportunity. With 2 minutes left to go in the 5th round, getting close to the halfway mark, he's just going for it. He's trying to make it a brawl, and Pryoxis is answering the call, landing every which way possible, landing with some hooks. Oh, but misses, gives him an opportunity. UncleTalent still moving forward. Give him to the ropes. That's going to be very scary. They're just going after it.
Yeah, man. I mean, you would hope that a lot of these shots are getting blocked. It doesn't look like that, but that was a lot of good hooks there from UncleTalent.
Oh, my God. Wow. No sportsmanship. He's like, if you're going to taunt me all spares love and war, I got a championship to win. Oh, UncleTalent. The power of Canelo. Oh, my God. Is that a fatal mistake Pryoxis just did? He just got him back and around. At the 3 count, 4, 5. Oh, my goodness. That is a timber, but an unfortunate timber from Pryoxis, teasing his opponent into a knockdown. The code has been thrown by the wayside, and it's about the victory, and the victory nonetheless by any means necessary as we approach the 5-second mark.
That's unbelievable. Well, I can't even. Wow, that's unbelievable. This man really went and taunted UncleTalent and got knocked down right after it. Karma. Now you gotta think, it's probably better to start doing what he tells his fans to. If they don't like his YouTube post, he'll go demon. He better make it demon time, because I mean, now he potentially could be down, or at least he's not as up as much as he was before.
It could either be a dream or it could be a nightmare for one of these competitors. If Pryoxis, again, he's winning with house money. He can afford a loss in his best of 3. Then it goes to the tiebreaker. Talent, this is it. This is your last opportunity as an underdog. As the number 7 seed, you're facing the best of the best when it comes to this tournament, and now you have a knockdown. You got a 10-8 round. Can you continue? You used a lot of stamina in that situation. Is Pryoxis waiting for his opportunity to get a knockdown? We'll have to find out here, Omni.
Oh, that's nasty. That's nasty. Right now, you're seeing UncleTalent starting to land a lot more to the body. And Pry, you know, is now starting to move forward and back out. And I think that's appropriate. Last round, he took a lot of damage because he was willing to brawl so much with UncleTalent. And that's why you saw him get knocked down. But now look at that, landing that jab right away. Counter to the body. Vicious counter shot from UncleTalent.
Vicious body shot, and maybe that's the area. Maybe that's the way he needs to go in against Pryoxis. He got the knockdown. Can he do it again? He might need 2 more to officially get the knockdown. The fact that FightNightsFinest was able to get out at the count of 9 after being knocked down 3 times is purely astonishing. But right now, what's astonishing is Pryoxis still in control, still finding his way, gaining the distance, gaining the reach, having the advantage with the Sugar Ray Robinson with 20 seconds left. Oh, and gets caught.
Yeah, that left hook landed flush from Pry. And then he misses that rear uppercut attempted. And he lands that lead uppercut, though, because of that diagonal movement. We were talking about that in the previous fight. He's brought it back. And now two wonderful body shots land from Pryoxis. We are now going to see CompuBot predictions. Here we go.
58-55 in order for Pryoxis. 10-8 round did go unfair, so 3 rounds down with halfway to go for the tournament life of UncleTalent. Your favorite uncle there, Omni. What can he possibly do against Pryoxis to run it all back? Does he need to go more aggressive and turn it into a brawl?
I mean, it's really tough, right? I mean, this is what he's got to do. He's got to keep doing that. You got to get another knockdown, man. So, yeah, I would say so. Keep your hands up and really look and focus upon landing your shots. Make it a brawl, make it ugly, and don't fall for your opponent's footwork. That's a beautiful jab there. Beautiful jab there. He got countered right back there from Pryoxis. Jab coming back and forth, and now the counter jab there. Rear body uppercut. Just this is a lot of good shots are landing on both sides, and now rear hook lands. Oh man,
it's just good on good. It's good on good right now. Both guys lunging away. Both guys meeting at the center of the ring, saying this is what it's all about in the ESFL, the number 1 virtual fight capital in the world right now. Both guys want to put it all on the line. Pryoxis getting hit with some shots. 1 minute to go. And it's 7 rounds. Both guys landed some hooks. Call it a Rocky 4 moment. Drago, Rocky fighting into that ring, into that whole situation. Who is taking it? Who is taking it with these hooks? Talent's trying to, but Pryoxis is answering the bell.
Well, stamina on Pryoxis there at that moment. That could have been why he got knocked out in that last round. So he's very good there. Oh, just jab. Putting his hand in his face. Keep it going. Oh, man. Again, another jab, but that one misses. Right hands land. Yeah, good shot to the body there. Oh, that was good end of the round there from UncleTalent. He landed 2 uppercuts to the body.
I wish I can find the words to explain my emotions. It has been a marathon. It has been a war. Not a battle, but a war between these 2 fighters. Fighting over 4 times, 5 times in a matter of a high-octane tension tournament. And UncleTalent using the Alvarez, Canelo, fighting on the outside, trying to find his ways with the left hooks. That's been his key move. While Pryoxis on the opposite side, working with the jabs, trying to be as technical as possible. Worried about his blockades, but working to the body. This is what it's all about.
Straight misses. Jab land on block. Jab misses. Oh, that was a great counter.
And just enough range to hit it too.
Yeah.
Just a matter of the Sugar Ray Robinson changing the whole dynamics. Well, UncleTalent halfway through this round. Going towards round 9. This is currently round 8. Oh, but the block is being low. Talent. Oh, 1-2! Whittle with the 1-2. How do you do? But Pryoxis will answer the bell once again. But now he needs to be very careful. 2 counters is not where you want to be against UncleTalent. UncleTalent can smell it. He can feel it. He can understand it with the uppercuts landing.
Uppercuts are landing. And UncleTalent is being a lot more successful within this round, but that, if there's no mistake, is outscoring him. He is landing at a range, and he is doing it with jabs, and he's doing it with straight. Truly, he is showing up and showing out in this undisputed boxing match. He's doing great, and I think this is, again with the counter.
Jab.
Just the
Someone
jab,
get a jab counter. Oh my God.
Make a jab counter. That'd be good. Just like, what is it, World Cup Wrestling?
Yeah, a German suplex counter, like Suplex City for Brock Lesnar. Yeah. Wrestling knowledge. But going back into the boxing ring, we're now approaching round number 9, if I'm correct. You see the health being fairly low, and the swelling still there for Pryoxis, but still overall having a good standard. So we're in round 9. What can UncleTalent do? He's moving forward. He's giving no quarter, but he's getting hit with his homemade left hooks. That's trouble to see. And the jab. Boy, answer back with a nice lunge there.
That's what you can do. That. I mean, he's doing good, UncleTalent is, but I think Ty's just doing that much better. Just as simple as that can be. I think Ty's doing just that much better. He is outstriking him at a distance. Even though Ty did go down, that was when Ty was messing around. And then now Ty's not messing around anymore. He's taking it seriously. He's just continuously saying, "Oh, you're gonna come into me, jab, straight, jab, body uppercut." And if UncleTalent really wants to get the dub here, UncleTalent needs to break through that.
Oh my God! Vicious combinations coming from Pryoxis, able to answer back after the barrage of UncleTalent. He's trying to get the knockback down, but with 130L, trouble is brewing for UncleTalent. Pryoxis so close. Well, I thought it was going to be momentum shift for UncleTalent, but so far, everything UncleTalent does, Pryoxis says, anything you can do, I can do better, and he's showing it out in this round as we see a little bit of a brawl.
Nice little hooks there coming from UncleTalent, but maybe a little too late. Pryoxis is landing wonderfully, and you gotta wonder now that rock has happened and the pace of this fight has increased, who's it in favor of? And I would say the man with the bigger speed and the bigger stamina would be in favor of him. And look at that, nasty jab straight lands consecutively from Pryoxis. UncleTalent is basically being a walking punching bag, and he's missing these shots, and there goes Pryoxis again. Here comes another jab, misses the jab, and there goes that side-stepping that UncleTalent's trying to do. Getting into the close here. Lead shot lands, another shots lands, and we are here. Rock'em Sock'em Robots for sure. Crazy 9th round.
Crazy 9th round, and the CompuBox prediction scores will give us the feeling of one judge. We'll have to see 83-87. Talent was able to win that last round, but now time is running out. He needs 4 wins. We'll have to see how everything goes down. This is it. These could be the final 3 rounds of the tournament. Pryoxis needs 1 more win to make history. UncleTalent needs 1 more win to bring it back, to run it back, to be the ultimate underdog once again. But Pryoxis playing outside, playing very well, playing so sturdily, and going to the body again with the hooks. Does Talent go for more barrages? Does he go for more hooks? We'll have to find out.
Yeah, you would hope so. A new jab, another uppercut lands from Pryoxis, and we're getting at speed moving forward. Jab from UncleTalent, and but he just misses punishing Pryoxis there. He punishes him with that jab. And now UncleTalent is starting to get a little bit of a rhythm, but again, maybe a little too late. And oh my God,
getting hit body shots. The rhythm is hurting him every single time he's on the dance floor, but he's in the Mott's pit. Shout out to Mega Stallion. You get 10 years if you go the wrong direction. But right now, UncleTalent is trying to steer into the right direction with his punches, but Pryoxis is not having any of it. Going towards winding down, ticking away at the end of the 10th round with 40 seconds left to go.
Yeah, and man, it's just, again, it's been a clinic from Pryoxis. He picked Super Saiyan Robinson here, and he's using him to the best of his ability.
He's starting to land some good shots to the body there. He's landing the jabs. He's moving forward. And he's not afraid of the exchanges that are coming from UncleTalent like he was when he got rocked originally. And now Pryoxis, you know, not a lot of shots are landing from both of these guys, so being more cautious, but Pry still got the game plan going. Now, taking a look here at the damage, 56%, that's significant. And that definitely is telling because UncleTalent's still in this fight. And now they're moving forward.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the pin ultimate round, which could be the pin ultimate moment of the tournament for the ESFL Undisputed regular season. The grand finale is here, and now Pryoxis says, I'm here. I'm the champ. I am rumbling. I am bumbling. I am flowing like a bee. Flowing like a butterfly, singing like a bee. I got my boxing analogies all ready to go. It's been a long night, but UncleTalent says it might be a long night, but I'm here to make it longer. Going into a brawl right now. Going into the fight. Fighting with fire. Fighting with heart in his soul. But now he's getting pieced up by Pryoxis. And Pryoxis is standing close to him in that phone booth.
Yeah, Pry's definitely going to continue to throw that jab, and he's throwing that straight along with that lead hook. I can definitely see a rock coming on the horizon in favor of Pryoxis here. If UncleTalent continues to just keep his hands down and go forward, you might be able to get a rock yourself, and maybe another knockdown, but you really need to be careful.
Jeez, the combination.
Go forward, man. I mean, at this point, you know what CompuBot thinks, so you better just make it happen for yourself. And now we're seeing that. Oh, that was a nasty power straight there from Pryoxis. Man, Pryoxis is really putting on the gas, and he is not letting up. He sees CompuBox, and he says, I know what that means. It means I'm about to bring home that red leather strap.
Will this be like Rocky 1 or Rocky 2? Both had different endings, but in the same fight. UncleTalent is trying to find his way back in against the Apollo Creed of Pryoxis, while the Rocky of UncleTalent is marching forward, charging forward. 20 seconds, taking every bit of every shot from Pryoxis. 10 seconds left. Oh, and a rock! Rock! He's going in. 7 seconds. 5. Can he finish it off? And he can. Oh, going over for a power. Misses. That was an opportunity from UncleTalent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final round of the second fight. Will we say goodbye and good night and hello to a history maker? Or will we have more time in the book for the underdog? It's all leading to this final round.
And with that being said, we are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this the 12th and final round, UFC 12th and final round. And what we're seeing here is that Pryoxis, I think, has a definitive lead, and UncleTalent's just trying to make something happen here. He's throwing with reckless abandon, but he just keeps getting shot. Yep, keeps getting caught with power shots and straights. Almost there, almost. That was very close. That was very close.
Very close indeed, and you have to think time is ticking. He needs to go for it, but how do you penetrate a steel shell of Pryoxis? How do you get your punches out? You have many opportunities, but this is where it's going to be tough. Oh, and a vicious power shot right there on me. What is it going to take?
What's going to take is a miracle for UncleTalent. And it's a miracle, and I mean, it's very possible for him to get a flash knockout. Obviously, this is boxing, but it's, again, a miracle. At this point, I think we're coming down to the last minute, and Pryoxis, as long as he doesn't make too big of any kind of mistakes, I think he can almost coast here, but obviously probably won't do that. He's going to try to get a finish.
And here we go. The lunges. The final seconds under the final minute, possibly, as we see a rock. Pryoxis putting a stamp on it, possibly going to the body, not fully landing. 15 seconds. History could possibly be made here, ladies and gentlemen, as the finale ends with the second fight. Pryoxis will possibly be the history maker. UFC was dominated. Undisputed was dominated. Ladies and gentlemen, your ESFL Undisputed Champion, Pryoxis.
My man had a masterful performance, and good to him. He came through, pushed through adversity with Addict 85 after that draw with a flash knockout. and dominated over KYoungButta and ended up getting over to UncleTalent and winning by decision in both fights. Excellent job, especially in that first fight when he came back, knowing what the CompuBox score was. He did not allow that to be the case here. Excellent, excellent fight. I wow, this man's taking home the belt. This man's taking home the money. And second place, and my favorite uncle. Awesome
He
job. Happy to have you.
he gave it his all.
He did.
You can never say that he didn't give his all in those last two fights against Pryoxis. From the ultimate underdog, the number 7 seed, to be in second place and be in the money and take down some giants in the Undisputed community, in the ESFL community. The fact that he was able to get there is a huge commendable, and I applaud him for making that hell of a run. But the man of the hour, the man of the tournament, the man of the ESFL,
Ow.
he has won the belt, the money, and now he has won the history. Usually history is told by the victors, and my God, Pryoxis has a hell of a story to tell with this whole one. This whole tournament has been absolutely bonkers from the whole side, from Tomb Squad, from Sim Boxing, showing that he could be a boxer, and now just taking the title after some game competition. That's what you want to see at the end of the day, because it's all love and it's all respect. So kudos to Pryoxis, our first ever ESFL Undisputed Champion, sponsored by CFESA. My goodness. And then
now
also, if you, Ami, do you want to bring it in? You
I
can bring it
do.
in.
Fight of the night. Man, oh man. I
So
really appreciated UncleTalent and FightNightsFinest. I thought that
I
was
was gonna say that one. That one's fight of the night for me. The fact that FightNightsFinest was able to get up 3 times and still fight, and it was so back and forth. UncleTalent and FightNightsFinest, they definitely deserve fight of the night, so we will give them that. So along with the knockouts, along with the fight of the nights that's going to UncleTalent and FightNightsFinest, there's only one man that's going home with the belt, and that is Pryoxis. Hopefully we get to hear from him later in the days as this whole tournament. Get everyone's opinions, because guess what, we want to hear from you guys in the chat. Did you guys have a great time? Because if so, we will, I don't know, maybe we should do this again. Omni, do you think we should do this whole thing again?
yeah, and especially with Undisputed and UFC 5. Let's do this again and again and again, guys. If you like it and you haven't followed the Twitch channel or subscribed on YouTube, go ahead and do that. That tells us you like it. We're definitely, I think we should do this again.
And mind you, ESFLW also along the way with the WWE in the offseason. Shout out to those guys as well. So you have boxing, you have mixed martial arts, and now you have wrestling. But let's take a look at the current state of the bracket, because there's only one gold name, and that is Pryoxis. Because, man, look at the gauntlet that he had to go through. The marathon. He had to go through KYoungButta. He had to go through Addict 2 times. He went through 2 best of 3s, and he was able to dominate them all. But then the other side, a killer's bracket, a knockout bracket. Royszn, number 2 ranked, was knocked down. We saw EyeGameUWatch, who was so powerful in the beginning of the regular season, not able to make it through the quarterfinals. So you knowing that everyone who wasn't able to get the title, because Pryoxis needs his damn belt, everybody. We will see if everyone has a little bit of a revenge on their mind, a little bit of tenacity in their mind. Maybe that desire just grew a little bit bigger now, because now, as Pryoxis has seen before, he has a target marked on his back right now, Omni.
That he does. Now he's going to be the reigning champion, and he's going to have to defend that belt. But what does that mean when the next season of Undisputed comes? That's why you need to go and join our Discord so that you can get the latest news and that you know when that's going to happen, so that you know what that means and who's going to be the number 1 contender. I think it might be UncleTalent. That guy seems to be, game and made for this. And who knows, maybe FightNightsFinest will finally become Undisputed's finest. Great fight.
Yeah.
Great fight.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and it's absolutely going to be amazing to see what's going to be happening along the future of all of ESFL. But if you miss of any of this tournament, where have you been? We're about to end. You need to go on our YouTube. You need to go on our Twitch, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. And you need to visit this tournament, because I'm definitely going to be doing. I'm going to frame everything. I'm going to see all the crazy fights and all the crazy knockouts. It's going to be such a great time. But before we go, ladies and gentlemen, Ruthless Omni, it's been an absolute honor to call this whole tournament with you. We have been warriors. It's been 5 hours. Where can they find you to show you all the love?
Well, I appreciate that. I do stream as well on Twitch. You can find me at Ruthless Omni on Twitch. And you can also find me here in the ESFL commentating. I'm excited for the next one.
Awesome. And then you can find me at Twitter at KingAHTK. This was my first
X.
ever grant.
X.
Oh yeah, X, Twitter, whatever. King AHTK, all caps, and you can find me streaming here on Twitch. King BKR 316 is all linked together and also. But also, along with the shout outs to us, giving you guys, let's get a shout out to you guys in the audience for being here for 5 hours and be a part of this journey, this emotional journey with all of us here. And then, along with you guys in chat, I want everyone to give a round of applause to the people in the back. Boiler for wrangling, doing stream elements, all the behind the scenes work of getting everybody's ready to go. And then the man of the hour, the man on the moon, Fackett, for being our producer, the alpha and the omega when it comes to our production. None of this happens without Fackett. So I want you to give him all the love, all the support, and hopefully you guys love absolutely all of it. So yeah, that's been it for us. Thank you all for being here for such an amazing night. We hope you guys have a good day, a good night, a good evening, a good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Please have a good one. We will see you guys at the next fight now. Peace out and goodbye.
Goodbye.